And welcome to the 2023 British National Cyclo-cross Championships, live, as you can see, from the Westmoreland County Showground. It's a beautiful winter's day here, and today 4 more British national champions will be crowned. We have a wonderful course, a fine field, and the race about to take place in just a couple of moments' time. You can just see the lads lined up on the grid there. The junior men. You could say awful conditions, or you could say ideal conditions, depending on your point of view. But one thing is for sure, there's going to be lots of mud. Mud, glorious mud. And alongside me today to take us through these 4 national championships, none other than Helen Wyman, 10 times British Elite Women's Champion. I'm Matt Stevens. I'm looking forward to this, so hold on to your bobbly hats. It's going to be fun. Helen, classic course. We had a conversation beforehand. These conditions, as you can see, going to be very, very difficult, but conditions that many of these riders will absolutely revel in.
Well, cyclocross is mud to me, and yeah, if I was on that start line today, I would just be smiling from ear to ear. It is absolutely my favourite conditions. It's not everyone's. If you're into fast racing, then today's not going to be for you. But yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. It's going to make for some really interesting racing to see who can ride stuff and who has to run earlier, and people's running skills as well.
Well, let's have a little look back at last year's National Championships that took place in Crawley. The junior women's champion was Ella McLean, and in the junior men's, it's a real fierce battle. Joseph Smith eventually romped home to take the win. Tiny bunny hop over the line, champagne all around. Then we moved on to the elite women, and that was taken by Harriet Harnden after a fierce battle with Anna Kay on the day. Also not too far behind was Annie Last, but the champion for 2022 was Harriet Harnden of Trek. Hugs all round. And the final race of the championships last year was the elite men, and we saw another fierce battle, but ultimately it was Thomas Mine who took the win, just in front of Cam Mason, to become the elite national champion for the very first time. We've got the elite men and women later on, but the first race today, as we mentioned before, as the junior men. They'll be racing for 40 minutes around a 2.65 kilometre circuit, around 1.9 k's of grass, although a lot of that, as you can see, is mud, and then there's 750 metres of hard packed stone. There's also a bridge, or flyover as the technical term, as you can see, sponsored by Cannondale. Little flyover there. We've got some switchback climbing to do. There's a fair bit of elevation on this course, a nice drop off, but they actually go up the same climb quite ingeniously, Helen, on a couple of occasions. So it's, as well as technically difficult, they're going to be going exceptionally deep from a physiological side of things as well.
Yeah, there's going to require a lot of power on this course for sure, and it's always nice when you go to a muddy course and they put a flyover in, because that just adds more high elevation. And but you know, if this course was dry, it would be super fast, and that would actually be a feature of the race. So yeah, it's going to be tough racing, and mud races are really tough, and they do require some running. And as the course conditions get worse during the day, they always do in mud, then you'll find that it will be even more technical by the elite racers at the end of the day.
But there's a strange phenomenon when we have a muddy course like this, that during the day there's no more rain forecast. It's going to be a chilly day. It will warm up maybe by 1 or 2 degrees as the sun drifts a little bit higher into the sky before dropping away again at the back end of the day. But it can actually get tackier, can't it? So it will dry ever so slightly and actually get harder to ride through as a result.
If it's really windy, it could dry up a bit, and that will definitely make it harder. At the minute, there's still a lot of lying water, so as you saw them digging a trench. So yeah, it's still going to be fast sections, and actually, although it's cold when you ride through the puddles only form on hard surfaces underneath, so you want to ride through the puddles. The wetter it is, the easier it is to ride.
It's the path of least resistance. Moments to go now for the junior men. In around 40 minutes time, the national champion will be crowned, but really fast start. This is like a finish of a road race. It's massive acceleration into what is essentially the whole shot into the first corner. Really wide, very, very fast start here. Number 1, for the junior men is Oliver Ackers. We've got an exceptionally good field, and that first bend there, that's absolutely vital. Positioning, as we know, early on in a cross race, Helen, crucial.
It's so important. It's a really wide start, as we saw, and we saw Ollie Akers in number 1 in the green kit on the front. He took the lead pretty early. He's the absolute favourite for this race, and so he's going to try and control it from the start. And when in these weather conditions, you want to control it because you are putting the power down. It's not going to be a sprint to the finish. It's going to be whoever is able to get the gap first and then just hold that gap. So a lot of running to start the race, though.
Yeah, that was a really long run. Nobody at all tried to ride up that climb. They shouldered the bike straight into that corner. It still is Oliver Akers of the Garden Shed UK Ribble Sport Team. One of the top results of this lad in green that we saw earlier on, a nice little foot dab there, back off the bike again around this very, very muddy corner here. He was second in the Koppenberg cross earlier this year, which is a really good marker, isn't it, of this lad's ability.
Yeah, his climbing prowess and his power, because Koppenberg, even in the conditions that were dry this year, is still a really, really tough race. And I mean, the guy in second, Scott Fisher, in the black kit, he's actually really holding this line well. And he wasn't one of the favourites coming into this race. He wasn't on paper one of the favourites, but he was running really, really good. And quite often in conditions like this, you always used to see a long time ago riders like Rob Jebb do really good because he was a fell runner. Which doesn't sound right on a cyclocross race, but yeah, you know, when you have to do a lot of running in mud, it does actually really help you.
Well, first time through the pits, already a bike change. Making, I mean, the amount of mud that we've already seen, the disc brakes, the drivetrains are going to get really cloyed up, and the riders who are looking to win this will be changing bikes as much as possible. Look at the different line choices here. Super wide or super down the centre.
This is a really nice line choice by Oliver Peace there, right around the outside. The grass is the grippy section, and the outside edges are often the places where people use it least. So they're the last places where you saw the mud and where you saw the grass, and so taking those line actually gave him the advantage because he had an easier line, even though it's wider. In cyclocross, it's not about the shortest distance, it's actually about the best line.
Yeah, I guess the quickest distance as well, but it's and again, over the first couple of laps, although these riders would have ridden the course on as many occasions as they're allowed to, the course would change, but after a couple of laps they'll get their line choice dialed in. But explain briefly, only nearly 3 minutes into this first lap, it's been very, very intense, and already the field is spread out, I would say, well over a minute. But how do they work out the timings here? Because there's not a set distance, it's a set time. So the junior men and women will be doing 40 minutes. So how would the judges, the commentators, work that out?
They usually, after the second lap, they take the average for the first 2 laps and then work out how many laps that would take them to do as close to 40 minutes as possible. In the elite men's race, it has to be a minimum of 1 hour. So, but in the others, it's as close to as possible. So you normally end up doing around 42 minutes. Normally 40 to 45 is a junior boys race.
So very high intensity down this descent. This is where they can really, as you can see, lay the power down. Big gaps being opened up. Still the rider in the lead is number 9, Oliver Peace of the Tofolti Everyone Active team. Very, very fast opening lap. The riders in second and third position from the Garden Shed UK Ribble team. Looks like Alfie Arnie isn't too far away as well, but this is a good display. First time over the flyover, displaying exceptional prowess. And this is, would you say, given the field that we've got here, this is a slight bit of a surprise? Is this the rider you'd have expected to take the lead so early?
No, but the National Championships is something very different. It always ends up being a different race. And Ollie Akers, this is the second time he's changed bikes, and they will be picking mud up on these bikes, whereas we've seen that Oliver Peace hasn't changed bikes at all in the race. And they will be picking mud up, but sometimes you have to be a bit tactical. And it seems that all of the climbing in the mud is in one section, and then all of the tarmac and gravel is actually in one section together. So it will suit somebody that is good at climbing because it's one big climb rather than lots of ups and downs.
Well, already this field, within under 5 minutes of racing, we're looking at maybe 20-second gap of 3 riders moving clear. Still our singular leader, Oliver Peace, has only got a couple of seconds, but lots of running, even running down the banks here. It is cloying, isn't it? It's very, very difficult, this course. Look how long number 1 is running for, Oliver Ackers, and he's taken the lead now. And teammate, that was a bit of a barge on the left-hand side. That's number 2, Seb Grindley, just moving through. So with these 3 riders now moving well clear in only 5 minutes of racing, we've got a definite split here.
Yeah, and you can see now that the favourite for the race, Ollie Akers, is just going to the front. He keeps coming back to the front. He keeps making sure that he's the one making the effort. He's the one leading at this point, and it is important to control a race like this.
It certainly is. Back on and off briefly. He didn't even have his time to swing his leg. Looked like he'd made the call and then completely changed his mind. This is a treacherous course, so hard. Very, very slow speeds here. It's been half running, and nobody appears to be opting to ride down that one.
So you just actually saw Ollie Akers actually in second, sorry, that he, when you come down a running descent, it's really, really important that you put your heels down.
Here's this barging. I'm going to get that in slow motion. He just moved into him. There's nothing too bad there, was there?
No, that was the bike. That's kind of
It is a
okay.
non-contact sport, but sometimes riders do come together.
Yeah, and that was the bike. That's the bike. Okay. But when you come running down a hill, it's really important you go with your heels first. If you put your toes in first, you're just going to flip over and hurt yourself. So, and he actually got a foot stuck there on that little running point.
There's Sebastian Grindley, who's taken the lead now. 2 riders from the Garden Shed Ribble team. So Grindley now takes the lead. Back onto the bike. You can look at the way this rutted mud throws the bike from left to right. This is where bike handling and the power really starts to show. These 3 riders have opened up a very, very big lead indeed. The field spread out all over this very challenging and quite creative course, I think it's fair to say, in Westmoreland County Show.
Yeah, you can see now we're going to have a rider ride down.
Good effort.
Yeah.
That was a good, he took that very, very well, managed to carry the speed right through, and as you pointed out earlier on, as looking at riders warming up, if you're going to ride down it, definitely the right-hand side rather than the left. It looked very, very rutted on the left-hand side there.
Yeah, everyone's running down the left, and that gives you the footprint. So the far right, as they look at it, had the best lines and the best exit lines as well.
So coming in to the end of lap number 1, quick glance over the shoulder there for Seb Grindley. You'll see his teammate Oliver Akers, the favourite, in 3rd place. But taking us through lap number 1 in the lead is Oliver Peace. Superb ride by him. And that gap was really foreshortened. The riders are going to be moving very, very slowly on this course. And for any cyclo-cross experts out there, and I know many of you will be listening today, thank you very much wherever you are in the world. What tyre pressures, roughly, Helen, would you think that the riders are running on today? Which clearly makes it very hard when you're on the concrete or the hard pack surface to actually get any speed up.
So generally, a rule of thumb for tyre pressures is your weight in pounds, divide by 10, plus 5 for tubulars or plus 10 for clinchers.
Okay.
Or tubers. So say they probably weigh 140 pounds, something like that. So they'll be running somewhere between 14 and 16 to 18 psi. And depending on what they're used to, depending on what tyres they have, if they have tubulars or if they have clinchers, which I'm pretty sure these guys at the front would have tubulars, yeah, a rider of 140 pounds would be running around 15, 16 psi, which is nothing.
I mean, most of us riding on road bikes out the road, you'll know what that, when you pump your tyre, you know what that is. I mean, that's basically riding on a puncture, but you need that, so you need that, the tyre to be able to deform and give you that traction, especially on the cambered sections of a course like this.
So the idea is that the lower pressure spreads the tyre out and makes it flatter, which means that more surface area is in contact with the ground, which is what you want, because the more surface area gives you the most grip. If it's really wet mud, you can pump them up harder because you can ride through it, through the puddles and stuff, but most of this course is really quite grippy mud. So you would want to run that low pressure so that you can really get the outer edges of the tread touching the ground, because that's where the highest knobbly bits are.
Knobbly bits, that's word of the day. We're going to be using that quite a lot over the course of this afternoon and this morning. But another bike change for Sebastian Grindley has opened up a little bit of a lead here. Still the rider in 2nd place is Oliver Peace, and 3rd is one of the pre-race favourites, Oliver Akers of the Garden Shed UK Ribble Verge Sport team. 17th ranked in the world is the 3rd place rider, but moving away slowly but surely now is Sebastian Grindley. As you see the rest of the field just traipsing the way up this horrible drag there. Looks like he was just getting a gel down him just there. Would you be feeding on a course this short, or maybe he was just pulling something out of his mouth here, straight through this real enormous, almost like a pond that they're riding through here. You can just see the way that the water has travelled down off the field into this basin, and they do ride through that water on a couple of occasions. But as well as being technically difficult, just the ability with these very low pressures to move the bike at speed is going to be there. They're going to be creating a lot of force through the bike, especially on this drag here. So this section here, Helen, is going to suit the riders with a lot of power, isn't it?
It really is. You need a lot of power today. You can see that they've got a gravel track that they can ride until this last little section, and I'm really impressed with Oliver Peace's lines he's taking in the mud. He's obviously used to racing mud. It must be where he's grown up racing, because he's able to ride where others aren't, and also he's taking really nice lines. He's taking very traditional cross lines. I mean, he was second in Clanfield Cross last weekend, 2 weekends ago, sorry, which was a UCI race in England. So he's obviously come into good form for this race. And yeah, I mean, his lines are just really, really nice for a junior.
It took Sebastian really by surprise when he passed him. Did you see that little quick furtive glance round? I don't think he expects him to overtake him there. This is the rider in third place. This is Oliver Ackers. I would say the gap is around about 10 or 15 seconds as we start to now lose that elevation. This is the fastest section of the course, riding around the outer perimeter. It's also the longest section in a straight line, the least technical section before the riders just start picking up that elevation again. As you can see now, Sebastian Grindley sat in the slipstream, with a brief little bit of slipstream of Oliver Peace, straight over the flyover, back down the other side. And although they're moving at relatively low speeds here compared to the road, there are going to be sections, especially that section there, where there is a benefit of briefly sitting on the wheel, finding an opportunity to have a little bit of a break before making your move. So it'll be interesting to see what Sebastian Grindley is able to do, because the rider who looks the most comfortable technically appears to me so far to be Oliver Peace.
Yeah, I mean, there is some advantage. There's definitely a psychological advantage to holding the wheel. You're making sure that your opponent knows you're still there. They can hear you breathing. Equally, in cyclocross, there is a downhill. It's not, that's the only recovery on this course, so that's where they'll be taking it. But it's more really psychologically to say, yeah, I'm still here. Keep trying. Come on, go get rid of me.
And that's one thing that we were talking about before we came on air, as the positions changed yet again. Sebastian Grindley running and stealing a couple of metres in very, very short order there, shouldering the bike, readjusting his shades to make sure they're firmly affixed to his nose. Doesn't want to lose those and get mud in his eyes for the rest of the course. But the constant battle you've had over the years with various riders, this as well as a physical game, a technical game, the national championships, as you described quite eloquently in a recent piece that I read online, sometimes and quite often comes down to two riders. So you might be physically on a par, but then it comes down to the psychological aspect, which isn't often talked about, is it?
Yeah, definitely. There are many occasions where you might not actually be the best on the day, but when it comes to a one-on-one battle, it's way different to what you're used to racing the whole season, where if you're racing in Europe, you're always up against 10, 15 riders that are capable of winning that race, and the race dynamic is really different. Someone might be very aggressive in corners, someone might be very aggressive in straights, and it combines everything together. But when you're racing one-on-one, you know that rider so well from racing against them when you are in battles with them, but you also know psychologically what it is that makes them not to not crack's a horrible word to
I think it's a fine word to use, because
okay.
Ultimately you want to crack your opponent in sport, but I think it's fair to say, but it's enormously interesting here. Just a quick update. It looks as if Sebastian Grindley is now moving clear after Oliver Peace. As I said, as soon as I said he looked technically superior, quite clearly the stronger rider at the moment is Sebastian Grindley. He's using a slightly lower cadence as well, whereas Oliver Peace seems to be turning quite a lower gear, but certainly not going as quickly. As we look a little bit further down, this is Jacob Bush, the Trinity Racing Cross team, shouldering the bike down there, and as you say, as you described, just keep digging in those heels for the extra purchase on that little drop off there.
We've got a chain incident.
That's Grindley, isn't it?
For Grindley there. Oh no.
That is the very nature of cyclocross. It can come down to the technical side. So all of the gains that he's made in around half a lap, he is immediately lost. Back onto his bike. You can just see the brief look of despair on his face. But it looks like he'd unshipped his chain. Is he running a single chain ring at the front, or has he got a front mick on there? Most riders appear to be using a single chain ring. Let's have a little look at that again. That's to dismount. He's got about 10 metres on the second place rider, but it looks like can't quite see.
No, that's a double. You can see
he's got a front neck on, doesn't he? Yeah.
I think, yeah, I mean, in these weather, he's been changing bikes a lot as well, so he's doing everything right, but sometimes this clay mud just gets stuck in, and if there's any little stones, they can get into your rear derailleur, and then it just chips your chain off, or the mud itself can actually catch around the chain set so much that it just pulls the chain off.
Well, Oliver Peace is in the lead, completely different line choice. You can just see Peace, number 9 there in the centre, in the black and green, using the centre, but on the left-hand side and picking up ground very, very quickly is Sebastian Grindley of the Garden Shed UK Ribble Verge Sport Team. So he's closing in, but that's going to cost him, isn't it? And you've got to be careful about your effort management here, because when you suffer a situation like that, a lot of it comes down to experience. You get this spike of adrenaline. You've got to be really careful, because you can make up ground, but then pay for that later on. So he's got to be really calm here with the way that he measures that effort, but he's caught up pretty quickly. But it's going to be interesting to see if he can sustain this pace now.
Yeah, definitely. He seems to be a slightly better runner, which is probably why Oliver Peace is staying on his bike so much, whereas Sebastian's a better runner. But yeah, I mean, you can get that initial, I've got to get back. You can then make mistakes if you're overtired. But he seemed to come back so quick that it seemed maybe that he's actually been holding back a little bit on this course.
Yep, very, very interesting. Side by side there, slipping and sliding. Oh, there's the first proper crash we've seen at the front end, and that is Oliver Peace back on remount, or doesn't remount, just pushing his bike through this mud. This is a downhill series of switchbacks. Let's have a look at that again. Side by side, just look at the way the bike slip and slide from side to side, gets caught in a rut.
You can see this rut here that that Grindley got into is really deep, and that can hold you on the right line, whereas Peace wasn't able to get into that rut, and so it just gets really slidey and you fall out. And that's a drive side crash, which he should go straight to the pit and change immediately, because that could be a disaster otherwise.
Well, there we go. We're just getting information through. As you can see in the top left of your screen, this will be a 5-lap race through the pits again for our race leader, Seb Grindley. He's overcome that mechanical. He'll be changing bikes as he jogs through and decides to mount as he passes through the pit area. And this looks like it might be the first change we've seen for Oliver Peace. Did the first couple of laps, and the first, because you can, on each lap you can pass through the pits on 2 occasions, but hasn't opted to take a bike change, but has now. A little bit of a glance just across there for Sebastian Grindley, and he has re-established that lead, and he's opening up that gap now. Thankfully though, for Peace, he was unhurt, but as you say, that was quite an unusual crash. He flipped himself over, and because it was on a downhill section on a camber, he had a longer way to fall as well. It was quite, flipped him right over, but the gap has now really started to open up.
He does, but equally in cyclocross, it's very, very rare that you hurt yourself, and especially in muddy conditions like this, then yeah, you just roll around in the mud for a bit, jump up, and then crack on.
Like that, roll around in the mud for a bit and then crack on. Absolutely wonderful. Well, this is our race leader there, and just in the distance, about 10 seconds behind, was the early leader, Oliver Peace, but Sebastian Grindley is doing a fine, fine job.
It's really important at this point, you're on lap 3 of 5, that you need to get to that final lap and then do everything right. You have to almost take a really big breath and be, okay, I do this perfectly, because if your brain isn't in the right place, you make really stupid mistakes. And I lost 1 nationals 1 year by one really stupid mistake, less than 200 metres from the finish line.
And is that just through overconfidence? So again, once you build up a little bit of a buffer, you don't have to take as many risks as if when you're chasing, you're trying to chase a position or chase the gold medal. You've got a bit of a buffer here, but still a long way to go, as we said, into lap 3 of 5. And this is the only real distinct opportunity to take a little bit of a breather. You could just see him backing off there before, straight back on the power again. They've lost that elevation, and then this little bit of a false flat. Looks like it's just like 1 or 2% as they start to gain the elevation again. Back onto the power, so hardly any opportunities at all to rest up. He's opened up a nice lead here. So the rider from the Garden Shed at UK Ribble Verge Sport Team for the 3rd time goes over the flyover. And this junior men's field for the British National Championship spread all over this beautiful course here in the Westmoreland County Showground. Very well organised event. We've had the veterans, some other races yesterday. It's always a very popular weekend, and there's something different, isn't there? We've got the international races, we have the national series, but there's something different about the national championships. They're completely unique and have a different set of pressures, don't they?
They do, and this is all about the win. Nobody remembers who was second or third. They only ever remember the winner. And you get to wear a shiny jersey for every single race. And it's not just, I mean, when you're racing, you don't notice what you're wearing. But it's when you're sat pinning your number on before the start line, before the start, that you're looking at that jersey and you know you won that. You are the best rider from your country on that day, and you won that, and you deserve to wear that jersey all year. And it feels great. It really does feel great.
Of course, you get to wear that for the following year. Looks like there's a little bit of support there from the side. Lots of bobbly hats to the fore. It looked like that was the figure, I think, of a previous national champion, ultimate national, Nick Craig. He's going to be racing a little bit later on, an absolute legend and icon of cyclocross in the UK, and mountain biking too, of course. Still a very popular figure, influential figure as well. These are the steps.
By this point of the race, your shoulder's starting to hurt a little bit. You're, every time you drop your bike onto your shoulder, you're doing it as gently as you can, but it's still, tomorrow these riders are going to have bruises. And if you're winning the race, you've got that motivation. You're looking back, you're seeing where the riders, you're looking across the tape. You can see where the riders are, you can judge each lap, and you don't really feel the pain in your arms or your shoulder or your legs. You're just motivated to get to that finish line first. Whereas when you're in second, if you've been dropped, then you're quite often demotivated and you're just really just riding to try and not let third catch you, which is you ride a different race at that point.
Well, the rider in third place, he's got a fair bit to catch up. Oliver Peace in second place. That's Jacob Bush of the Trinity Racing team. We are looking at the second place rider here. The early leader, one of the few riders we've seen at the front of the race anyway to actually have a crash, but you can just see it's more of a laboured effort now. The crispness that we saw in the step earlier on, although we're only 20-25 minutes into this race, you can start to see the fatigue setting into the rider's legs. It's fair to say that this is a very, very difficult course indeed. Here is Oliver, sorry, this isn't Oliver Peace, this is actually Sebastian Grindley, apologies there. So Grindley, number 2 from the Garden Shed UK Ribble Verge Sport Team. Just see this low velocity, high power. Here's our third place rider. He's doing a cracking race here. Jacob Bush is pacing this very, very well. Can't quite see how far away he is from fourth place, but there's still a fair distance between him and the silver medal, but looks to have moved through the field well in the early stages.
Yeah, definitely. And as we kind of expected, this kind of terrain creates individual racing. And we saw a nice battle for the first 2 laps, but it is a power course and it is an endurance course, and particularly with this amount of running, because these young riders aren't really used to that. That's something that we used to do 15 years ago. You know, it's not something that you really have in modern day cross. The courses aren't like that. So for these riders, the running is just as fatiguing. If you've ever gone out for a bike race and then for a bike ride and jumped off your bike and run and then jump back on it and run again and you do that for 10 kilometers, then you can appreciate what it feels like.
Yep, I've only done it on one occasion, and yes, all I can say, it was brutally hard, but at the same time a lot of fun. And that's the strange paradox about this beautiful sport of ours. Cycling in general is a lot of fun, but it's also enormously hard. There's a strange sweetness you get when you've finished an effort, a training session, a bike race, just a ride with your mates. It is the most beautiful sport in the world, and I know, Helen, that cyclocross to you is the most beautiful sport in the world. It is something special. It is lovely to see it over the last few years in particular gain in popularity. More and more people are opting to try cyclocross because what it does, it gives you so much of a skill set, doesn't it, to take over into other disciplines as well as focusing on cyclocross itself. I think it's the purest cycling sport, because quite often, Helen, you don't know what the bike's going to do. So that it introduces something else into the mix psychologically, doesn't it?
It's the best sport in the world. It's absolutely brilliant. It's a family thing. You can go, every single person in the family can race, from the little kids to doing a strider bike race to the grandparents in their plus 60s, plus 70s. Everybody can race. It's very, very safe. You very rarely hurt yourself. There's no traffic. It's a really friendly environment, and everyone's incredibly welcoming. And it's just a fantastic day out. And you know, where else are you allowed to just go out and cover yourself in mud? And nobody can say don't do that.
And your mum and dad can't have a go at you. It's absolutely fantastic. And this is one of the muddiest courses we've seen for a while, actually. This really has sorted out this men's junior field. The opening race of today's championships, 4 of those beautiful jerseys with those red, white and blue bands to be awarded today. And right now, it looks as if, although anything can happen in a cyclocross race, as we well know, as has been illustrated earlier on in this race, but it looks like Sebastian Grindley, so far, is on his way to being national champion. But he's got to remain calm, and all it will take is one error, one serious mechanical, as we look at Seb Grindley. So this is, I think that's the 4th place rider actually. I think that's Oliver Ackers actually a little bit further up the course. Early leader and then fell back very, very quickly. This is our race leader, Oliver Ackers, of the Garden Shed team, picking his way through. So look at the effort required, and look, he's only moving, Helen, just above walking pace on these sections that are flat. Just shows how hard it is to keep that forward momentum.
It really does, and that's actually a slight downhill just there. And
amazing.
Yeah, and the speed. I mean, you do have a minimum speed when you're racing, and your minimum speed is your running speed, and if you can run faster, you should be running. In a race like this, it might be slightly different because there are sections where you have to run. So if you're able to stay on the bike, you're going to stay on the bike for as long as possible because there's so much running. But normally, your minimum speed is your running speed. And if you go around a corner slower than that, you should actually just be running.
Well, on lap 4 of 5 now. This is a superb solo performance by Sebastian Grindley. He's opened up a substantial lead, probably in the margin of around 30 seconds plus on Oliver Peace of the Turfolti Everyone Active team. We've briefly lost sight of him. Such is the extent of this lead. And there we go, there's that little bit of freewheeling, offering up that micro rest before he'll be soon back on the power. But what he has now is a little bit of a buffer. He can afford, if he needs to, not to take too many risks, because this is such a technical circuit. And if you push too hard on some of these sections, although they're running on a lot of it, it's very easy to make a mistake. And just look how spread out this field is. And of course, looking at the stars of the future. And these are the riders that you would like to think will be dominating the scene in the years to come. And it is great to see the popularity of the sport in our country, isn't it? There were so many riders across the junior levels all coming into it and picking up as a career.
Yeah, it's a fantastic career. I did it for 15 years, and I did it in a time when women's cyclocross was very much developing, and still, you know, it was your job. You were able to make a living off it and come out of it okay in the end. And nowadays, as a junior, as an elite man or woman, you can absolutely make it your job, and that's a fantastic thing to do. There's significantly more prize money in cyclocross than there is in equivalent road racing.
There we go. Out of the saddle. Getting back on the power there was Oliver Peace, the rider in 2nd place. This is the rider in the bronze medal position. Just takes a look at the gap he has over the 4th place rider. And soon they'll be coming into the bell lap. So through this quagmire. And again, you could see, just as you were talking about earlier on, Helen, there, rather than go through the mud, who's going through the water, the path of least resistance, you're going to get a bit muddier, but it certainly added a little bit more pace.
You get really cold feet. But you can actually, so a tip that you can do is you can put warm-up balm on your feet, and then you can
warm-up balm on your feet. That's one thing. My 53 year, I've never heard of people putting warm-up balm on their feet. That's another thing I've learned today. Every day is a school day, Helen.
But then you have to put a little bit of cling film over it so that it keeps the heat in, and then you put your sock on, and then it makes your feet sweat a bit, and they're a tiny bit waterproof, and genuinely it works. Really works.
Absolutely fantastic. I see an online video coming up soon. Helen Wyman's feet warming recommendations. As we look a little bit further, this is our race leader. This is back to Sebastian Grindley. Just rounding this little corner here. Briefly goes out of sight. And the beautiful thing about cyclo-cross is that you can find a little spot, and most circuits are almost in sort of an amphitheatre or a basin, aren't they? So you can look around and you can see the riders passing very close. You can get a good eye on what's happening all around the race. It's of all the cycling disciplines apart from track, it's the only discipline that you can pretty much see whatever part of the race you'd like to at any given point. So from a spectator's perspective, should I say, it's absolutely fantastic.
It's really good. You can quite often they're on hillsides, so you can actually stand at the top and watch the whole way down, or vice versa. And yeah, I mean, it is brilliant sport to watch as well, because you can, when you're there, you can see these tiny little pieces, things that the riders are doing that we can't see on the television as well. And you can actually see in person, wow, that's really tricky, and they're able to ride that. So it's really cool to go watch, definitely. Have you tried the warm-up balm on your hands? Is that something that's
I've not done warm-up balm on my hands either, no. I've warm-up balm on my legs back in the day, but yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm learning. I'm going to be scribbling this down, and I hope everybody at home is listening to Helen's warm-up tips.
Maybe it's just a cross thing then.
I think it might be.
Okay.
Yes, I remember the smell of embrocation in village halls over the years, but I never saw anybody put it on their feet. But who knows? I might try it in the future. As we get back to our race leader, grinding his way through this mud, the man in green, well, green and brown now, half covered in mud, his number partially obscured. It's over the little hurdles here, 2 little hurdles.
We would normally see these riders bunny hop the hurdles, because that's a skill that these junior boys and girls have in current cross. But because the weather is so awful, well, amazing if you if you put it in cyclocross terms, but because it's so muddy and it's so wearing, that it actually takes a lot of effort to be able to jump the barriers.
Down. Oh, nearly stumbled there. That could have been interesting, but he's built up that much of a buffer now. Sorry, that was actually number 1. That's Oliver Ackers a little bit further down the course. So here we go, coming into the final lap now. 1 lap to go now for Sebastian Grindley in the British National Cyclo-cross Championships for the junior men. He is absolutely flying around this course, had a mechanical around about the halfway distance, lost his lead briefly to the second place rider Oliver Peace of the 40 Everyone Active team, and Oliver Peace then crashed on the technical downhill section, little switchbacks that come around halfway around the course. But now the man in front has built up a considerable buffer. It looks like it might even be approaching a minute now, Helen, his lead. Dismounts, one of numerous points on the course where these riders need to. That isn't super steep there, but it's just a lot quicker. And although he's moving at a good pace here, it's noticeably slower than the previous laps. Just look at that. And this is our second place rider. Yeah, best part of a minute behind now.
Yeah, that looks like quite greasy mud. As you said, like before, like sometimes when it starts to dry, it gets really greasy. And they were having to, you can actually see underneath the tyres are completely covered. So the mud tyres are designed to flick mud off when you hit like gravel and road sections. But this is quite greasy and it's sticking to the tyres loads, and you can see they're sliding about. He's trying to get into that deep rut because that will take him around the corner on the right line. And so quite often the reason why you can't get up the hill is because your back wheel has no traction.
Yep. Very well described. It is such a technical sport. You can just see Jacob Bush here in 3rd place. He's got a good lead to defend that bronze medal position, opting for the right-hand side of that very wide section, the opening point of the race before it funneled in, and that right-hand drag. And this is the rider in 4th place. So Oliver Ackers, one of the pre-race favourites, maybe not delivering the performance that was expected, but it has been very, very hard today.
You can see him really picking up all that grass on the right-hand side as much as possible, but they do have to be careful because the tape is really low here, and sometimes you can get that caught into your rear mech, and then there's an absolute disaster. But yeah, when there's a barrier and stuff, that's the perfect places to ride.
You've got to be careful not to clip those barriers, and interestingly, certainly wouldn't want to hold on to any of those barriers, but there's some, in cyclocross, there are some of these posts, these wooden posts that riders actually use to assist themselves to flick round. There's one at the bottom of that descent that I've seen a couple of the riders using just to help steady themselves as we head back to the front of the race, and it is the solitary figure of Sebastian Grindley. This is a wonderful demonstration of skill and raw power, and there's no hiding place on a circuit like this. no real opportunities at all to sit on, and it looks like every single rider in this field, I've not seen any groups at all, Helen. There's no little packs of riders, even clusters of 2 or 3. It is every rider for themselves.
Yeah, by this point of the race, definitely. It's just so wearing, and everybody's raw power and endurance is so different that you have to do it yourself. Otherwise, if you stay with a rider and think, well, I'm just going to ride at their pace, and they're stronger than you, then you're going to blow up and you're going to lose a lot of places. So you have to control your effort. And I mean, these relatively close for cyclocross, but yeah, I mean, in cross, only on fast courses do we have group racing.
Indeed. Some of the American courses we've seen, drier courses with less mud, almost like a criterium. You do get little packs, but on a course like this is. Would it be fair to say, Helen, this is a classic, quite an old school cyclocross course, isn't it? It's got some real technical elements, but the weather plays its part too. If it had been dry, some of these long sectors, even the muddy sectors, would be completely different, wouldn't they? So the weather plays an enormous part in cyclocross.
The weather is everything. I once had a sports scientist I was working with, and he was trying to do data. You can see actually where the tape's been caught by people's wheels and rear mechs, and it's been ripped. Did data for 2 years on me and Ian Field and a few other cyclocross racers racing World Cups, and he found that there was absolutely zero correlation from the same course in 2 years, because basically the weather conditions make for what power, endurance, skills, everything that you require. You cannot say, if you can do this power, you'll be good at cyclocross, because it was so different for exactly the same course.
That's very, very interesting. As I said, the course determines everything. Can even, with some riders like mud, others like dry conditions. So it could be the same course, but with different conditions, could suit different sorts of riders. And as you've very, very well described, the technical sections of the course and the sections of the course where you can deliver power completely change as well. You could actually suit different styles of riders. But today it's for the attritional, it's for the stronger riders. It's also for the riders who can navigate these very tricky sections. But this has been a masterful demonstration by Sebastian Grindley.
It's really nice this year that Sebastian Grindley is actually a first-year junior, so he'll be able to wear it for the rest of the season next year. Normally second-year juniors win, and so you don't really get to see the national champs jersey in races, but yeah, hopefully you'll be able to see him wearing national champs kit in World Cups.
Yep, as you say, once they move up to the under-23s, or from the under-23s into the seniors, they're not allowed then to wear those national stripes. So as you pointed out, he gets a year in that glorious jersey. As he rounds another corner, back onto the bike, he's focused, got an interesting style. He tends to, we saw the style earlier on of Oliver Peace, the rider who led this race briefly before crashing, but is now holding on to the silver medal position, using a far higher cadence. This man here tends to run a lot more, but when he's on the power, just hoofs there's like this raw power. There's not, I wouldn't say style, but again, rather than a real fluidity, it's just raw power pushing through. And again, to be able to deliver this sort of performance as a first-year junior suggests that this man has got a lot of potential.
Yeah, the classic bike grind where you're on the bike and you're just pushing and pushing, and it doesn't seem like you're really going anywhere, but you actually are. Yeah, these conditions, that's what happens all the time. And I don't think we've seen a first-year junior win since the likes of Ben Tullett, when he was a world champion as a first-year and second-year junior, as well as national champion. So yeah, that's the kind of talent you're looking at. So we can have to wait and see.
I know, when you look at the likes of Ben Tullett, Ben Turner and Tom Pidcock over the last couple of years, who've won as juniors, well, it just shows their potential. Certainly got a lot to live up to, but he's performing extremely well. Another one of these little technical sections here, shouldering the bike yet again. It'll be interesting to see some stats on the percentage of time spent running and shouldering the bike and riding on this course. Certainly a lot of running. Almost lost his foot there from the pedal. Just look at the speed. Look at the amount of power he's having to put through the bike to maintain that forward motion. But unless something very strange happens now, Sebastian Grindley is going to be taking the title off the bike again. We've only got around 400 meters to go, if that. Back onto the bike for the very last time. No more running on this course now. the man from the Garden Shed UK Ribble Verge Sport team. Looks like he is going to be the national champion. Takes the wide line. He's got a big gap, doesn't need to take any more risks. The last bit of mud before he's back on to the smooth tarmac. And there it is, the sun glinting off that little bit of tarmac on the left-hand side. It won't be too long before he's finally back on it again. He looks around, and now he can take a breath. A couple of high fives down the finishing straight, and there you go, your brand new national champion. He's going to do a classic, he's going to do a bit of a pitcock here, crosses the line with the bike aloft. Your national champion for the junior men is Sebastian Grindley, and what an absolutely superb demonstration of cross that was.
You can see the adrenaline. He's able to ride through the mud to keep going.
That was a great win there. Wonderful photographic opportunity. We've still got two riders out on the course, such as the gap that's been opened up by this man. And his own difficulties. This is the second place ride here. Great ride here by Oliver Peace of the Tafolti Everyone Active team. With the early leader, rolls across the line there, waves to the assembled crowd. Oliver Peace takes the silver medal and second place in the championships here at the Westmoreland County Showground. A very good performance there, and a sporting handshake and a bit of a hug. He's going to be pretty happy with that, isn't he, Helen?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he wasn't one of the favourites coming into the race, but he absolutely did a brilliant performance, and yeah, he can be really proud of that. And his lines, like I say, his lines were really traditional old school cyclo-cross, which on a course like this were absolutely perfect.
And the rider coming in off the mud for the very last time onto this packed gravel into the finishing straight, representing the Trinity Racing Cross team, is Jacob Bush. So good ride by Bush, crosses the line. The final medalist takes the bronze. Good ride by Jacob Bush. Picked his way through the field. A steady start, but had to overtake the early leader, actually, Oliver Ackers. I think he's still out on the course, heading for 4th place. That is your podium there. Already a couple of interviews taking place, so Helen, a really good indication of what's to come over the next few hours. And there is Oliver Ackers just rolling in there, just off the podium. The pre-race favourite couldn't quite deliver today, but his teammate did. Your national champion for 2023 for the junior men is Sebastian Grindley. We'll get some shots of the podium very shortly. There's another rider fights their way across the line. Haven't seen too much of this rider. Will catch their number as they cross the line. Let's see if we can quite catch who that was. The rider just rolling through. They'll be coming through for the next several minutes. So stops his clock as he crosses the line. Apologies there, it's difficult to recognise some of these riders due to the amount of mud covering their numbers.
And that's our first rider on a non-disc brake bike.
There we go, that's a rarity these days, isn't it?
In these conditions, it's actually easier. You're not braking for anything. You don't want the extra weight.
The rider crosses the line out the saddle all the way. That is number 5, Nathaniel Henderson, the Hetton Hawks Cycling Club. A couple of podiums, gaining form over the last few weeks. So solid performance by him too. As the riders continue to trickle in here. This is Scott Fisher of the Barrow Central Wheelers, slotting himself nicely inside the top 10. So our first race today, a worthy champion and a real indication of the type of rider later on it's going to suit Helen as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to suit the mud pluggers, the ones that absolutely love these kind of conditions. And I mean, going back to the bike, when you're a youth racer or a junior racer, everybody wants to have the best technology, but equally, Marianne Vos won her first Elite Road Wilds on 105 equipment, and I was 3rd in the world when I got my first set of deep section carbon wheels. So it's not about the bike, it's actually about the rider, and you should always focus on it's the rider that's making the difference. And when you're stood on the start line as a young rider, you shouldn't look at those people around you and go, well, they've got shinier bikes, so they're better. They're not. They just have access to better equipment than you. It doesn't mean that you can't beat them.
Let's have a little look. You see the rider still out on the field, continuing to finish here, taking the checker flag. Let's have a little look back at the highlights of the junior men this morning. an exceptionally fast start out of the gates here at the Westmoreland County Showground. And the early leader was in fact Oliver Ackers in the green there, going for that hole shot. Just look at them spread across. It didn't take too long for Sebastian Grindley to make his way through the field. Up the steps there, a little bit of coming to blows there with Oliver Peace. Just a little bit of a mistake. Then these two riders started to eke out a little bit of a lead. Peace in at second place there, and Sebastian Grindley, and one rider there coming to rear, getting tangled up on that very difficult drop off there. That was Lewis Smith of the Origin race team, finally getting moving there, just giving you an indication of how tough and how sticky and how technical this mud is. So 1/3 of the way through the race, Oliver Peace took the lead and started to open up a bit of a gap. He then crashed, and the eventual winner, Sebastian Grindley, after suffering a mechanical himself, started to move clear on this course where there was a lot of running. So eventually, after a couple of... this was the point actually where he had a mechanical. So unfortunately losing that lead, and Oliver Peace moving back through to the front. It took him a while to get going, but in fact it took him about a quarter of a lap to reel in Oliver Peace and then eventually go clear. Clearly the stronger and the most technically adept rider, and in the end he won this race by a minute, and the national champion for the junior men for 2023 was Sebastian Grindley of the Garden Shed UK Ribble Verge Sport Team, and taking the finish line in fine style. So Grindley the winner, congratulations all round. And Helen, as you've known on 10 occasions over your career, is going to get to wear that beautiful jersey, and we'll be seeing the podium presentation shortly, because it's a game change for your career, isn't it? It really, really is.
It definitely is, especially as an elite. It absolutely is. As a junior, it gives you the opportunity to maybe join a Belgian team, to maybe have other options rather than, if you want to be a cross racer, you do unfortunately have to try and base yourself in Belgium, because that's where the heart of the sport is. And it might be a dream for you to live there. I mean, I lived there for 15 years and it was great. I loved it. But it has its harsh points as well. It's not everybody's dream. But to be a cross racer, you have to. And in order to get yourself in the eyes of those teams, because they all watch all the championships, they look at the riders, they're watching when riders are doing well, and they want to sign the best riders. So, they'll say, okay, national champion, who was that? And then that's how you get onto a development team in Europe. So yeah, it can really open up a career for a young rider, and as an elite it gives you so many more options. It gives you more start money, it gives you a bigger reach basically, and races want you there. So yep. That it's a great thing, and it's just great to be able to wear that jersey the whole year, to know you won it.
My question to you though, Helen, when you wear the national champs jersey, our jersey, the British, it's white, isn't it? And cyclo-cross is quite muddy. How many jerseys and shorts did you actually go through, and what washing powder did you use?
Well, here's another tip for you. I bet you've never heard this one.
I'm all ears for the tips.
Right, Belgian jet washers. So where they have car washes, where you jet wash your car yourself, they have this setting, number 2, and it's like this weird Belgian releasing mud degreaser spray thing, and you can literally go there, you put your foot on your jersey and you go up and down on it with this thing. And we used to do it every Monday, and the jerseys would be sparkling white. I cannot guarantee the lifespan of your cycling kit. Okay. You at
least would get a few rides out.
I got a new kit every year, but yeah, it was sparkling white at the end of it. So number 2 on a Belgian jet wash.
Belgian jet wash number 2. Okay, sounds brilliant. Very, very good. So we're building up a nice tips video, I feel, for the coming season. Jet wash your kit, embrocation on your hands, embrocation on your feet, then with cling film over the top, then your socks over the top of that to keep your feet toasty warm, especially if you're riding in frosty conditions. Of course, one of the cyclocrosses this year was at Val di Sole was snow, wasn't it? So we don't get them very often, but generally there are 1 or 2 snowy cyclocross races, which is a real spectacle, isn't it?
Yeah, but the problem with cyclocross is that you need the studs on the end of your shoes. So you can't wear overshoes because overshoes cover the end and cover the studs. So yeah, you have to find alternative ways to keep your feet warm. And in things like Val di Sole, they actually cut holes in the overshoes. I mean, they get all their stuff for free. And so the spikes could come through, so they could use them on the sections where they needed to get grip. But normally, you would absolutely try your hardest not to use overshoes at all, because they will inhibit what you do. And you need studs for courses like this.
Yeah.
You need studs.
Yeah, they're basically like football boot studs, but just behind the toe, aren't they? Right at the
Yeah,
tip.
and there's lots of different ones. So you can go to different companies. You can get different sizes of studs. You can get spiky ones. You can get rounder ones. And for ice, you can get like flat lines with little nibbles out of them. And so you can actually change your studs based on what race conditions. You can get titanium ones. You can I mean, it's probably like 10 grams difference, but
Well, we should be in a few moments' time having hopefully a word with the winner. You just see the Frites stand there as well. That's one of the things about. Oh, here we go. Here is our race winner, Sebastian Grindley.
Okay, Seb, congratulations. That looked brutal. How hard was that course?
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting, to be fair. It's pretty hilly, a lot of running, a lot of riding, bit of swimming as well. So, I mean, yeah, it was pretty hard all round, but nice day out.
Any advice for the elite riders watching on TV?
I don't know, as long as they go faster than me, they should be all right. I mean, it's all about keeping smooth on this course. I mean, there wasn't really many places to actually gain time. It was just limiting your time loss. So that was probably key on this course. And I think I did it all right today. So.
Yeah, well, that was a really commanding performance. Congratulations, you're the national champion. Well done.
Thank you very much. It means a lot. I get to wear the jersey next year as well. It should be amazing.
Good luck. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Lovely little interview there with our race winner. I liked his description of doing a bit of swimming as well. I mean, there's essentially a big pond in the centre of the course there, but no, that just at the end of there as well, he just clearly acknowledges the importance and the significance of the national championship jersey. And there's another shot of him taking the line again in real style, ticker tape and bike held aloft.
And being able to wear it next year as a second
Yeah,
year junior.
exactly. We'll see that jersey in a few moments' time. Wonder how many of these sheep are cyclocross fans. Don't look too interested at the moment, but it's still relatively early in the morning.
I think they're women's sports.
Possibly, yeah. They'll all congregate for the women's race coming up very shortly. Look at that great shot here. It's a beautiful part of the world, of course. We're just near the southern border of Cumbria in South Lakeland, one of the wettest parts of the United Kingdom. But today we've had dry conditions on the course as well. Well, here we go. There's the silver medalist. This is Oliver Peace of the Tafolti Everyone Active team. Jacob Bush on the right-hand side there, your bronze medalist. But your new national champion for 2023 for the junior men is Sebastian Grindley of the Garden Shed UK Ribble Verge Sport team. There is that beautiful jersey. Zips it up to show the red, white and blue bands, which he'll be wearing for So there we go, there is your junior men's podium. Your race winner, Sebastian Grindley. Second place, Oliver Peace. And in third position of the Trinity Racing team, Jacob Bush. Smiles all round, smiles and mud. And a pat on the back there. And it's time, so look at his technique here, Helen, for the champagne.
I hope it's terrible. He's 17, 16.
Yeah, it's, well, there you go, there's confirmation. There you go, 40 minutes and 28 seconds. Just under a minute quicker than Peace. Jacob Bush a further 50 odd seconds behind there. So yeah, I don't think this is going to be a regular occurrence unless he's been on other podiums. So he's finally got the cage off the top. It's time to remove the cork good shaking technique there. Make sure his Oakleys are firmly on his curls. And there we go, it's a champagne moment there. There is your junior national champion and the medalists either side. Another.
Quite a cool thing is actually the trophy that he's holding there. They are very old, the trophies. So
of course, yes.
they go back a really, really long way, particularly the junior and the elite trophies. And some of the names on them, when you get to see them in person, it's really, really cool to see.
You are quite right. All of the national champions across through the track, the road, have been passed through generations back 40, 50 years on some occasions, and there'll be something, a memento of him to keep and then one to pass back. But so that was race number 1, so that was the junior men done and dusted. Thank you very much for watching wherever you are, and make sure that well, soon coming up we have the junior women in about 20 minutes time. As you look at riders and spectators preparing for what's next, perhaps grabbing a coffee, perhaps getting some frites. Well, we'll be back at 11:10 for the junior women, but this is the moment that Sebastian Grindley became the national junior men's champion for 2023. Thanks very much for joining us. We'll be back very soon. Hello and welcome to the 2023 British National Cyclo-cross Championships for the junior women. Location of the racing today from the Westmoreland County Showground near Milnthorpe on the southern border of Cumbria in South Lakeland. It's a cold, crisp, dry day, but I can tell you from the men's junior race we had earlier on this morning, it is an absolute quagmire out there. A really old school cyclocross race, lots of mud taking place on this 2.65 kilometre circuit. Lots of shouldering the bike, lots of running, and a very, very tough race ahead. 40 riders here in the junior women's field, and alongside me, Matt Stevens, is Helen Wyman, 10 times a national elite women's champion in cyclocross. Before we actually, we'll look back in a few moments' time actually at the highlights of the junior men's race. But Helen, from what we saw in the junior men's, it's going to be a tough race. All the racing today is going to suit a particular type of rider, isn't it?
It's going to be really tough racing today. It's going to suit those riders that love muddy conditions, that have lots of power and endurance. And if you're really into speedy, fast courses, then you just have to make the most of it for you today.
Well, let's have a little look back at what happened earlier this morning. This was the start of the men's junior race, just to give you an indication of what's in store. Very, very quick start, as you would imagine. 64 riders taking to the start line. A little bit of bumping and barging, a couple of crashes and coming together. That's a particularly difficult drop-off that most riders are opting to run. And the early leader was Oliver Peace of the Defaulty Everyone Active team. He was overtaken by Sebastian Grindley, who then suffered a mechanical, but eventually caught back up and soloed to a fine victory by just under a minute to become the junior men's champion, representing the Garden Shed UK Ribble Verge Sport team. And the first three riders spaced over, I think it was nearly 2.5 minutes, so that gives you an indication of how hard this course is. It's only a couple of minutes time before the junior women start. So who should we be looking out for today, Helen? Now, you know the women's, well, you know all of cyclocross very well, but who should we be focusing on today, and who do you expect to perform well, especially given the conditions that we have today?
I think this will really suit the rider we're just seeing go off the screen there in the Hope kit. That is Kat Ferguson, and she's had 4th at European Champs this year, so you know she's really good. The current crop of junior women are really, really good. We had in the Antwerp junior race, which is a sport race for the World Cup, we had 3rd, 4th and 5th with our British women. So we know that these riders are good. There's a lot of riders that could win. Another firm favourite is Emily Carrick-Anderson, riding for Timo Racing. She was in the middle of our screen then. Hope Inglis is another one. She's had 3 national trophy podiums this year, and she was one of those riders. She was 4th in Antwerp with Elizabeth McKinnon. I mean, probably the whole of the front row. And that shows how good the form is for these riders. Imogen Wolf actually had 14th in the elite women's race in Dublin in the World Cup, which is an incredible ride for a junior woman.
Yeah, very, very interesting lineup of riders. And actually, looking back to the men's race, we were talking about how unusual it is for a first-year junior to win. Kat Ferguson, Neve Murphy and Imogen Wolf. In relation to the age of these riders, is there any first-year juniors that you think could actually perform or cause a bit of an upset today, or would it be more the juniors who are a little bit more mature, the second-year juniors?
I think it would literally be what course suits a rider.
Sure.
You know, Dublin World Cup was incredibly muddy, and if you watched it, you'll see it was really muddy and required a lot of power. So Imogen Wolf should really be happy about these race conditions. And so, I mean, everyone, Koppenberg, a lot of the riders did well there. That's again another tough course, so anything can happen.
Well, here we go. The junior men did 5 laps. They are off. So the junior women racing over 40 minutes here, passing through for the very first time. There we go. The race is on the way, and this is essentially a bunch sprint just to get in to pole position for that first corner. It's known as the hole shot. Very wide stretch here. Then they'll swing right, and the rider dismounting at great pace and with real skill there was indeed Kat Ferguson, and immediately riders shouldering the bikes. This is this uphill section here. So an initial early lead for Kat Ferguson from the Hope Factory Racing team. So their initial race favourite, Helen, has taken a very early lead after an explosive start.
Yeah, and she's right there with Emily Carrick-Anderson, number 5 for Timo Racing. And we're also seeing, and so these riders know we've got to get a good start. It's cyclocross. We've got to stay clear of trouble. That's the most important thing in the start, is that you get yourself in a position where you can then decide what happens. You don't want to get stuck behind crashes. We saw a picture of the back of the race, and that was all bunched up and really tough. And so it is really important to get that clear start and up the hill and away.
Just look at the gaps opening up here. We're only about a minute into racing, but already we've got a 5 or 6 second gap opened up for 4 of the riders here. Very slow. It's very hard over the top of this climb because you're coming after you've been shouldering the bike. There's virtually zero momentum here, so getting started again very, very difficult. This is this series of switchbacks, and most of the riders here opting to actually carry the bikes down. They should remount just here. That's where the junior men did, at least. And so this is interesting here on this little technical section.
You can see how tough the descent is because these riders are having to pedal and they're still going really slow, and this is actually all downhill at this point, and you can see the power they're actually requiring to get through the downhill.
Yeah, that's a real indication of how cloying and how grippy this mud is. As you can see, this is the pooling of this water at the bottom. They'll pass through that water again, and the rider going through, that was Emily Carrick-Anderson who actually overtook, but this is a little bit further up. Now this is Imogen Wolfe of the Shibden Racing team. Opting for a bike change. Carrick-Anderson staying on the left-hand side there. It doesn't look like she's actually opted for a change, but that's the shorter line to go through there. Or she's a bit later on in the pits though, so she has changed bikes. My apologies.
Yeah, it's actually a UCI disqualification if you don't change bike, or if you don't change equipment while in the pits. There
we go. So every rider passing through there was going to chat. Didn't know that one. And it said every day is a school day here, Helen. A bit of a slip there for Imogen Wolfe, who is the early leader. She's opened up a couple of seconds lead. Again, just going through this mud there, managing to keep the power back through essentially what looks like a pond. I'm surprised there aren't a few ducks on that one, but up to this little bit of a climb now. So the first time now, she glances over her shoulder and she will see a labouring Elizabeth McKinnon from the Montezuma race team in second place. So very, very early stages, but she's looking good here. So Imogen Wolfe opening up an early lead here, and she was the rider, as you mentioned before, that was 14th in Dublin on a course in similar conditions. But to perform as a junior at that level is nothing short of incredible, but she's shown a really good turn of speed early on here.
She really has, and the rider currently crashed into the side though. So you see the tape we mentioned in the junior race actually, that the tape's really low, and if you accidentally ride into it, you can quite often get your rear mech caught in the tape, and then it causes all kinds of incidents. So you've got to be really careful, but at the same time you have to try and find the grass, and the grass is closest to the edge of the course, because when people are training and racing, they're trying they take more similar lines. They're not looking for the best part of the grip, and when you're racing, you need to try and find the grass, which is always right at the very edge of the course.
Yeah, we saw that on that flatter section just after the finish line as well. Riders are going for the right and left, but as the day goes on, that little bit of grass becomes less and less, doesn't it, as the riders move over, and you can see several riders have actually hit these posts. They've been retied on several occasions.
People are trying to maintain their speed coming down this hill around into this corner, and there's actually a stick which sticks out quite close, and that's actually on the line, and people have obviously hit that in the race, because you want to keep your speed. Speed is so important to be consistent in cyclocross.
Yeah, and the section they've just come down now, losing the elevation that they gained. That is the fastest section on the course, and the initial part of which a couple of riders we've seen freewheeling, but there are not many opportunities at all on this course of 2.65 kilometres to have a rest. There's the flyover, back down again. There's also some steps on this circuit, some hurdles. So our early leader, Imogen Wolfe, riding exceptionally well. And the field already split well over, I'd say, a couple of minutes, just in one lap.
And you can see how much power is required, because the front riders are able to ride through this section, and some of the other riders are having to run. It's just, as the course goes on during the day, the conditions are only going to get worse and worse. With more people running, they cut up the racing lines, and it's just going to be, crazy by the elite men's race at the end of the day.
Well, Elizabeth McKinnon there in the blue, opting not to take a bike. But Kat Ferguson from the Hope Factory Racing, 4th in the recent European Championships, holding on to 3rd place. So we're looking at the rider in 2nd position now, Elizabeth McKinnon from the Montezuma team. Meanwhile, shouldering the bike up this little drag before this a nasty series of drop downs. This is a particularly difficult section here. Lots and lots of running on this course. But this is an amazing but early performance by Imogen Wolf. Remember, the race is over 40 minutes. And the big key here is, as we heard from our winner earlier on, Sebastian Grindley, it's about trying to smooth this course out, isn't it? To try and maintain. We know that cyclocross offers up that staccato sort of effort, stop-start, but as best as possible, you want to try and smooth that effort out so it's sustainable.
You really do, and on a course like this where there's so much running, you really have to balance it, because you are a cyclist, you're not a runner.
Yeah.
And you train to run a little bit, but you train to ride a lot, so you have to calculate that effort a bit and hold a little bit back in case you have any problems. And you can see now that Kat Ferguson has come round Elizabeth McKinnon there to take the lead on this section. But also, when it's really muddy, it's really, really important to anticipate what gear you're going to require the next time you jump on your bike. And we saw at the top of the hill after the first lap, a lot of the riders, because it's the start and everyone's really excited and you're really going harder than you would normally do into that section. Quite a lot of the riders weren't quite on top of their gears when they were jumping back on. So in cross, you have to anticipate, what gear do I need to be in when I get off for what I'm going to get onto when I get back on.
Just thinking ahead, isn't it? I mean, cyclocross is a particularly challenging discipline on so many levels. There's the physical stress that you're under, but then there's also the psychological stress and the skill needed to keep focused so you don't make mistakes. It's very, very hard to maintain both. It is easy to make mistakes, and it's trying to find that sort of balance that's almost like the holy grail, isn't it?
It really is, and that was great running there by Kat Ferguson. You just leap, basically, downhill running, heels in, and just leap and hope you get to the bottom fine. And yeah, she did that absolutely brilliantly. And the problem that you have in cyclocross is making the right race choices when your heart rate averaging 195. When I used to race, it was 195 average, peaking at 205, something like that.
It's crazy, isn't it?
And that's for 50 minutes. So you need to actually be able to, your brain needs oxygen to still work, and that's when you start making bad decisions at the end of races.
You could just see there, number 1, Kat Ferguson, who's currently in 2nd position. We're looking again and focusing on Imogen Wolf of the Shibden Cycling Club, demounting again, or dismounting. Demounting I don't think is a proper term. So dismounting and opting to hop over those 2 hurdles now. It won't be long before she actually passes through the finish line to complete lap number 1. But you could just see earlier on Kat Ferguson rounding a couple of corners. You could see her trying to compose herself and get back to control, because you are essentially riding at or near threshold. But it's not just at or near threshold. Quite a lot of the time you're way over threshold to get back up to speed. It's such a difficult effort. If you to look at the power files of these riders afterwards, it would be a series of spikes, just like almost like an alligator tooth profile, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so when we were having our power data recorded, when we were working with a sports scientist who was doing a master's degree in pacing in cyclocross, and he actually said there was around 300 spikes in power of 3 to 5 seconds at around 70% power. So for me it was like 500 to 600 watts, 3 to 5 seconds over 300 on average in a race.
That's brutal, isn't it? It really is. That's why it's such a hard discipline. And as you said before, through all that red mist and that pain, you've still got to control the bike through some of the most difficult conditions. And that's why this, I think, is a discipline that anybody who's interested in competing on a bike or just riding a bike, give it a go, because it will get you very, very fit very, very quickly, and you'll learn to control the bike, and it will give you great confidence wherever you take the bike from that point onwards. As we see our race leader Imogen Wolf shouldering the bike up this nasty drag, already starting to labour here.
This is a really long ride. You can see all the mud on those tyres. We're going to see a crash.
We are going to see a crash here.
Oh,
Just losing it on the bottom there, almost got her right foot stuck in a really deep rut there. I think that was Layla Bradbrook of the Marsh Tracks racing team. And meanwhile, after just a lap and a bit of racing, a good lead has been opened up. It's around 20 or 30 seconds now.
Yeah, it's a really good lead. And you can also see these riders, you can see the mud on these bikes. They're covered. You can't even tell what tyre tread they've got right now because the amount of mud on those tyres. And that's also in your shoes and in your pedals. And so when you go to jump on and you try to click your foot in, there's all of the mud is from the running. It's just stuck in those sections. And you need your feet clipped in for these kind of races because you need to be able to do pull up power as well as push down power. So it also makes it really tricky for the riders.
It certainly does. So this is Imogen Wolf leading in second place at the moment. Moving into second place is Kat Ferguson, and then we have Elizabeth McKinnon currently in third place. And look at the gap here. Real daylight has been opened up. This is the second place rider here, Kat Ferguson. Who's had a really good year so far in the lead into this race, but not too far behind. She hasn't managed to really detach herself, has she, from number 4 there, Elizabeth McKinnon. So a real tight battle for the silver and bronze medal at the moment, but we are only around a lap and a half into the championships, but the field already spread over a big distance. And just look how hard this section is. As Helen described earlier on, ridiculously, they are actually descending here, but only just about maintaining a walking pace and trying to find that little bit of grass on that left-hand side before going into this this muddy pond here. This is McKinnon in at third place here, focusing, trying to stay in contact with the rider just in front.
Yeah, and that's downhill. That's downhill that they're having to ride hard and put a lot of power out, which is just crazy. And look at the depth of the water as they're riding through. It's right over the hubs, and your feet get so cold when you're riding through these big puddles this time of year.
We had an interesting conversation. I think it's pretty worth repeating as this race really does start to settle down. Although saying that, it never really settles down in terms of effort. This is going to be hurting all the way around for every single one of these riders, and it'll become a real slog in the last couple of laps as we continue to see riders passing through. These are riders who are around about half a lap behind here. As we look at our race leader again, dismounting, she still looks full of flight here, looks pretty nimble on her feet, she's moving at a pace, and from what we can see so far is constantly increasing that lead over the riders behind who continue to labour up this nasty section. Essentially we've reached now the highest point of the course before we drop down, and this offers up an opportunity for the briefest of respites here.
Yeah, it gives you, this is basically the only recovery section on this course, this and the downhill of the bridge. So yeah, everybody's going to take this easy. They're going to try and keep their speed. You get up to speed quickly, and then you just allow the speed to get you to the bottom of the hill. And every single person in this race will do the same because it's such a tough race with so much running and tough power riding.
As you can see, there's only about a 10-second opportunity. She looks around, still back on the power here. It's one of the few bits of tarmac and packed road surface, about 75 metres of non-grass, 750 metres of non-grass on this circuit, just under 2 k's of grass or primarily mud. As we look at our second place rider, she's got a really good lead here as she continues to quite literally plough her way through this course, opting to choose the left-hand side.
You can see as they come off of the longer descent down into the mud bath section, but we just actually missed that the speed they're trying to carry out here, the speed they're trying to carry in, but the ruts are just pushing you and pulling you, and you see the bike go sideways, the back wheel flips out, and everyone's trying to cut across to this right hand side of the course as we look at it, like we just saw Kat Ferguson do, because that's where the last little section of grass is, and she rode that really nicely. But the ruts want to take you all the way to the far left as we look, because that's where most people end up doing if they don't have the skills to do that.
Really quick bike change. We're just looking here.
We're going to see her back wheel slide out at this point, because you can see there she's got a lovely line coming in, and then she brings it right over to this little grass patch that we can see, and she gets traction instantly. Yeah. It's a brilliant line.
Now she held that really well. That was a nice little drift. As we look at our race leader continuing to pile on the pressure, and in the process continuing to open up the lead over the second place rider, which is indeed Kat Ferguson. So Kat Ferguson second, still Imogen Wolf. Really good technically here, but clearly this course suiting her down to the ground.
And like we said, it's very similar to Dublin because of the ups and downs, the mud, the banks, and the tough racing conditions. That must be really hard when someone's running alongside you with a camera and you're going full
horrible,
gas.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Interesting, just looking at the first three riders on the course, we looked at a couple of I think the first and second place men were riding double chain sets at the front, but all of the junior women here have opted for a single chain ring. You don't think that they would have made that decision beforehand, but what would you opt for on a course like this? Is it determined by sponsors, or would you literally choose a one-by setup if you could?
I actually never rode one by.
It's relatively new, isn't it, compared to what you were taught? Yeah.
You just call me old.
Not at all.
It's relatively new for sure, but also the kind of conditions the kind of races that I was doing, racing in Europe all the time. For a race like Koppenberg, you need the big ring and the little ring. You couldn't get the varied choice that I required on a single ring setup. If I was coming into this race just to do this race, absolutely single ring would be perfect.
Yep.
Why do you need the big ring? You're not, you're basically free pedaling down the descent, and that's the only section. So you can have lower gears with that setup than you can with the double. So yeah, you would definitely go for that. But yeah, your bike is your bike you have all season, and you choose your bike based on your skills, what you're capable of. We always used to run a 44-39 setup, and every rider's different. A lot of the elite women used to run a 36 in a ring, so it kind of, yeah, it just depends entirely on the rider. And these are junior women, so it's not the same as when you're an elite. I mean, Marianne Vos, sure, she was an exceptional elite racer, but as a junior, she won her first World Cup at 16. But it's different. she's an exception to the rule.
Exactly, and the thing is, these are young riders as well, so won't yet be able to deliver the same power as the under-23s or the elite riders. This is a progression. That's why, in its simplest terms, they have their own category, because they're not by any means the finished article. They're learning their trade. But this, at the moment, is a clear demonstration of an ability to ride effectively and efficiently and skillfully through the mud, opting to shoulder the bike all the way through. So a few riders have been riding that bit and then getting off, but she's opting to run for a long time. She's obviously felt that's the easier thing to do, and as you talked about before, there's a point, isn't there, where you make a call, isn't it? She nearly made it over the top, but this is an interesting tussle for the silver and bronze position.
This is a brilliant tussle for the silver and bronze, and that was really strong riding by Elizabeth McKinnock in number 4 there in the blue kit from Montezuma. Is to get up that bank in these conditions, that's a real power spike, so that's, yeah, good work.
Yeah, she almost didn't make it. That would be, yeah, that particular section there would be one of the points on any power graph where it would definitely be spiking. But we're coming towards the end of lap number 2. This is the British Championships for the junior women in beautiful South Lakeland. And our sole leader, Imogen Wolf, has built up a very, very good gap so far. She crosses the line, and at the moment, the second place rider is completely out of sight. She's choosing to ride right in the centre there. We've seen riders choose the left or the right hand side, so it's clearly the line that she'd preferred. Maybe because she has a bit of a gap, maybe she doesn't need to take the risk of running too close to the barriers on the left and the right, perhaps. Do you think that may be part of her thinking? Yeah,
and on this section it's very wide, so that means that you can actually see a tiny little section in the middle that might be a little bit less brown. And so it's not, this corners coming into the finish line are greasy, but as you come out the other side, it's actually, there's so little grass next to the edges of the course that, yeah, in those circumstances, the middle is probably safer. If it fires you in different directions, you've got more room to recover from an incident.
Well, Kat Ferguson leads this duo of riders. She's not quite on the wheel there just yet, but McKinnon. So now this is where McKinnon might decide. Watch it. This is clearly taken the left-hand side, and this is where they're almost trying to out-drag strip each other to get that pole position into the right-hander, which takes us up the climb again. But holding on to P2 and almost losing it there is Kat Ferguson. They grind to a halt, unceremoniously forced to dismount before they start to climb up this horrible bank. I mean, at what point do you push and what point do you shoulder? Because two different styles on the same bit of terrain here, which is quite interesting.
I would always carry the bike, but it depends. It really depends on what you're used to, and because modern day cyclocross never has this level of running ever, I think some of these riders just aren't used to doing that so much. And we used to train running with the bike on your shoulder, so yeah, I mean, for long runs, absolutely, because then you're not dragging a weight alongside you. You put it on your shoulder, it's not picking up mud, you're not dragging it. Short runs, 50-50.
Imogen Wolf ploughing through this enormous puddle at the bottom of the descent. Dismounts, shoulders the bike on lap number 3 of 4. So next time through she will get the bell. And just look how hard it is at the top of this climb. You could just see there Kat Ferguson using the post. And clearly got the, you talked about it earlier on, is getting the gearing right at the top of the climb. They've both been climbing, shouldering their bikes, but clearly Kat Ferguson there had the right gear selection, was straight on top of the gear and opened up 10 metres within just a handful of seconds.
Yeah. I mean, it's Elizabeth McKinnock at the front.
Apologies, yeah.
She absolutely. She's
a
just run
nasty
into
crash. That was quite nasty. It actually forced her to do the split. That was a really nasty crash there.
When, like we say, when you're tired, you sometimes make poor decisions in races that you wouldn't normally do. We're going to see, it's her back wheel get caught and she just drags it. But the
that was quite her right. She lost purchase with her left heel, and that was really quite an unorthodox, quite a nasty crash there. That's going to lose her a little bit more time here.
And as you get more tired, you do make more mistakes. You do you do things.
Oh, there we go. Exactly what you're talking about before. We've seen Kat Ferguson now crash after tangling with the fence post, and she's actually hurt herself there a little bit as well. She might need a little bit of assistance. Is she allowed to have assistance from somebody else to help her up? Well, she's clearly going to need it, otherwise she can't get up.
She can't have mechanical assistance, but I'm pretty sure someone can help her. She crossed the tape there a few times, and that's when she got her bike attached.
Yeah, her lever went straight into that post, and she was hardly carrying any speed at all. So very, very unfortunate situation there for the Hope Factory Racing rider Kat Ferguson. But meanwhile, completely unaware of the chaos behind, Imogen Wolf plummets down this descent. This is the fastest section of the course. The sun now beating down on her, offering some wanton warming rays in the morning here at the Westmoreland County Showground. And that just shows we were talking about the dangers, and that was the most explicitly illustrated example of coming too close whilst fatigued at the same time.
Yeah, we've seen her a lot of the time crossing, pushing the edges of the tape, so really pushing with her wheels where the tape are on the ground. But in that area there was also tape, there was also rope higher up, which you might not have seen. The sunlight sometimes makes things disappear, and that got her bars at the same time. So yeah, it's just an unfortunate incident, but she has been pushing the tape the whole way around the course.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. It'll be good to keep an eye on when they cross the line to take the bell lap, who was actually moved into the bronze medal position, because we haven't seen any images of her getting up just yet. The rider you can just see at the top of your screen there is Elizabeth McKinnon for the Montezuma team. She's now in the silver medal position, but she's well over a minute behind. But from what we've seen so far, should have a reasonable cushion to take in to the final lap of this race as she really starts to pick up the pace on this section of the course.
We were watching Emily Carrick-Anderson of Timo Racing, was in 4th place before that incident. So, and Timo Racing is actually Tracy Mosley's team, and we've seen some proper pedigree come through that team with Evie Richards and Harriet Harnden, are both riders that have been found and developed by Tracy Mosley.
And of course Harriet Harnden, the current elite champion, who won't be racing, won't be defending her title later on. But meanwhile, it looks as if this young woman is going to be riding into the gold medal. She's still got another lap to do, remember, and as we've seen, anything can happen in a cross race. If you fall awkwardly, the race could be over. Okay, she has built up a buffer of well over a minute, but she needs to stay focused now. She doesn't need to take any risks, but physically, she clearly is by far and away the strongest, and this course really suiting her. As you've said before, she's performed exceptionally well earlier on in the year in a World Cup race at elite level in Dublin. 14th place there, and shows how physically strong she is and how happy she is in these conditions. And I think it's fair to say this is a proper old school course as we look at Niamh Murphy, number 2, coming down the descent here. No, sorry, that is Florence Lisserman of the Newark Castle CCT.
Yeah, she's super strong, and it is really important to just stay focused and calm, and you don't need to go all in at this point. You need to keep what you're doing. You need to make sure that you're applying the power still and you're working hard, but you also want to try and keep it a tiny bit lower than the very top end, because that's when you start to make mistakes. And then on the last lap, yeah, you can relax a little more.
And this is Florence Lisserman of the Newark Castle CC. She's actually in 3rd place, so she's doing an absolute superb ride here. So Lisserman, she's a couple of minutes behind our race leader at the moment. Just going on to this very difficult series of drop-offs. This is the rider in 2nd position. This is Elizabeth McKinnon of Montezuma's race team. 3rd in the Antwerp Cross earlier this year as well. Seems to be getting into a rhythm here. She doesn't seem too laboured, and some riders do that. Some riders will start off explosively, others will back off a little bit and then build into the race and almost ride, to describe it as a TT, a negative split, start to pick up the pace later. So although it's a difficult course to actually strategize, there will be that built in, knowing that you can pick things up later on. But this particular event today, given the attritional nature, is a really individual race, isn't it? You've just got to do what you can.
You really have, and we can see now we're seeing Imogen Wolf come through there for, I'm not sure what place she's in at the minute, but yeah, I mean, some riders naturally start really fast but suffer, and then they need to recover a little bit to come back. But yeah, you can also see some riders just get stronger and stronger during a race, and maybe it's just natural endurance at that point.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Imogen was lapping a couple of riders there. Sorry, yeah, that was quite confusing. She was actually lapping somebody there, and you can just see here, very difficult to keep the bike moving forwards. Lisserman starting to struggle there. This is the rider, remember, in the 2nd place position. Riders spread all over the Westmoreland County showground here today. Earlier on, we saw riders riding through this section, but fatigue really starting to play its part. But this is our race leader, well over a minute clear. We'll put the clock on her actually as we go through the finish line for the final time, for the penultimate time, should I say, where we will take the bell. But this is a quite incredible demonstration. Really leaning back. She's just having to stamp on the pedals to deliver the power, to just get enough momentum to move through that really sticky section of mud.
Yeah, it's really like when you're car racing, you know, you need all the weight on the back wheel because the back wheel gives you the traction that you require. And so, yeah, she's trying to get that bike moving. It looks like a lot of effort, and it is, but it is the best way to do it because there's so much running on this course. You want to stay on the bike for as long as possible on a course like today.
Well, we've started the clock running on the gap there for our sole race leader, Imogen Wolf of the Shibden Cycling Club, taking exactly the same line again. She's happy with that line straight through the middle. It does appear to be a bit drier as well, doesn't it?
You can see really there's no particular ruts in that section. It's a little bit brown, but it's not like crazy like the rest of it. And so for her, yeah, there isn't really a bad line. There isn't a bad line, let's say that.
It appeared to me there were some really deep ruts that all the riders are using to give themselves a little bit of balance, but it appears that the circuit appears to be drying up ever. The mud it's slowing these riders down, isn't it? It's getting harder and harder to get the momentum through this tough mud, as if it's increasingly more cloying.
Yeah, definitely. As the weather starts to warm up a bit, as the sun comes out, it dries sections, the wind picks up the moisture and dries it quicker. I think by the end, the sections that are thick mud still are getting deep ruts, and so I think by the elite races you'll see some really deep ruts. But at the minute, yeah, there are sections. This section wasn't rideable in the junior men, so I don't think it's going to be rideable by the elites. No,
certainly not. Well, here we go. Had the clock running. Elizabeth McKinnon takes the bill there, 1 minute and 31 seconds behind our race leader. That is a good buffer, even if you would take into account a couple of errors, even a mechanical. That is a very nice buffer to take into the final lap. It looks as if she's well on course to becoming the junior champion, but McKinnon herself has a pretty decent buffer over third place. And at the moment it is Florence Lisserman in the red of the Newark Castle cycling team, back to the front of the race here, taking that nice wide line, avoiding the ruts, avoiding that mud which takes the bikes in different directions. This is a very, very impressive display of skill, and they've actually buried it off. There is the rider that fell earlier on. That's Kat Ferguson, seeking some medical attention. They're very sad to see, but at least she's got the right support. But they've actually moved the ticker tape out away from her.
Yeah, and we hope she's going to be fine. We hope. This Montezuma team, which our rider in second is currently rides for, is also a really strong development, a young development team, and they've put loads of effort into encouraging young women to ride together as a group, and they've had some fantastic riders over the years that have had loads of skills. Their team basically got junior women in the UK bunny hopping the planks, and
That's brilliant.
just because of the way that they train their groups together.
Well, Florence Lisserman, well over 2 minutes adrift, but importantly, she is riding herself into the bronze medal position and looks to have a pretty decent gap over the rider in fourth place, who is yet to be identified. The rider's spread over a big distance over this very challenging course here. And because of the arduous nature and the relatively average slow speed, only going to be 4 laps today. There's a couple of riders together here. That is fourth and fifth. That is Emily Carrick Anderson of T-Mo Racing, and just behind her and overtaking her, in fact, is Libby Bell of the Garden Shed UK Ribble Verge Sport Team. And Bell taking to the right-hand side, trying to find a little bit of extra grip there on the right-hand side, but nearly coming to grief with the barrier there. That's the risk that you take. We've seen riders, of course. Kat Ferguson unfortunately came to grief, but that's the risk you take.
Libby Bell was a previous national champion as a youth rider, so yeah, she has good pedigree as well.
So Libby Bell in a fourth position at the moment. That's a furious battle there between fourth and fifth. There's that moment again. You could just see the way, that's nothing she could do about that. This is the way the front wheel was just taken in another direction by this surface. And although I've only ever done one cyclocross race, my description is you're in a world of pain, but you quite often do not know what the bicycle is going to do next. And on the road you pretty much know. Even on a mountain bike you know pretty much what the bike is going to do. But I found on a cross bike it was just, I was in a perpetual state of unpredictability, like I was riding a knife edge. And that's the purity of cyclocross, isn't it? You just have to be on it all the time, and it's the ability to react to what the terrain does to the bike. That's the real skill. It's almost like an art, isn't it?
It definitely is, and I mean, it's a bit like Buckaroo sometimes. You're just sat there and the bike does what it wants and you just hold on, particularly in sand and particularly in deep mud. But yeah, I mean, you're used to it. In mountain biking, the bike moves around under you, and you're much more in control of what's going on. And in cyclocross, you and the bike move, because there's no suspension, you don't have big bars, you're not higher up. So it's like you just have to roll with it. And it is great, and it makes you giggle, because sometimes you're like, how did I keep that up?
Exactly. There is a little bit of a degree of luck, but you also make your own luck, don't you? And it's about being as relaxed as you can on a bike. If you ride and you're too tense on a bike, here we go. This is the way look at the way the front wheel's been thrown around here.
Yeah, because you need the back wheel for the traction, and so she's putting all her weight through the back wheel, just so that she's kind of like riding like a speedboat, and to try and get as much power through as possible, and the front wheel will lift up because she's not putting any weight through the front wheel at all.
Well, even though she's only got under half a lap to go, Imogen Wolfe of the Shibden Cycling Club takes another bike, not taking any chances at all. It'll also look a little bit nicer for the sponsors as she crossed the line with a shiny head tube on the bike there. This is the rider in second place, plummeting down. This is Elizabeth McKinnon, if I can get my words out, carrying a lot of pace into this section. She's only got around a third of a lap to go before, hopefully, without a mistake, she can claim the silver medal position, keeping on the power there. One of very few smoothish sections of this course. As you can see, they're selecting the gear there. It's the first time we've really seen riders actually changing gears and making sure well in advance of this section that she's in the right gear to deliver the power efficiently through that section.
Yeah, it's so important. You're always thinking about what's coming next, and because you get on and off your bike so much, it's so important to be in the right gear for when you remount after that section. And yeah, I mean, on a course like today, you're thinking about so many things that to then be on top of that as well is really tough to do.
Well, she's coming into the closing couple of minutes now of the National Championships. Imogen Wolfe of the Shibden Cycling Club, barring something very, very unusual, is going to be crowned by a handsome margin the junior women's champion. Still some pretty technical sections to go, opting to wheel the bike up there, back onto the shoulder again. Again, it's almost a third to a half of running on this circuit. Just looking at the amount of time they're having to shoulder the bike, there are very long sections where they're having to run. It's a classic old school course. I'm looking at, there's a glint in your eye, Helen. You would have loved this course, wouldn't you?
I would have absolutely loved this course. It would have been brilliant. Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, this is real old school, and this is kind of what we used to do a lot, which modern day cross has been moved more towards staying on your bike, and so it should. You know, it is a cycle race after all. So, but yeah, this is great. And the reason why we're seeing the riders changing bikes so often is because you really don't want the weight of the mud on your bike, and you also want your gears to work as efficiently as possible, and your brakes. And with most people using disc brakes nowadays, as soon as they get mud and water and sand and gravel on, they just go the whole time, and that's awful as well. So you need everything that moves to work as effectively as possible, and today the pit crews have really got a tough day. Because
it's quite quick. It's not a lot of time actually between the two pit stops. There's big gaps before you get there, because the way the course is designed, you pass through relatively quickly. As we look at our silver placed rider running up the steps, fatigued but still going strong as she picks her way through this quagmire here. And there is our race leader lapping another rider. No real surprise, such is the arduous nature of this course here in South Lakeland.
There is actually an 80% rule in place for UCI races. However, in the UK, we were able to get an exemption for junior women's racing because we felt that it was not encouraging for riders that have travelled a long way to come to races, and so just for one season there is no 80% for junior women.
I think that's a good thing. I think that's a really, really good thing. As we look at our silver place rider, back again to another rider on the circuit. And that was the young lady who has been lapped. We'll just catch her number there to give her a bit of a check. I'm not too sure if that's number 19, number 29. But anyway, we're coming into the finish late for our race leader and ultimately the new national champion, Imogen Wolfe of the Shibden Cycling Club, in a monstrous display of power and finesse. High fives all round. Imogen Wolfe is the national junior cyclo-cross champion for 2023, and what a display that was. She looks absolutely delighted. She has torn this field apart. What a win. She looks almost surprised, but I mean, she just destroyed that field, Helen. What a wonderful performance, and look at the delight all round from her. Looks like her mum and dad there.
Yeah, looks like definitely family members there. Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to win your first nationals and to win a junior, which is an important category now with the World Championships as well coming up. And yeah, I mean, well done. She was one of our favourites going into the race because of her ability to ride in conditions like this, and she's shown why she was one of those favourite riders.
She's going to have had a margin of around 2 minutes. This field spread all over this course, just riders concentrating on their own effort. But this has been a superb display here by Elizabeth McKinnon of the Montezuma race team. As you said, a team that has nurtured and brought forward some of the biggest talent in women's cyclocross in our country. Running the bike through here, still a couple of technical sections to go. Back on the bike, should be coming up to these hurdles. Yeah, no, not enough momentum to lift the bike over there, not enough speed. She is in a world of pain. Here is the third place rider. Just look at the way she was leaning on the bike there. Just shows how deep she's having to go. Nearly loses it there, the legs almost giving way. You can get a real sense. I wouldn't say it's desperation, but the fatigue that is coursing through this woman's body here is illustrated there. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And she's in a bronze medal position as well.
Yeah, and for this rider, this is a breakthrough result for her. Her best trophy so far this season is 6th place, and to be in 3rd at the national championships when everyone brings their A game is absolutely brilliant.
Well, won't be too long before she crosses the line, but meanwhile there's the silver medal that's going to be taken quite comfortably, in fact, by Elizabeth McKinnon of the Montezuma race team. High fives down the finishing straight. There is your silver medalist. A couple of minutes adrift, but a very well-earned medal there for McKinnon. And I've no doubt the Montezuma race team will be very, very happy with that. So superb performance.
Providing her with lots of chocolate.
Indeed,
Nice.
yes, of course, yeah. Well, what this course? So it looks like this is that a 4th placed rider coming into it? It is as well. It looks like that. Is that Libby Bell?
No, that's Timo Racing. That's Emily Carrick-Anderson.
So Emily Carrick. Well, this could be a really close tussle here. The medal, the final medal, isn't yet decided. Although Florence Lisserman has a slender lead, she's got to be careful. She needs to look behind. We've still got the hurdles to come. This is going to be an amazing tussle for the final medal. It's coming down to the wire. There's only about 200 meters to go, and it looks like she's going to be overtaken perhaps in the last few meters of this race. She's at the end of her tether, using quite a low gear to maintain the speed. It looks like the bronze medal is going to be taken by somebody else, and it looks like the rider on the inside is going to take it. It's Emily Carrick-Anderson, but she's not given up though. She's running the bike and opened up the gap again. Florence Lisserman opens up the gap. She found something very, very special there to maybe salvage the medal. She's got to get back on the bike to try and make it. What a battle here for the bronze medal.
Come on.
Well, this is absolutely amazing stuff. It looks like she's got back on the power. She needs to really force her all the way to the line. I think she's got this one. Yes, she has. Well, Lisserman takes the bronze medal, but what an exciting, thrilling battle that was for the final step on the podium, Helen.
Wow, I don't think she knew they were coming until she finally saw them at that moment. And yeah, I mean, she's absolutely dead. She can't even get her foot out of the pedal.
Oh, look at that. Emily Carrick-Anderson just on the right of your screen there in 4th place. Takes a seat in the mud. Coming across there, also Libby Bell in 5th place. But what a battle that was. Didn't see that coming, but she did find something. But of course, there was a big cost. And she's lying on the ground, absolutely, completely and utterly spent. This course has taken it out of these women today. Look at that, almost unconscious and completely unaware of the little dog.
The dog will clean her.
Wash her off. Well, there we go. What a picture that is.
My dog would have already cleaned me at that point.
I think it might be a few moments before she manages to get up and clean herself down for the podium ceremony. But a real illustration, I think, Helen, today of the purity of cyclocross here. It had it all, this course, hadn't it?
And I really feel that cyclocross is one of the disciplines where, as an outsider, you can actually get some results, and it can drive you to be a better bike rider. A result like that could make a rider think, wow, actually I've got some talent, I could do something with this. And because it's so less tactic involvement, there's so little team tactics, it's very much you, your bike and the course that is almost the purest kind of cycling.
Yeah, the skills that you can get. Just see a rider having to run across the line there. That was number 10, Daisy Taylor from the Royal Albert CC. And number 13 also rolling through, that's Matilda McKibben of the Shibden Cycling Club. And she'll be congratulating her teammate Imogen Wolf in a few moments' time. Looks like she's managed to finish inside the top 10 there as well. So a very, very good day indeed for the Shibden Cycling Club. Imogen Wolf is your national champion, as Daisy Taylor takes a seat on the mud to try and compose herself. Okay, let's take a little look back at the way that the national Junior Women's Cyclo-cross Championship for 2023 took place, and this was the ferociously fast start. Look at the amount of power that the riders are having to put down. And as we well know, Helen, the early stages of a cyclo-cross race, very, very important. But what a display it was by Imogen Wolf today. It was almost as if the course was designed for her, and nobody could touch her, could they?
No, absolutely. And we see here at the bottom of the mud how difficult it is to run down hills and carry your speed. And these riders, the course is worse than it was for the junior boys. There's more run sections. There's brilliant lines here being taken by Kat Ferguson to stay in the grass when she was in second place, but unfortunately had an incident, and coming into the line you can see how tired the riders are, because she wasn't even able to put her hands in the air properly until the end.
Well, there it was. Imogen Wolf is your national junior women's champion for 2023 with a quite magnificent demonstration of cyclo-cross craft and skill. So 2 of the jerseys have been decided today. 2 more a little bit later. You can see how much it has taken out of some of these riders, falling into the arms of their team helpers, family members. That's number 2 there. That's Neve Murphy of the Montezuma's race team. And quite often, that's one thing that we don't often talk about, is the emotional resonance of putting yourself in the hurt locker like that, but going so deep physically. The relief when you finish is exceptionally powerful and can result in you bringing you to tears. It's something we don't often talk about. It's a very powerful state of being, isn't it?
Yeah, and the endorphin release and the relief if you've built yourself up with lots of pressure, the relief that it's finished, that you've got a result, or I mean the excitement of getting a result as well. There are so many different emotions involved, and when you're winning, it's raw excitement. When you've put in a really good performance, it's feeling happy about what you've achieved, and that can bring you to tears as well, because it's happy tears. If you feel like you haven't performed how you should, if you feel like you made a silly mistake, it could be really sad tears because you might have missed your last opportunity. This is junior racing, it's age related. Things like that. It is actually getting comfort from the owners of the team's daughter.
Oh, right, okay, good knowledge. That's why you're here. That deep knowledge, but no, looks like that is.
And the Wessex Wally.
Yeah, I was going to say, where's Wally? We found him. It's the Wessex Wally.
So there's actually a whole group of them, and they dress like that, and they go to the World Championships, and they stand on corners and cheer at all the British riders, and they're absolutely brilliant, really lovely people.
It's good fun. I went to the World Championships in Zolder a few years ago, and I mean, just going to any cyclocross race is a lot of fun. The British scene is magnificent. If you can, if you haven't been into cyclocross and you're watching this, please head over if you can to Belgium, which is a real hotbed, just to experience it. But more about that a little bit later on. We're going to have an interview with our new national champion, Imogen Wolf of the Shibden Cycling Club.
How was that for you?
Thank you so much. Yeah, really good race. I'm really chuffed for that. Not the best start, a bit of a slow start, and then just got some clear ground and just went for it. And I couldn't be happier.
I mean, it looked like the course really suited you today. Is that your kind of day?
Yeah, I mean, I used to be a cross-country runner, and there was a loads of running, so I could use that to my advantage. And it was tough, but lots of fun. And I think that's exactly what cross should be.
What's next for you now, other than wearing the national champs jersey?
Well, World Selection comes out next week, and I'm really hoping that'll have swung things in my favour. So that hopefully heading over to Holland for that race, and then after that I've got a training camp in Mallorca, and then straight into the road and track season. So
no doubt you'll be successful. Good luck, and thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, what an absolute delightful interview. You could tell the joy in her voice there. And there we go, cross-country runner. There's no real surprise there, is it? But interestingly as well, which we see more and more, is these riders are multi-talented. It's multi-disciplined. She's going to go off to a road camp, do a bit of track as well, which is enormously important at this young age, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everybody should try everything, because there might be something that they find that they didn't think they'd like, and they actually end up being really, really good at it. But at the same time, it's fine to focus on one section, because as a woman you develop your strongest between around 28 to 32, and so they've got plenty of years to choose what discipline that they want to specialise in. And interestingly, she said about Worlds, and I think she's a absolute pick for Worlds, because
You'd be surprised if she wasn't picked. It would be a little, let's be honest, it'd be a controversial non-selection if she wasn't taken.
Yeah. And you're allowed 5 riders at the World Championships. Well, 5 to 7 based on your nation's ranking, but I think based on Britain's junior ranking that they would have 5, and so she'd absolutely be in that selection. And Hoogerheide World Championships, when it's muddy, is like this. It's, you know, it doesn't have the big hill, but it's really wearing. It's got lots of hills, there's lots of mud, straights, mud corners, mud sections. There's a national team manager there on the right hand side, Matt Ellis, also used to be an incredible racer himself. Yeah, you know, it would be a course on muddy conditions that would really suit her.
Well, she certainly enjoyed that one today. A really delightful interview. You could just tell all the joy. You could just sense what it means, and she can wear that jersey. Is she a first or second year junior, Helen?
Second year
junior, so she'll be moving up into the under-23s next year, but at least I've no doubt she'll probably go out on a cafe ride in that jersey or something if she doesn't get to ride it. But, well, 2 jerseys decided. We will be heading over to the podium very, very shortly. But one thing was... So, actually, we're just going to wait for the final rider to cross the line. And there we go. That is number 39. And that is Beatrix Kielman of the Royal Albert CC. So once she's crossed the line and finished this race, we will move on to the podium protocol. But well done, Beatrix. She was talking about that before. It's important that as many riders as we can get to finish and get to savour the experience. 40 riders started this race, and she's the final rider to cross the line. So very shortly we'll be moving on. And here we are. It is podium time. This is Florence Lisserman of the Newark Castle Cycling Club in the bronze medal position. That was a fierce battle towards the end. So a great ride for bronze. This is Elizabeth McKinnon of the Montezuma's race team in the silver medal position.
The national title jersey, the Becky James Trophy, is the one and only Imogen Wolf.
It is indeed the one and only Imogen Wolf. I agree with the announcer. What a performance that was by the rider from the Shibden Cycling Club. And there is that beautiful jersey and the gold medal to accompany it. She zips it up, and what a sight that is. Absolutely wonderful. And a moment, Helen, that you know oh too well.
Yeah, I've had a few of those medals. Actually, the medals have improved significantly over the years, and the last 2 that I won were like this one, and they're the ones that I have in my little trophy cabinet.
Brilliant stuff. Well, there we go. That is your junior women's podium for 2023. Imogen Wolf, the national champion. Elizabeth McKinnon in second place with the silver medal. And Florence Lisserman held on for a very brave and exciting bronze medal. So it is a bubbly time. So very quick initial bit of opening, still covered in mud as well. I quite like it when they've got mud on their face for the podium. It gives it that real earthy feel. Well, there we go. Bubbly all round, smiles all round as well. And that is your junior women's podium. And the trophy to boot as well.
And
Absolutely wonderful.
we said about the men's junior trophy and the history on that. Well, actually, the junior women's is a really new trophy. We've only had it for about 5 years. So it's Britain was actually one of the first countries to have a junior women's championship outside Holland. And yeah, so it's quite a new trophy there.
Well, thank you very much for watching. That was the junior women. We've still got 2 more races to come today. Next up, we'll be on air at 12:55 for a race start at 1 o'clock, and that's the elite and under 23 women. We're going to go grab a little bit of lunch. We'll see you later. So temporarily from me, Matt Stevens, and Helen Wyman, it's goodbye. See you in a short while. Hello and welcome to the 2023 British National Cyclo-cross Championships for the elite and under 23 women. We're in the Westmoreland County Showground near Milnthorpe, just at the southern border of Cumbria in South Lakeland. We've already had two national championships decide this morning, the junior men and the junior women, and now it is time for the under 23s and the elite women to shine. And the decision we made in the quagmire that is this course today. It is a really traditional old school course, 2.65 kilometers round, and this is what happened earlier today in the junior women. The expected explosive, very quick start, and then one woman emerged from the melee on a course that suited her down to the ground, and that was Imogen Wolfe. Many riders coming to grief in the sticky, deep mud that dominated this circuit. Kat Ferguson just about keeping the bike upright on that occasion. She unfortunately was to crash out of the race, but Imogen Wolfe eventually, by a margin of just over 2 minutes for the Shipton Cycling Club, for the very first time becomes the national junior champion. The silver medalists Elizabeth McKinnon and Florence Lissman in the bronze. And alongside me today to talk us through again the race, a person that has won this particular championship on no less than 10 occasions. It is Helen Wilder. Helen, wonderful to have you alongside me for this race. Cracking field here on a very, very tough course indeed.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely amazing race today. We've got some super strong mud riders in Zoe Baxted, Annie Last. Anna Kay, we know, is great in many conditions. It's going to be a brilliant race.
Indeed. Well, there we go. Look at that. A great day out. I wonder if they've gone for the frites on offer. That's the wonderful thing about cyclo-cross. It's a real family occasion. There's something for everybody. You've got the various categories, and then look at that. Look at those conditions, should I say. This course essentially is in a bit of a bowl. You can see the runoff there. That is absolutely incredible. There's been heavy rain on the run into these championships all through the week. Today, the riders have been greeted with pretty decent weather. It's cold, 3 or 4 degrees out there, so it's nice and fresh. There isn't any rain, but as you can see, the rain has already created an enormous pond earlier on. This is what it was like earlier on this morning. These are pictures from earlier on today. Things haven't changed too much, but one thing we can say, the mud has got a little bit stickier. These again are images from when things were a little bit more fluid, shall we say. But Helen, the course is getting stickier, a traditional old school course as we've described, but lots and lots of running. So it is going to suit the riders that like a nutritional race and also can cope well in muddy conditions with lots and lots of running.
It will really suit the strong riders. It should in theory suit the older riders, but we know Zoe Baxted is incredibly good in every condition, even though she's one of the youngest riders in the race. And again, if you're the new generation of cyclocross riders aren't actually as good as they used to be on the traditional cross courses like this. They're much more used to modern cross, which has is quite often drier and more bike riding than running. So it'll be really interesting to see everyone together. Championships is very different. It's always just you, and it's more of a single battle rather than a big group battle. So yeah, it will be a fantastic race. I can't wait.
It certainly will. And one rider who we expect to see something from, wearing number 1 in the pink there of a new EF Education Tipco SVB team, is the multiple junior world champion at cyclocross road time trial. She is a force of nature. That is Zoe Baxted in the centre. Unfortunately, couldn't ride the championships last year due to illness, but has to be one of the big hot favourites. Look out for Anna Kay as well from Team 777, second in 2022, third in 2021, and also Annie Last as well, the silver medalist last year. It's a real stacked field, and the start absolutely crucial. It's about 200 metres straight onto a field, and then they will swing right up the first drag of the day. But look at the raw power there of Zoe Baxter. No real surprise. It's absolutely astonishing the amount of power Helen, that this woman can deliver is just brutal. In the space of 100 metres, she's opened up a 5 metre gap already. I mean, it's just remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah, she's incredibly strong. We see that she was last year's junior women's world champion, and this is her first year under 23. And she started the races in Europe at this speed and actually stayed there for the first couple of laps in many races. So we know she's at the very best level already, and so you would expect her to be the out-and-out favourite and just to take the race on from the beginning, really.
Yeah, one thing we did predict was the fact that we thought she would go for it from very early on, as she has. She's wheeling the bike up this climb. Many of the riders have been shouldering their bikes up here.
Yeah, running straight after the start and straight into the race. We can see she's leading, and Zancress is in second place, and Annie Last is in third. And I think Annie will ride a much more controlled tempo race. That's kind of how she rides. She was second at the Mountain Bike World Championships in 2022 this year, so last season. So we know she's super strong, and she always comes good towards the end of the race as well. Having a little trouble around that corner though.
Yeah, as are many riders. We saw a couple of riders earlier on, actually, in particular with Kat Ferguson, who came to grief. There's a couple of riders just decked it there. This is a little downhill section, as you can see, with switchbacks and this real heavy, cloying mud, making it almost impossible to ride. In fact, most riders, as you can see, shouldering the bikes for that particular section. As we look a little bit further down the course, already Zoe Baxter has opened up a pretty solid lead and opting not to go for a bike change in the first time through the pits, which is interesting. She's obviously happy with the bike. It doesn't appear to be too heavily covered in mud, so an interesting option, but clearly one she's more than happy with.
And she's actually riding further than we've seen anyone in these races ride so far today, so we can just see the raw power of this young rider at the front of the race.
Yeah, let's have a look at this again. This is over the top. Look at the bits of mud just being shot off the back wheel here. Now we know Baxted is exceptionally gifted, but look at the way that the bike is. She had to sort of dab with the foot down around that corner. I thought she was going to come off there, but she held it up.
No, she's just trying to get into that rut, and it looks awkward, but it's actually the safest place because the rut will take you and fire you in the right direction for the next section of the course.
Well, through this giant pond that has formed because of the flooding, I can assure you that isn't a natural pond. But who knows, you might see a few ducks on this as the race progresses. But Baxter now powering away up this climb. Just look at that, back on the pedals, just keeping that momentum going. This is the astonishing thing about Baxter. She's got that explosivity. You described it at the start of the program, the start of the race. 3 minutes in already, second and third there. You can just see that is Annie Last in second place here. But it's sustaining that effort, isn't it? Obviously calming down slightly, but she's able to produce this remarkable average power as well.
Yeah, she really is. She's super strong. She comes from good pedigree. Both her parents were incredible bike riders, so yeah, you would kind of expect that. And I mean, it'll be a really interesting battle with Annie Last and Ellen McLean Howell for second place right now, because Ella's a first year under 23 as well, and Annie's a much more mature rider. She's been racing for many.
She's been around for a while, yeah.
She's been racing for many years, so she will have more of the tactical advantage, whereas Ella, I would imagine, would be more excited about the race. And this is her first elite championships.
Yeah, sorry, that was a sharp intake of breath for me. She's gone straight into the barriers here. To see that just threw it right the way across. First mistake there from Zoe Baxter, but again she was carrying quite clearly more momentum than anybody else today so far, and she carried that much pace. It took her really wide, and that was lucky that she didn't get too tangled up. She'd have lost a couple of seconds there, but straight away she's back on the power again.
Yeah, she got off really quick. She didn't drag at her bike. Yeah, we can see here she hits a rut and it just fires her a bit sideways, and she caught the back wheel on the pedal actually on one of the sticks, but it wasn't a rear mech or anything, nothing's attached. She got off quick, and when they pan around again, you saw there she had a huge gap, so I don't know that the riders would necessarily have seen that and got any advantage to knowing she made a mistake.
There we go, this is over the flyover. Just gone out of view temporarily. There's a few man-made obstacles on this circuit as Baxter takes the first change. Straight back on the power again. She has opened up a quite remarkable lead. Not even 5 minutes of racing underway as we head through this second patch of water, opting for the left-hand side. And just explain that a little bit. We've seen that riders choose that line rather than go through the mud. Why would they choose the raw water rather than the mud?
So the water sits on hard ground, so that's how you form a puddle. So you know that underneath that puddle is the firmest ground possible. So you will take the longest time in the water, even though your feet get soaking wet and freezing cold. It's worth it for the power that you don't have to use on a course like this, where there's so much running and so much power required to get up all the hills.
Back, shouldering the bike now. 5 minutes into this race. It's a 50-minute race approximately, and very, very soon, depending on the first lap time, we'll know exactly how many laps these riders are going to be facing today. It's a joint championships, remember, under 23 and elite. As we get our first real glimpse of the rider that's currently in second place. That is Ella McLean-Howell, riding for the Hope Factory Racing Team. She's just in front of Annie Last, riding for Scott. And there's the steps. So we've got a couple of hurdles. That's quite near the finish. We have the steps, and then we also have the flyover. And then, of course, we have mud and lots of it. But this is a dominant display. Unsurprising performance. It's just, it's very early on in the race, but it's all about now not making too many mistakes and getting to a pace that she can sustain. But when you look at what she's achieved over her very, very young career, she's now in a World Tour team. Be interesting to see how she goes on the road this year, but she has that much power. She is quite unusual. She, as you said, she comes from remarkable stock, but what she has in her armoury is just a lot more power than most of the women here in this race. That's just a fact, isn't it?
Yeah, she's one of the she's one of those exceptional talents that you see once in a generation, and you know, she's the Marianne Vos or the Pauline Prevost kind of talent, and it'll be really exciting to see how she goes, because she's really managed well with her parents' history in the sport. They've actually not pushed her, whereas some people have a tendency to push their children when they're that good, that young, and that can lead to them burning out. But over Christmas, her program was managed incredibly well, and she's actually just, because it can be exhausting when you race 5 days in 7, it can be exhausting for cyclocross. And so, yeah, she's been managed really, really well from a young age, and hopefully she'll do incredible things in the future. And it's really good to see Millie Cousins here, that's just in the third of this group in Crelan Freestad. She's also in a Belgian team this year and been basing herself over there to race. And she, again, is another one that comes strong towards the end of the races.
Well, Cousins wasn't too far away there from the bronze medal position. That clutch of riders keeping relatively tight, but meanwhile heading towards the back end of the opening lap of the elite and under 23 women's championships is Zoe Baxton. In fact, she's coming towards the finishing straight very, very quickly indeed. It's a really difficult section of hard mud to power through. Another flatter section. Quick look around, and there we go. Opened up a lot of daylight already. Lap number 1. That was a very, very fast opening lap.
That was
blistering,
solid.
wasn't it? Absolutely blistering.
And you can see how the terrain is changing if you've watched the earlier races, because as more people are unable to ride something, they run. And if you've ever been out on a bridleway and there's horse prints in the bridleway, you'll understand how hard it is to ride through something that isn't your tyre treads. And so there's lots of footprints, there's lots of people would have crashed, they would have made the corners greasy. It's actually much harder. You need even more power as the races go on to get through these sections.
Well, this is a quite extraordinary display. Coming through now, it's Ella McLean-Harris, round about a minute behind in just a lap. That is astonishing. Annie Last in the black there of Scott takes a little look round, and she will actually see Millie Cousins just behind. So a good battle here, a far closer tussle here for the other medals. Still a long way to go. So round about a minute behind, this is Millie Cousins coming through in 4th place. Yeah, solid performance there. As you said, but Annie Last is the most experienced rider in this field here, and she will know, just by dint of being around for longer and having that vast experience, she'll know exactly what her capabilities are on this course. Not to say the younger riders don't, but one thing she has in her favour is she'll know how to keep a cool head and strategise accordingly.
Yeah, she will, and she'll also have the experience of multiple big events behind her, Worlds, Europeans, Nationals. She's also raced her program to peak for this, so she's good at peaking for a single day event, and so there's lots of things like that, but her focus is mountain biking. Cyclo-cross is second to her, whereas at the minute, while Zoe does everything, yeah, those ruts just fire
It's
you
making
sideways.
me nervous. It's just, here we go, let's have a look at this again. This is the same shot, or a similar shot that we saw
You can
before.
see this rut down here, which is slightly lighter brown that she's getting into, and that's really important to get into it. And if you can keep pedaling one foot in and pedaling while the other foot's out, which is a skill in itself, you can actually maintain the speed a little bit, and then it will get you onto the next section. But it's so tough out there that, as you can see, she's just running a tiny section, so she got more grass and was back on again, because the pits are allocated to you. You're not allowed to choose at the national championships, and so she's in a far end pit, but she doesn't want to run all that way when you can actually ride.
Exactly, a little bit further down the course. Annie Lass skillfully using that post as a swivel point. Perfectly legal, you are allowed to do that. You can hold on, as long as you don't go the other side of these barriers. It's absolutely fine, quite commonplace, and just showing that experience. But as you were saying before, you had twice a silver medalist at the mountain bike World Championships way back in 2017, I think it was, plus last year, as you just said, so much experience. Also Commonwealth Games gold medalist too. This is our first glimpse of Christina Vajak, riding for St Piran. Vajak is a very good road rider as well. Well, a lot of these riders are, of course, but the St Piran team that's been around for a couple of years, based in Cornwall. And Vajak, went on a very long distance attack in the Road Nationals last year and spent quite a lot of time off the front of the bunch, so exceptionally strong. These riders here being forced to dismount, shouldering the bike. You can tell already there's the fatigue just starting to set. You can see, almost get a sense of the heavy legs of these riders already, just given the very nature of this course.
Yeah, and as the bikes pick up more and more mud, the bike actually does become heavier. I mean, you could get up to 500 grams, a kilo of extra weight on your bike, and when your bike, you make your bike as light as possible, and the UCI weight limit is, I think, 6.8 kilos, and so most of these cross bikes are 7.5, but you add another 500 to 1 kilo on your bike, and you really notice a difference. So that's why they're going to keep trying to change their bikes as much as possible so it doesn't have that mud. You can see Zoe's feeling strong. She gets out of the saddle in tiny little sections that other people don't, and that shows you're a really strong rider at that point, because you're still thinking out the saddle, get up to speed, and then ride the speed.
That was almost innate. It was the most indiscernible little rise in the road, but she obviously just wanted to make sure she was maintaining that speed all of the time, and that's something that you can't teach that, can you? It's
No.
just, she just needs to keep, there's no pedal, there's no chain slack at all. It's just keeping that chain tight and maximising the momentum. And it's all about momentum in cyclocross, isn't it? You need to keep that momentum as much as you can.
You really do, and even on the muddy conditions, you can really make people think you're the strongest rider just by little things like that. And if you get out of the saddle after a mud section as soon as the ground gets hard again and put 2-3 seconds of acceleration in, people are like, oh, I can't keep up with this. And so not just physically are you going away, mentally you're making those people behind you demoralised.
Yeah, this is a some display here. You often say when you're riding a race like this, it is, because it's so hard and there's hardly any benefit at all to slipstream. The groups are just split up anyway. You are riding your own race. You cannot, especially the likes of Zoe Baxter, even trying to keep with her, assuming you had the same skill set, you could only sustain it for a short period of time. So it's almost as if Annie Lass now in second position, remember second position last year, ultimately at the end of the race, she now has just got to focus on her own game. Forget about everybody else and just try not to make mistakes. But in the last half a lap, she's opened up a considerable lead on the rider in third place, Ella McLean. So really solid riding there by Annie.
Yeah, incredible riding, but we'd expect that from her. And she's never actually won the Elite Nationals. She's raced many of them, but it shows that the cyclocross as a discipline has always had incredibly good women. From the first World Championships in 2000, Louise Robinson had a medal, and we've always been good in cyclocross, and these riders that are racing at the very best level come back for this event from Europe and showcase, what the riders in the UK have to be able to do to up their game to be there.
Well, absolutely Incredible stuff. This is a real display. This is a demonstration, basically. She came into the race as the super hot favourite, and of course she's never won the elite. She's a first-year elite rider, and it will be very, very important. I think she's clearly coming here as the expected winner, but delivering it is another matter. But she's gone about it in quite astonishing fashion, but it's clearly a pace that she can maintain, and she is moving very, very quickly through this mud. Great crowd has assembled here. It's been a wonderful event over the last couple of days. Back on to the bike again.
She's never actually won junior nationals either, because the first year that she was a junior was COVID, and so the races were cancelled.
Of course,
and the
yeah.
second year she was sick.
Well, she's a multiple national champion on the road and track, but yeah, this will hopefully complete the set for her. And of course, because of her age, she'll be able to ride it for another year as well. She'll get both. Again, a lot of racing still to come, and we saw, I think it's worth mentioning, back one of the early leaders, Kat Ferguson, for Hope Factory Racing, and we do extend our wishes to her. We know she was injured in the race, had actually crashed out. All it takes is a nasty tussle with one of these poles to get something wrong, and it can be all over. Or an untimely mechanical, so she still has to focus. This isn't a done deal just yet.
No, absolutely not, but she's the first rider we've seen today to actually ride this section as well, which is an off-camber. The ruts are forming because people were running with their bikes in the same place, but she's the first rider we've seen to ride through all of that and out the other side, so it'll be really interesting to see if the other women were able to do that too.
Yep, straight back on the bike, and a lot of women were actually carrying the bikes all through to the approach, but she rode that approach as well. Here's Annie Last a little bit further back down. We'll put the clock as they pass through the finishing line. This is oh look, I think Annie was going to ride that drop off. We wanted to see that next time through. We'd love to see that, because pretty much, she rode it. What wonderful skills there from Annie Last. That's the first rider we've seen to actually ride that. That just shows the amount of skill she has. Absolutely superb stuff. Went for the right-hand side as well. That was brilliant. Absolute genius stuff there from Annie Last.
Yeah, that's really good. That's what a mountain biker brings into cyclocross, is they don't want to run. They don't do a sport where they need to run, whereas cyclocross, we are more used to it. And yeah, she picked a really nice line. She changed her weight to over the back, and she we're going to watch again. Yeah, she picked a far right line. She adjusted her speed, and she was able to come out the other side with power and actually ride through this section that we haven't seen anyone else be able to ride.
No, absolutely amazing stuff. Coming up to nearly 20 minutes of racing now. We're into lap number 3. And here's Annie riding this section as well. Just looking at leaning back, stamping it, just moving her body weight to the back to get that traction that you were describing. So it could almost... So back up this horrible long drag here. Again, we are now in lap number 3. Well, a lot of riders will still be on lap number 2. She's putting that much distance in between her and the rest of the field. This really is some show by Zoe Baxted. As you were saying, Helen, a once-in-a-generation rider, and she's still a very, very young woman indeed, straight out of the junior ranks. It's easy to forget that because of what the Palmares and the rides that she's amassed in multi-disciplines over the last few years. It almost appears like she's been around for a lot longer, but this is her first year as a senior. Such an exciting prospect, isn't she?
She really is, and we've seen her racing international races at the front of the race. She had 4th in the World Cup in Asperhavre a few weekends ago, and she was so strong in that race, and that is one of the toughest races on the circuit in the muddy conditions that are traditional to that race, and she absolutely did an incredible ride. So I think that, yeah, for a rider like Zoe, she has a great future in any side of cycling that she chooses, and hopefully it's cross.
Indeed. Slightly biased opinion there, but I totally understand.
We'll let her do some classics as well.
Oh yeah, imagine her in Paris-Roubaix and Flanders and stuff like that. That's what's so exciting. I know that really what excites her parents as well. Absolutely superb stuff. Back through the pits again. Nice slick bike change as the bike goes off to be jet washed around the top corner, and we focus in on the figure of Annie Last, who's in a very solid position at the moment. 2nd place, silver medal for the rider from Team Scott. Back up this horrible drag, and meanwhile a good couple of minutes in front is the figure of Zoe Baxted.
Zoe actually, in her old team before she joined EF, she worked with Bart Wellens and Gert Wellens, who are both incredible cross racers in their own right.
Legends, weren't they? Yeah.
And Bart was very good at things like this, you know, at the traditional courses. That was his era, and so they've taught her a lot of things which will be very useful for a race like this, with lots of mud and lots of power and choosing your lines and the way that you can take power into mud and then how to accelerate after you've gone through that. They're all things that they would have taught her because that's what they used to do when they were racing.
Well, that was Ella McLean in third and Millie Cousins in fourth. Millie Cousins is riding very solidly here for the Creeland team. She's about 10 seconds behind, the gap foreshortened, and meanwhile flying down and using this opportunity. She doesn't actually need to ride this bit, does she? So that bit there was that mini micro race, back on the power. So although she's riding at an amazing pace here, she's also making sure she doesn't overcook it and also get too excited. So within this, Helen, there's a real discipline, isn't there? Because she could ride all of this course, but it's important in able to maintain the sort of power that she's doing over this course so far, to still use and back off a little bit and just make sure she's keeping something in reserve, just in case. She
corrected her mistake there that she'd made on the first lap, and she took a way different line, because you don't want to keep making that same mistake. And so if you can control your speed into the corner, in cyclocross you have to be you have to maintain your speed out of the corner. It's not necessarily what speed you go in, it's the speed you come out, because you're going to the next obstacle. And so for her, on that first descent, she maintained so much speed in, but she hit the tape and her speed out was nothing. So you have to think about what's going to happen next, so that you're always thinking, okay, out of the corner, what speed do I need to be at?
And it was interesting, it's lap one you'll learn a lot, because you might have pre-rode this course in the morning, which they're allowed to do, and earlier on, but the course has changed that much. But yeah, she'd carried so much. She's got so much power under the hood that even when you compare it to the junior men, she was carrying far more pace than any rider I've seen coming into that corner. But as you say, completely changed it next time round. 22 minutes of racing done.
And that's what's really good about a young rider like Zoe. She's very adaptable. She can learn things, and you can always learn. Cyclocross, I was told by Louise Robinson, who was a medalist at the first ever World Championships, that cyclocross is an apprenticeship, and you only really get the results you deserve once you've worked your apprenticeship. And so the things that she's learned from the people she's worked with already, the things that she's learning by being at the front of the races when she puts herself there in European cross, which we've seen her do many times this year. She's led pro races in Europe. She's learning from those riders around her that have so much knowledge and experience and do things. And we see it in the elite men's race in Deegan. We saw, wow, Van Aert adjusted his line because of a line that Tom Pidcock did. And that's if they're doing it at the very, very best in their discipline, why would Zoe not do it in the women's? And so that's actually not just being incredibly good, incredibly strong, having lots of power, but also watching what's going on around you and learning for the future is a skill as well.
Yeah, it's about being an intelligent rider as well, and reacting to things that are going on around you, and as you say, looking at what other people are doing and absorbing that and making a call. Never, because it's so important to continue to learn whatever you're doing, and that's only going to help you. But this is taking this is the line that most people have taken. The only person that's ridden this one that we're aware of was Annie Last, who took the line on the right hand side, but she's really settled now into her rhythm. So I haven't got any information on how many laps this race is going to be, but it's going to be round about 50 minutes of racing, and that's all determined by the lap times. And we're looking at just over 8-minute laps here for our race leader. Good shot of a bike change there. Ooh. That was a bit of a late one. That didn't quite go. I mean, in the end, they got through there, but there was a bit of an overlap, and you don't want an overlap when you're changing a bike there. She took the bike from the inside with the old bike on the outside, but she's back up and running.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see it again. Yeah, she actually, the pit crew went there. So she went past. Oh. So, yeah, she went past, and then she got her pit bike late. But I mean, that she hasn't done that many races this year. That's not her usual pit crew, I don't think. So I think that, yeah, sometimes the riders come up on you really quick and you're not fully aware. If Annie's doing really fast a fast lap, which she quite regularly does on around lap 3, then she might be there quicker than you imagine she's going to be.
A great shot, just adjusting there. She had the foot in, foot out again. And also using the leg as a counterbalance as well, just to help stabilise the bike. It's such a fine art, and she is such a purist, but that was just lovely to see the way that she used her leg to stabilise the bike, because you could look at it and think, well, that just looks a bit like she isn't in control, but she was actually using that as a control mechanism.
Yeah, tripoding is totally a thing in cyclocross. Any off camber, you have to lean into the camber and you use your foot to just kick you back up again, and you can do it on a corner, you can do it off camber. It's really useful. Where you want to maintain as much speed as possible, and you want to stay on your bike as much as possible in a race where you have to run this much. You want to reduce those sections where you might be able to just stay on if you tripod a bit and just kick the edge.
I like that, and learnt another term today, tripoding a bit. Okay, I think that's something that I did a lot of the time, but I didn't realise I was doing it, Helen. It was more just blind panic. Anyway, moving on to a rider who isn't in any state of blind panic at all. It is Annie Last. 3 laps completed, so we're under halfway. And there we go. Look at this again. She's taken that right-hand line where there's less ruts, and just there's a big rut right in the middle that's helping guide her along. And she's clearly riding that bit quicker than anybody else. That's absolutely superb in an exceptionally low gear. But as you say, wanting to ride as much as possible, and has done that very, very effective. That's going to save her a few seconds every lap.
That's actually the easiest gear she has.
That's she was pretty much at the top of the block, wasn't she? Incredible, on a flat bit of the course. That just gives you an indication of how much and how thick this mud is and how it is slowing these riders down.
So the danger point on this course is actually the very bottom, where she went into that rut, because that's where it sucks your wheel and it just flips you over the handlebars. So you have to really keep your weight back. You have to try and lift the front wheel as you hit that section, which is why we saw her going into it slightly slower, so she could control her speed, because once you're on the descent, you're at that speed. You just have to really lean back and lift the wheel slightly to get out, and then you have to just start accelerating quick, and that still requires a significant amount of power.
Well, heading into that problematic little section there. Again, a little bit of a stop-start, using that post, almost a little bit of a dance manoeuvre there, back off the bike. This is a real, I mean, it's fair to say, a disgusting bit of the course. It's so hard, really tacking out as we look at the St. Piran rider, Christina Vejak, who's in a good position. I'm not too sure if she's actually moved into 3rd, or I think she's in 4th position here. Obviously the riders are spread right over this course. As we look a little bit further down, this is number 17 here, Fiona Gilbert. And just going up these steps, also not too far away on the inside there is Kate Eadie of Team Impella.
Kate Eadie's actually over 40s racer. She got 2nd yesterday in the Vet 40 women to a rider, Cerise Stander, I think her name is now, but she used to be Cerise Gilfillian, and she was
I know, but my era.
Racer.
Yes, I do remember.
Yeah.
Yes, I do remember very well. I think we did the Commonwealth Games together actually back in the day.
Yes.
Back 25 years ago.
Yeah, and she won the Vet 40 women's cyclocross race yesterday, and Kate Eadie was 2nd. So Kate Eadie's doing a Nick Craig.
There we go. We're going to see a little bit of Nick Craig later on. Meanwhile, just wiping her hands on her shorts there, just making sure that she's got, she's opting, a lot of the riders opt not to wear gloves, but you get that slimy mud and you need to maintain that grip on the bar. So just using the shorts just to wipe off the excess mud so they can maintain a firm grip. And we do see riders occasionally literally slipping off the bars. And as you talked about before in the junior women's race, Helen, there's different sorts of mud, and some of it is particularly slimy, isn't it? And you really needed to get rid of that, because that can affect ultimately your control of the bike.
And even on a course like this, there are different sections of mud. Again, Zoe's out of the saddle, up the hill, and it just shows how in control she is in this race. But yeah, even on this course, you can see this section that they're having to run because it's too clay mud, and whereas the wetter mud you're able to ride, and it's the same course, it's the same mud, it's just how the weather's affected it.
There, great shot there of Zoe on the right hand side, and then Annie Last just on the inside. Annie Last is riding a superb race here, just riding at that nice rhythm. And again, here is that opportunity deep into lap 4 now for a little bit of a breather, just lower that heart rate a little bit, because for the vast majority of this course, almost from this point now is where the heart rate will be at or near threshold, pretty much all the way to the top, where you've got that little bit of a rest, and it is only short. as she continues to put a lot of power through the bike here. Another brief easing off, and as you described, taking a little bit less pace into this corner, and a completely different line choice as you described earlier on.
Yeah, she's turning slightly earlier so that she comes into the mud slightly sooner, just so that she doesn't end up hitting that post, because if you can turn before the corner on the gravel section, you're in a straight line, you can just ride out of it, whereas if you use the mud to turn, then quite often something might happen like it did on the first lap.
Well, this is some demonstration. Meanwhile, Annie Last through this well, there's numerous muddy sectors here, carrying the bike back on again. You can just see she's actually on, I think, the second lowest sprocket on this flat bit. That just gives an indication of how hard this is. Normally those sorts of sprockets reserved for steep uphill sections, but she's having to use it on a flat muddy section here. There's a few other riders coming through. That is Madeline Cooper, should I say, of the Montezuma's race team, and they've had a very good day, haven't they? Medalists in the junior women earlier on in the form of Elizabeth McKinnon. Straight through the water on the right hand side. Noticeably no spectators. Wanted to get too splashed by the mud going through there.
No, but you can see the speed they're actually going is quite a lot higher than the other two racers, because they're creating a really big splashback. They're going to get really wet feet. But I mean, it doesn't look too cold today. Some riders are riding without gloves, some are riding short sleeves, skin suits, so it doesn't look freezing cold, but it's still. And when you're at such a high heart rate, you know, when I used to race, I averaged 195. Your body is just so hot anyway that you don't notice. It's only when you stop that you notice the temperature.
You're quite literally steaming when you come to the end. You can see the steam rising off, but as you say, I've not seen too many riders with full-fingered gloves on. It was a lot chillier this morning. As you can see, there's a little bit of sunlight just to warm them up ever so slightly. It is a gorgeous day here in South Lakeland. It's been a magnificent weekend of championships too. It always is. It is a special event. It's an event like no other, and up for grabs is the opportunity to ride in the iconic red, white and blue bands for a year. So Annie Last used to being in this position, can't quite match just the raw power of Zoe Baxter, but I tell you what she can match, and that's skill on a bike. From what we've seen so far, that's not taking anything away from Baxter at all. It just shows the real craft that's been cultivated over the years by Annie Last, as Zoe Baxter clambers away up the climb again.
Annie Last never seems to be afraid of things when
No,
she's riding
fearless,
across.
yeah.
She's not crazy fearless like some people like Matthew van der Poel, but she just doesn't seem afraid. She just seems, I'll give it a go and see what happens. And that's, for young riders to come through the sport, that's actually a really good thing to do, and to practice so young, because you kind of bounce when you're young, and as you get older it hurts more when you crash.
Tell me
so
about it.
yeah, and that's the skill she's always had from when she was young, that she's like, yeah, we'll have a go at this, and it's good to see still that she does it now.
It's not flamboyant, it's an understated confidence, isn't it? It really is. So great shot here. I think this is Ella McLean-Harris still holding that third position, and Millie Cousins in fourth. Yes, it is indeed Harris. Sorry, Ella McLean-Harrell, should I say? My mistake.
And we know she's a good rider as well, because this year she was actually 10th in Koppenberg, which is a tough race, and a big hill. And this has a big hill with lots of power required. And she's first year under 23 too, which is really exciting to see that two really good young riders are coming through the ranks together, because they'll pull each other on.
Yeah, 37 riders started today, and we have around 9 under 23s, and 2 of them are dominating. Well, 2 of them are highly placed, first and third position. And that certainly augurs well. And it is indeed Christina Vejak. Great ride by the St. Piran rider here, in fourth place at the moment, on the drops rather than on the hoods, getting nice and aero. And of course, that is one of the sections on the course that's quite important. So if you tuck nice and low, you're just going to cut through the air that little bit quicker. Probably the only point in the course where aerodynamics comes into play, but certainly doing that to good effect. As Baxter now completes lap number 4, so she's heading into lap number 5. 2 laps to go now for Zoe Baxter of EF Education, Tibco SVB, to give them their full name. Somebody just writing one of the posts that no doubt has been knocked by one of the field here. But Baxter is just romping around this course. It's just quite marvellous to just watch her, isn't it? Just leaning, see the way she just redistributed her body weight into that corner as well before dismounting. It's lovely to see those technical nuances at play, isn't it?
And you can see the cadence difference as well. And Annie's a mountain biker, so she obviously has a much higher cadence. That's how you ride in mountain biking. And Zoe has much more of a lower cadence, but it's still really powerful. And in cross, it's almost like you need to be in mud cross conditions. You need a lower cadence. That's basically how you get the power through this. If you run a much higher cadence, you're not quite as solid on the saddle,
you can
so
slip
you're not
more as
getting,
well, can't you?
Yeah, so you're not getting the traction through the back wheel as well as when you've got a slightly lower cadence. In mud, on other courses it's not so relevant, but in mud you really need all that weight on the back wheel to get the traction, because your back wheel is where it's getting the grip to drive you forwards.
And it's a slightly smoother rotation, just the way when you're pedaling a lower gear through the mud like that, you can see riders when they are in a lower gear, the back wheel is slipping more often because of the unevenness of a pedal stroke. There's no perfect pedal stroke. There's different power at different points, and if you can have a smoother, slightly slower pedal stroke, it does help with the traction. It's the whole science of mud and tyres and pedal strokes is very, very interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean the tyre pressure and tyres is an incredibly interesting thing, and so much has been invested in tyre technology. And cyclocross, you have lots of different ranges of tyres. Today everyone's going to be on the muddest tyre they have. So we're seeing, I think Ella had she crashed? Oh,
she
yes,
has
she
a
slipped
little bit
over
of a
in the
slip,
mud,
yeah. Just
and then your legs go, and then you can't get the traction to go.
yeah, so slippery.
It's like doing a squat in the middle of a race.
That's all you need, isn't it? No, it's can be quite ungraceful at times, can't it, cyclocross, what it ends up doing to you, and the way you ultimately have to brace. And we've seen several riders crashing on this very difficult course, but straight back into the pedals pretty much immediately there for Baxted, back onto the power and choosing the wide, slightly less rutted line. Although it seems to be that the apex there just way too... and obviously, when you go around the apex, you're not carrying quite as much momentum either. So you go longer, but you're carrying a little bit more speed, perhaps.
You're carrying more speed. You're also, that's a slight off camber on the inside, so it would have been a steeper out on the inside, whereas around the outside it reduces the angle of the slight gradient. It's hard to tell gradients on television, but when you're there, it's probably a proper hill. But in terms of tyres, there are different mud tyres that you can use, and there's also, even within ranges, so I think Zoe's on Challenge, and the muddiest tyre is the Linus, and it has a really high knob on the outside, so like an arrow on the outside, and it's really high compared to the rest of the tyre. And the idea is that you run a lower pressure, and the pressure, so the flattest surface, most surface touches the ground, so the tyre's almost flat when you're riding it, and then the outside grip gives you that traction. Especially
on corners as well, the traction on those corners. It is exceptionally interesting.
On a course like this, you need traction in a straight line.
To maintain any, otherwise you're just wasting power, aren't you? That's when you see the pedal slips. And on this particularly slimy sections, where you can almost see the mud has a syrupy texture, that's where you get most slippage, isn't it? But Baxter now, on her fifth lap, she'll be coming into the bell very, very shortly. This has been a quite magnificent build. She's just powering that little rise, making sure she was not taking anything for granted at all, carrying that little bit of free speed here. But she earned that. She kept that acceleration, and then she could earn that little rest over the top. Again, not even really thinking about it. It comes completely natural to her, and they're back on the power. That low cadence that you were talking about through the mud. Back on the power again, up this little drag before the road just starts to flatten out. But she is now in excess of 2 minutes clear. Annie Last safely at the moment in the silver medal position, and Ella McLean Howell in third place over the flyover for the penultimate time. This is just a quite incredible demonstration. From the first pedal rev of these championships, Helen, this young woman has been in the lead.
Yeah, she's absolutely done brilliantly. And I mean, you can see how big a gap she's got. This is the battle for fourth at the minute, and yeah, you can see this is Zancrease, and she seems to have got a little gap on.
Yeah, that's Jan Kries, isn't it, of the Spectre Wiggle team. And I think that's the rider from St Piran, isn't it, coming through? Is that Vajak in the blue of St Piran just coming through there? Yes, indeed it is. So 4th and 5th. So Vajak has actually been overtaken. She was in 4th. Meanwhile, a fair distance up the road is this young woman, Zoe Baxted, a multiple world champion. Cyclo-cross, road, time trial, and Annie Lastier, the most experienced rider in this field, ploughing a lonely furrow, but it's a superb ride. Silver medal position. It's looking like it's going to be for her today. She's got a good buffer behind. Just riding through that, I'm going to call it the pond section if you don't mind, Helen, because that's what it looks like. Up the steps there for Baxted.
They used to have river crossings in cyclocross in the 50s and 60s, so why not bring it back?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. I remember crossing a ford on a hostel trip many years ago and slipped and ended up face first with my sleeping bag, my rucksack and everything in a ford. It wasn't a cyclocross race, I was on a road bike. But yeah, fair attention and watch out for the moss when you're riding through the fords. Meanwhile, back to the championships at hand. We're looking at Ella McLean-Howell for the Hope Factory Racing Team, currently in P3, the bronze medal position, moving through the pits. Do you know what? Looking back at the cross races I've commentated in the last few years, this has to be one of the most attritional races. It is. We talked about it in the junior men's and the junior women's. This is a real solo battle. Often we see these head-to-heads in national championships, many of which you've been through yourself. But the course is dictating here. It's the rider with simply the most power. There's not many tactics at play at all here today, is there?
No, absolutely no tactics whatsoever. It's pure power, and that. You need those races just as much as you need the fast tactical races, and this is what old school cross used to be. And this is, I mean, cross is such a pure sport. It's about you, your bike, and being the strongest on the day, and that's one of the reasons why I love it so much, because you can feel good about yourself putting this much power in and dropping people, and it's just yeah, it's really tough to explain, but to actually achieve where Zoe has just ridden through that section, she put her foot down, but she's ridden through and she's riding through this next section. You're actually showing people how to do something, how to do it fast, and in the middle of a race. And it's really hard to explain, but it's like it's a really pure sport, and it's everybody can see what you're doing, so it's a very open sport as well. It's
just rider and machine, isn't it? And there's a lot in the way. And there's just all you have is nature, a rider, and their bicycle. And as you say, there's a real purity to it. It's exhilarating to watch, to be perfectly honest with you. And that's why this sport is so popular.
And there was another lovely little technique there by Zoe, which is a very Belgian thing, which anyone that's racing across should actually learn to do, is you pick your bike up with the saddle on the outside of your arm. So if you're short and you pick the bike up with the saddle on the inside of your arm, it touches under your armpit and you can't go as high. If you pick it up with a saddle on the outside of your arm, when you go over the barriers, then the bike can go much higher, and it feels more natural to hold it closer to you, but actually it's better skills-wise to hold it away from you. So watch her over the barriers next time. I
will. Every day, every race so far, Helen. It's been a pleasure having you alongside me for these championships, because I am learning so much, and I hope everybody at home is too. We could all learn a lot from this young lady, couldn't we? She's absolutely flying around this course. There's Annie Last again using the tripoding around that corner, keeping the power on as well. We've seen many riders reduced to walking. She'll be shouldering it over these steps, of course, as we get a great shot of an inverted World Championship bobbly hat on the right-hand side. Lots of those around on the course today, keeping these spectators warm. I mean, we do have to take our hats off as well to the crowd that's assembled here, that made the trip all the way into Cumbria. As the sun's slowly starting to set, the light's ever so subtly changing, isn't it, as well? It isn't high for particularly long this time in the afternoon, so we're getting a really different feeling. 45 minutes, 44 minutes and counting. And Zoe Baxted well onto the way. And it looks like we're going to show a replay of a little slip, actually, from Zoe Baxted. She's ridden a pretty fault bar for 1 or 2. Let's have a little look at that. Was it? Oh, there was. Oh, yes, there was. Yeah. just lost her footing. Just shows how slippery it is just on that corner there. But didn't miss her stride. That's the thing about cross as well, Helen, isn't it? It's just picking yourself up and not being shaken by those little mistakes, because regardless of how good you are, there are going to be occasions where you get it wrong. But it's just making sure you keep a level head and don't panic.
Absolutely, there'll be 100 mistakes that you'll make in a race, and you'll think, why did I do that? That's natural to me. I shouldn't have done that. But everybody makes mistakes. Your heart rate's so high, the oxygen to your brain is reduced. You can't always make smart decisions at the end of races. And Zoe has such a huge lead at this point that she's going to stay calm and she's going to control what she's doing, because she only has to get to the finish of this lap. And I think she's probably got over a minute already, so that's a very, very safe lead on a course like this. And you just have to stay focused. And it's really easy to get really excited about what's going to happen. You're going to get this jersey, but you have to think next corner left, next corner change gear, next corner do this off for this section, on for this section, back off for here. You're always thinking, processing what's going on next, rather than thinking about the end result that's going to happen when you cross the line.
Exactly. You can look back and reflect afterwards, can't you? You've just got to keep moving forwards and not be bogged down by thoughts of mistakes. Apart from the fact you don't want to make that same mistake again if it's just literally a technical error, or you've come into a corner wrong, for example. But here we go again. And this is Ella McLean-Howell. Slipped last time up, not this time. A nice clean ascent at this short but steep climb before the drop down the other side. Still short, you can just see the heavy legs opting to go down the middle. Many of the riders who are running down, well, everybody's running down apart from Annie Laster, using the left-hand side. Interestingly, she's using the centre, as we're looking a little bit further down. And this is Jan Kreis, is in 4th place. Great ride by Jan Kreis from the Spectre Wiggle, powered by Vita Squad.
There's so much running in this course today.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, but these riders still look really strong when they're doing it. They're not struggling. They're obviously struggling. It's cross, but they're not struggling to run. They're not struggling to get down or up things. But Zoe, every time, once again, out of the saddle. She's on a gravel hard pack section. Out of the saddle, 2, 3, 4 seconds, and it just gets her back up to speed again, so that she can maintain that higher speed and she doesn't just drop into a sluggish speed.
It's almost as if in her legs there's a bite point that she wants to be at or near all the time. There's a point where the pain, it's going to be painful the whole ride, but there's a point where it's just on the cusp of I can maintain the feeling in my lungs and my heart, and also that's the kind of pain I want to be feeling all the time. And when it backs off, it's time to go again, isn't it? This up and down course, technical course, but any time there's the opportunity to put the power down, this woman has done it to quite devastating effect from the first pedal revolution of the championships 47 minutes ago and counting. We're deep now into the final lap, and it looks as if Zoe Baxted of EF Education Tibco SVB is going to take both the under-23 championships and the elite championships in what has been nothing less than a monstrous display of skill and power, pounding her way through, churning that big gear up this very difficult section. Nice to have that long shot there that gives us more of an indication, Helen, on that's quite a nasty little rise, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so gradual that you don't notice it, but on top of everything that you've been doing, that's just going to make the legs burn even more. And then again, another bridge. And yeah, I mean, at this point she knows she's won the race. She could probably run to the finish and still win, so there's no stress, but even so, yeah, it's just such tough racing out there today.
Yes, indeed. Well, this is Krishina Vajak ploughing her bike through the mud. Another interesting shot there we've got. It's nice to see a few of these different angles, actually. It gives you a different impression. Another bike change there for the champion-elect. Zoe Baxted just missed a clip in there, but back straight away.
You can see that how far Zoe is ahead, that there's nobody else on the pit lane. So you stay on your side of the lane until your pit crew stay there until you're ready to come through the other side, and everybody's still on the other side. So Annie's pit crew are on the opposite side of the pit to where Zoe is, and Annie's in 2nd place.
Absolutely incredible. There we go. Really is quite a demonstration by Zoe Baxted, but she did come into this race as the out-and-out favourite, and boy has she delivered today. As we're looking now at Ella McLean-Howell of Hope Factory Racing, currently in the bronze medal position, pushing her bike up this long drag. Still got around half a lap to go. She's a good couple of minutes behind. The final ascent of the steps now for Baxted. Almost at a canter. She does make it look so easy through this. Again, we need to get some stats on how much time these rods are spent running, according to riding. It'd be a very high ratio, won't it?
It would be really high. There was one race a few years ago that it was a super prestige race, and they actually ended up running, I think, 2 kilometres of the 2.5. And Sven van Tornout is an incredible runner, and he was on the podium. He hadn't been in such a long time. Well, Zoe just had a little slip there, but it's okay.
She's entitled
at this
to
point.
that.
It's totally okay.
And the state of this course as well, I think it's almost impossible to have a flawless lap, isn't it? There are so many variables here. Here's that moment again, just a slight slip. Just the left foot just went away down that slope on the outside, but soon regained it, didn't panic at all. There wasn't even a glimmer or change in her countenance. Her face remained the same, focused. Again, using just briefly holding on to the rope on the left-hand side. That's perfectly legal. She can do that. Again, what we're seeing every lap now is a consistent line choice, consistent techniques every single lap. She's confident in every single part of this course, and is right now riding to glory. She knows she's got this one. For the first time, she allowed herself to relax a little bit there, tongue out, a little bit of fun. She knows she's got this one. And what a ride this has been. An absolute masterclass, Helen.
It's absolutely brilliant. And not only is she the strongest, she's actually putting in incredibly good technique, cyclo-cross technique in lots of different places. Hopefully we'll get to see her over the planks again in a second. And yeah, I mean, when you're running down hills, it's like the wrong movement for your quads. your quads are so tired from all the running up the hills that when you go down, they have to control your legs as well. And sometimes they give way, sometimes. So when you're running down the hill, it's just as important to be focused as it is when you're running up.
Yeah, really good point. Here she is, powering away through. She has a buffer of at least a couple of minutes over Annie Last of Scott Racing, and then another minute or so from the final rider. Over the final 2 little hurdles, back onto the bike again. And the last few 100 metres are going to be glorious ones. She's going to enjoy this, but knowing Zoe Baxted, she won't back off. I think she'll just power all the way in. She'll want to keep that feeling of hurt in her legs until she can freewheel across the line. But this has been nothing short of magnificent. From the pre-race favourite, this will be her first national title. She's going to take 2 jerseys today, the under-23 national title and the elite one as well. And I, for one, as well as everybody else, will be looking forward to her displaying those bands over the next year. Your victor in the elite women's and the under-23s is Zoe Baxted of EF Education Tipco. What a display that was, and the delight was writ large on her face. Nothing short of absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, that's brilliant. It's so good to see. She was the favourite, and she didn't let it faze her at all, and she just got on with it. And yeah, she doesn't want to stop riding.
She was doing a few little laps. Well, that was almost a slip there from Annie Last. Great ride by Annie Last as well. Again, the most experienced rider here in the field. This has been a superb, calm performance as well, and with some flair as well. It's worth reminding everybody that she's the only rider that has been riding this treacherous descent as we head back to the winner. A couple of little, almost warm down laps there. A very small radius.
There's actually Emma Trott there in the yellow jersey, who is the development manager for the junior squad. She was with her at the World Championships, and she's Laura Trott-Kenny's sister.
Ah, right.
She used to race as well herself a long time ago.
Righty-ho. It's good to have somebody that's totally in the know, Helen. Thank you very much indeed. As we look at the last couple of minutes of the championships for Annie Last, it's looking like it's going to be another silver medal. Shoulders the bike at that horrible little climb. And is she going to treat us to another display of riding the bike down, or is she going to run it? No, I think she might be playing it safe here. Every other lap she's ridden down it, but decided to shoulder it through this section, and that could be just she's getting a little bit tired as well, and doesn't. I mean, the amount of effort to continue the momentum through that. But that again, the fact that she's adapted as well and didn't want to take a risk, because if she'd got that wrong, it might have thrown the silver medal away. So she has that little buffer, a little bit of of a conservative run into line just shows the maturity there, and she doesn't want to throw this medal away, does she?
No, absolutely. And there's prize money, there's the medal, there's the prestige,
Exactly.
there's the UCI points if she wanted to ride the World Championships, which I'm sure she would be selected if she wanted to. So yeah, like your UCI points actually create your gridding for the World Championships. So of course you want to take everything you can from a race and a performance, and if there's something which you know is getting trickier, she's not foolhardy in how she rides.
Exactly.
She's sensible, but she's prepared to take a risk, and whereas you don't need to take a risk at this moment, so she didn't, which is sensible.
Exactly. Get that silver medal secured in the back pocket. Still got a few 100 metres, got a couple of hurdles still to go. She rides up to them, dismounts, deftly carries the bike over, drops it back down and remounts fluidly.
That's not what you should do. You should gently roll your bike onto the ground. However, I'm going to let that slide.
Okay, we'll have.
Yeah, these
go.
riders are so tired at this point that it's just get that bike on the ground. But yeah, you should always try to roll your bike onto the ground, otherwise the chain could jump off, and then you have to.
Again, I've just learned something else. It's just been an absolute. I feel like I owe you some money. It's just been learning so much today with your wonderful commentary. But this is the second place rider. Best part, well, over 3 minutes behind. A masterclass by Zoe Baxter. But this is Annie Last crossing the line there for Scott Racing, and a very well-earned silver medal to match the medal that she won in Crawley at the National Championships last year, and showing us why she is one of the finest riders of her generation. Silver medalist, remember, at the Mountain Bike Cross Country World Championship last year. And after a difficult couple of seasons a few years back with back problems, Annie Last is certainly back and looking good. And there's her dad, Adj. Absolutely covered in mud there. But she'll be on the podium in a few moments' time. We still have another 35 riders to come across the line. Now, this is the 4th place rider. This is Jan Kries of the Spectra Wiggle. And this is the 3rd place rider. That's number 5. This is Ella McLean-Howell, who's held that position for the vast majority of the race, in fact. Settled down pretty much after lap 1.
And she'll be taking 2 medals, with 2nd in the under-23s and 3rd in the elites.
Well, there we go. So she still has about a minute to ride, still got the hurdles to go. Currently 4 minutes and counting. I think the time gaps we're looking at, and we haven't even finished the podium, just shows the level that Zoe Baxter is at. She's never really put under pressure, and that's not taking anything away. Zoe Baxter is a phenomenon. But to beat riders of this calibre by such a lot just shows where she is in the grand pecking order, the grand hierarchy of world cycling. She is an exceptional talent, and was never really put under any pressure at all. She went from the start and just rode her own race entirely.
Yes, absolutely. And we're seeing, really, this is the tough section now. We can see Jan Kries here going through, and yeah, I mean, the very front of the elite races now in women's cyclocross at world level is incredibly fast. It's in the past, in my era, it was you had to be able to stay at the front for about a lap, and you would be able to then be in the decisive group, and things would happen from there. And now, with this young generation, with Puck Peters and Fem van Empel and Sharon van Anrooy coming through, they've actually increased the skill level and the speed at the same time. So now you have to be good for 2 laps at the front of the race.
Absolutely incredible. Well, Ella McLean-Howell of Hope Factory Racing claims 3rd place, and with it the bronze medal. And I think she'll be pretty happy with that, given the calibre, given the sheer class of the riders in front of her today. To get the bronze medal, I think she'll be very, very happy with that.
Yeah.
And of course a silver medal in the under-23, as you just pointed out. And this young woman absolutely spent, exhausted, and it's quite clear that she has left absolutely nothing out on the course at all. A wonderful sporting congratulations there from Annie Last, giving her a nice hug. And there we go, she should be pretty happy with a bronze medal. As the riders continue to come home, it looks like that is Kries is coming home for 4th place. And we're set the clock. We are now deep into 5 or 6 minutes. 6 minutes have passed. Again, just shows how strong Baxter is. But this is a good ride by Kries of Spectra Wiggle. she should be pretty happy with this performance, given the sort of rides again that she's just finishing behind.
Yeah, she should absolutely be really proud of this performance today. And Zoe is a unique, special creature.
Yeah.
And she will always be one of the best in this race. And these riders can learn and they can understand this is the difference, because Zoe is a top 10 rider in Europe already. So they know, okay, that's the difference. That's what I need to get to. How do I go away and become that rider? Of course, Zoe's incredibly talented and you can't make nature, but you can. I had some talent and I made an incredible career by working hard. And if you work hard enough, if you train hard enough, you can take your opportunities in races. I won 78 pro races with a small amount of talent. So,
well,
yes.
I think you're being modest, but I know what you mean. I get your point, but I think there's a degree of modesty there as well.
Zoe's got incredible talent. She's going to win hundreds of bike races. But a rider like Zhang Kreis that might not be that natural talent will definitely be able to win races if you work hard enough.
Definitely. Christina Vijak comes home in 5th place there for St. Piran. A very, very solid performance. And as well, I think it's worth saying, just off the back of your point there, Helen, was the fact that Zoe, the way she rides, although she is a class above, what is undoubted is she will inspire. That sort of performance, her class, they're the type of characters that we need, the people in the sport. In various sports, we need people who are a cut above to inspire. So she, although she has bludgeoned this field, she's also inspired it as well. And people watching this will think, well, that's what I want to be like. I might not attain it, I may do, but her type of riding, the way she goes about it, I think it's inspiring as well.
I think so too, because she's young, because she is working hard and she is talented as well. But it shows that, but she's the European level, and if you want to make a career out of cyclocross, you have to be as good as the best riders in Europe. And so by having her in your race, which happens very few times in a year, you actually get to see, right, that's the difference between me and you. I need to go away and work out how I can be that person. And even when you're a pro for 15 years, you still, every year, at the end of the season, you say, okay, 10 things I did good, 10 things I can improve. Those 10 things that I improve, how do I go about improving them? What do I need to do? Do I need to get a better coach? Do I need to get better training locations? Do I need to get better facilities around me at races? What do I need to do? And they're the things that you can change, because you can't change other people's performances. You can only change your own.
Exactly. Well, very true. Let's have a little look back. Let's reflect on that quite magnificent performance by Zoe Baxted. Well, look at that. Look at that explosion of power from Baxter in the centre. The opening few metres of this race, and already she was in pole position and gaining a few metres, and she never looked back. She didn't need to. There was a couple of sketchy little moments. The amount of speed, despite the grippy conditions, she was able to carry into some of these corners. Almost meant she came to grief. I'm wondering if this is that opening lap where she drifted very wide and almost came in. Well, she did connect with the barriers, having to put her foot down, but she learned from that mistake and hardly put her foot wrong later on. And what a performance as well from Annie Last. Silver medal in 2022, and she was the only rider in the field to do this. There you go. That looks easy because she made it look easy, but believe you me, every single other rider decided to walk down that horrible drop-off. There was a slight mistake during one of the bike changes, but otherwise Annie Last rode an absolutely flawless race. But what could you say about Zoe Baxted? A demonstration of everything, an inspirational ride, but a one of monstrous power. The first few pedal revs basically told their story, and then she just kept on increasing her lead despite a couple of slips deep into the final lap. The rider from EF Education, Tibco, was ultimately to be crowned for the very first time the national champion. And look at that, punching the air with delight, and she knows for the next 12 months she'll be wearing the red, white and blue. Well, there we go. What a great race. I mean, ultimately it was one person, it was dominated, but still, just to see a rider like that in full flow, and to see how much it meant to her when she crossed the line as well. It wasn't just casually rolling across the line, I've won it, because she was the big favourite, but to see that pure delight was wonderful to see as well.
It feels amazing crossing the line to take that jersey. You can take that jersey away with you and race it in every race, and this is the first year she's been able to race elites, and so she's able to show that jersey in every single race that she goes to, something she's never experienced before. So it's very cool, and yeah, like I said in the previous race, that when you don't really notice when you're racing in that kit, but when you're pinning a number on, it gives you a little smile before the race, and happy bike racers win races. So yeah, it's only a good thing, and it's one of many small things. She's been junior world champion already in cyclocross, and I'm sure that she will be a elite world champion if that's what she wants to do.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. In the next couple of years, I think we will see her in the rainbow bands, but for the next 12 months, she's going to be wearing the British Championship bands, and we know how much that means. And Helen, over her career, won that jersey on no less than 10 occasions, and I don't think that's ever going to be beaten again.
I'm pretty sure Zoe could beat
although
she's
saying
19.
That, actually, yeah, we're going to have to. That's another conversation, isn't it? But anyway, we've got a decade to wait. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe when we're a little bit greyer, Helen will be sat here commentating on her 10th win. But then she's got to get the 11th to beat you see. So I wouldn't be panicking just yet. But yeah, she's certainly started off exceptionally well, hasn't she? And she'll be able to wear that, and it's going to make her a bit more dangerous, because we know the power of riding as world champion, national champion. As you say, it does, not that you need, if you're at the highest level, it's very little more that you can draw from, but to look down sometimes when you're not feeling good and see those stripes, it does give you that little bit extra, that's something special. And also there's a responsibility to riding in the stripes as well. You're always in a sort of semi-spotlight, aren't you?
Yeah, you are, and you are different because you're not in your team kit, but sometimes, yeah, when me and Nikki Harris-Bramier basically shared the national title for 15 years, and over that time, when she was in it, people would call me Nikki, and when I wasn't in it, they call her Helen, or people just see the jersey and think that's someone's, whoever they have remembered seeing in that jersey. So it's kind of, it's weird how people associate that jersey with a rider, not necessarily the team that they ride in or the team kit. So yeah, and I'm sure she'll be wearing it for very, very many years as in cyclocross, and I hope she does beat 10, because someone should.
There we go. We've got a long way to wait, but it's been a magnificent display today. Just a great weekend's cyclocross too. The national championships is always special. I think it's worth right now, before we move on to the men's a little bit later, to congratulate the organisation as we look. I think this is Ella McLean-Howell making her way. No, it's not. It's not somebody else. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit confused here, but it looked like someone was dashing to the podium. They obviously don't want to miss it, that's all.
I think it's the third under-23
rider. Right.
Because obviously there's two races within a race. There's under-23 and elites, and so you don't necessarily know that you are the third under-23.
We shall soon find out, but of course there are two championships. Two national championships, should I say. So we'll have the under-23s first. Of course, Zoe Baxter will be the champion there. And also second place there will be Ella McLean-Howell, who claimed third in the elite. So they're just sorting out the. We've got an interview coming up actually. This will be with our race winner, Zoe Baxter. Here we go.
Zoe, congratulations! You've already got a cupboard full of stripy jerseys at home. But how pleased are you to add the British national champs jersey to that collection?
Honestly, it meant so much. Yeah, I screamed going across the line because last year I went to race the elites and I got COVID just before it, so I couldn't race. And yeah, coming here today, I knew it was going to be tough. The course, haven't seen it yesterday, haven't seen it this morning. It was really a lot of running. But yeah, it really worked out well, and I'm so pleased.
Brilliant, well done. And obviously, you've got a bright future ahead across multiple disciplines. What are you looking forward to most this year?
Yeah, getting to race some classics. first of all, getting to race first year with my team, everything like this, just racing World Tour, that'll be pretty fun, and then looking to already next cross season. But yeah, for now, looking for Worlds, the next World Cups, and then the road.
Brilliant. Well, look, congratulations, Zoe. Well done. Go and get your jersey.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, just underlining again, just to add to, there was frustration last year, but this year, no doubt at all, came into this race as favourite and delivered in some style.
There can actually be a huge burden on your shoulders when you are the out-and-out favourite, and for someone so young to take that on and not let it damage anything, not let it affect her performance in any way is really impressive.
Well, this is Ella McLean-Howell, obviously doing the elite first. It was a third great ride by the rider from the Hope Factory Racing team. A really solid performance there, a couple of slips, but remained calm. There we go, Annie Last for Scott Racing. Super ride by Annie Last. Another silver medal, backed up with a silver medal last year. But there can only be one winner, and it is Zoe Baxted of EF Education, Tipco, SVB. Fist bumps all round, and this is the moment that she's waited for as she pulls on this jersey for the very first time. And I think we both agreed here in a commentary position that there is going to be numerous wins over the coming years. She is still at the very beginning of her career too. Cannot wait to see how she performs on the road at World Tour. She's just one of the most exciting riders in the world right now. She really is. It's just what can she turn her hand to, but also to see her deliver it, and with a smile as well. She always looks up. People are going to look to her, kids are going to look to her and say, I want to be like her, and that's what's important. She carries herself so well.
And she's genuinely that nice.
There we go, Zoe Baxter takes the win ahead of Annie Last and Ella McLean-Howell.
National Championship. Right, we're going to do the under-23.
So the under-23s.
This is the Abergavenny Road Club Trophy. And
Held that trophy a few times. There's some good names on that one.
Oh yes. So Ishbel Strathdy is in third place. That was the rider who we saw dashing, almost gone off to sort herself out and go home, but she's made a trip to the podium. She looks a little bit surprised, isn't she, with a super ride there by her. Not a member of a team, she rides unattached. Second visit to the podium today for Ella McLean-Howell of Hope Factory Racing. Oh, Zoe Baxter takes her second jersey of the day. She is, of course, the under-23 champion as well. And this is a champagne moment. So this will be proper bubbly. This isn't the junior, so it should be proper bubbly. And I tell you what, Zoe Baxter's used to this.
They don't actually get a jersey in the under-23 because the race is within a race.
Ah, okay.
And so the UCI rules don't allow it.
Oh,
if they had their own race, they would get an actual jersey.
There
For the
we go.
women, it doesn't really matter because you can only race that in the event that you win it in, and there's only one under-23 event, 2 outside nationals, which is European Champs and Worlds. So it doesn't really matter that much because you can't race it.
And this looks like it's the award for the best team. This is Hope Factory. So cracking to see medals for the best team as well. So that's the under-23 and elite women best team, and Hope Factory Racing have had teams in cyclo-cross and mountain biking for many years in Britain, and continuing to go strong. And just on cue, the announcer mentioned we have one race left to go, and we'll be joining that race in about half an hour's time. That race starts at 14:45. And that, of course, is the elite men and under-23. And that will be the final race of this weekend's championships. And what a championships it has been so far. So, Zoe Baxted is both the under-23 and the elite national champion for 2023. For me, Matt Stevens, and from Helen Wyman, don't go away. Go and make yourself a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, and come back in about half an hour, because we've got the final race on at 14:45. We're on air at 14:40. We'll see you in a bit. Their coverage resumes at 14:25, actually. There we go. So we'll see you in just a few minutes' time. Hello. Hello and welcome to the 2023 British National Cyclo-cross Championships. It's the final race of the day and it is the elite and under 23 men. We are in, as you can see, the beautiful Westmoreland County Showground in Milnthorpe, just south of the border, or south to the border in Cumbria, in South Lakeland. And the elite men and under 23s are on the line. But before we do look at the race itself, we'll have a little look back at some of the racing that took place earlier today. We've had the junior men and the junior women. Just a few moments ago, we had the under 23 and elite women. And there was a super strong, dominant performance by Zoe Baxter to take the title there. But this was the first race of the day. It was the opening race of today, and it was the junior men. And as you can see, the course, extremely difficult. Lots of running on this course. There was a couple of riders who came to grief in the mud, which was a quagmire, it really was. But after a lap or so, things started to take shape. Oliver Peace took the early lead, and then Sebastian Grindley took over. And then there was, for this man, a bit of a mistake, but that was soon put behind him. And for the last couple of laps, Sebastian Grindley rode alone and won by nearly a minute in the end. So he is the junior and national champion representing the Garden Shed UK Ribble Verge Sports team. And alongside me, it's been alongside me all day, Helen Wyman, 10 times British cyclo-cross champion, knows what it's like to take the stripes, knows what it's like to ride in the iconic stripes. So it's been a great day's racing so far, in fact a great weekend of racing, and this is the final one. What should we expect from this race today, do you think?
I think we're just going to see more of what we have seen for the whole of today. It's a mud fest, it's tough, lots of running, lots of on-offs, and lots of power required to get up the hills.
Well, the winner of this race last year and the reigning national champion is back, and that is Thomas Mine of Hope Factory Racing. And also Cameron Mason is here as well, silver medalist last year. Let's have a look back at the junior women's race, which was a very exciting affair as well. A thrilling race indeed on this 2.65 kilometre circuit here. Lots of running, lots of very heavy mud. I think it's fair to say this is a proper old school course. And the rider who dominated proceedings in the women's race, leading for at least 3 of the laps, was Imogen Wolfe. Several riders again coming to grief in one of the most technical parts. And this is Kat Ferguson of Hope Factory Racing. She was the early leader, in fact, but unfortunately crashed out of the race later on. But Imogen Wolfe of the Shibden Cycling Club is the new women's junior champion, and she'll be wearing that iconic jersey for the next 12 months. An absolutely superb display. This was what happened only about 15 minutes ago. And from the very first pedal rev, Zoe Baxter took the lead and was never seen again. A couple of sketchy moments out on this technical course, including this one on lap 1, carrying so much speed due to the almost excess power that she had, that she came to grief. But she was soon back again. There was a superb battling, tenacious performance by Annie Last of Scott Racing, who held on to second place. But in the end, despite a slip deep into the final lap, Zoe Baxter had a lead of around 3 minutes. It was nothing short of magnificent. She's got it all, and what a bright future. But for the very first time, she is the elite and the under 23 champion for Great Britain. And that smile says it all. And this was the moment just a few moments ago. And the McLean Howell rounding out the podium there for Hope Racing. And there is your newly minted national champion. And there's one more of those jerseys to be awarded today. So quick, well, here we go. We're on the start. This is the key moment. Exceptionally fast start expected. It's a wide start for about 200 metres, then they swing right up the first of the climbs. And let's have a look at who's it. Toby Barnes in the centre, they're accelerating well. Also Tom Mine doing on the left-hand side. They're in at the greens. Looks like he's got a slender lead, and also moving through into the front, there's Dan Barnes of Spectra Wiggle as well. Also up in the front, Joseph Blackmore of Team Inspired. And this is where they shave off the speed that they've gained and head into the first technical part of this course. Everybody being forced to shoulder the bikes and run, and an explosive start, as you'd expect there, Helen.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd expect a super fast start from these guys. They want to try and whittle it down as soon as humanly possible. And I think for riders like Thomas Main and Cameron Mason that are the clear favourites for this race, they want to let other people do that work, and then they're going to take over once they feel that they've done it. But equally in a race like this, riding your own lines is actually probably the safest way to ride.
Yeah, that was Jensen Young, Garden Shed Ribble Verge Sport team, just taking the lead. Again, carrying a lot of pace on this. This is a very technical part of the course, as you can see. Pretty much everybody in the women's and juniors, men's and women's, were carrying the bikes down this section. But given the depth of the field, it's the biggest field of the day, 75 riders. There's almost a bottleneck at this point here. Some riders almost standing still there, Helen.
Yeah, that's why you really want to be ahead if you can. And we can see now that another one of the favourites for the race, Joseph Blackmore, in the green with the gold writing. He's now in second place. He cruised through all of that with no problems. And Cameron Mason seems to be out of the picture, who is another one of our riders that we would think would be in contention at this point. But, you know, something just as it gets tight, it's much harder to work your way through when there's people. So hopefully we'll be able to spot him in a minute.
Yeah, no sign of Cameron Mason. That is a big, big surprise, unless there's something that we don't know. But yeah, no sign of Cameron Mason in the first 10 riders. This is a bit further back down the field. It is still, at the moment, Jensen Young of the Garden Shed Ribble Verge Sport team has taken an early lead in this race. It's an hour of racing, and after a couple of laps, depending on the lap times, that will determine the total number of laps. But as you can see, very muddy conditions, a big flood in the centre. All the water has run off, and we've essentially got a pond in the middle of the circuit. But this is a good early start by this rider. Jensen Young is an under 23 rider as well. Also closing in just behind there was Joseph Blackmore, just on the left hand side in the green for Team Inspired. And also Mine, but look, Thomas Mine there, just that little manoeuvre to move himself into second place. He's patiently winching himself back into contention. Yeah,
that went from the gravel onto the mud section, and he stayed on the gravel as long as possible and accelerated into the mud section. And these are the first race that are actually able to ride so far onto that whole section across the top. We saw in the women's race that they were getting to the top and they were having to jump off in the last bit to run.
Very early stages here, but Jensen Young flying down this course. This is the super fast section, the back of the course, where they lose all the elevation that they have gained. And is the defending champion. Mine has been forced to the front. Just on his slipstream is Joseph Blackmore of Team Inspired. A lot of green kits popular this year, Helen.
Yeah, matching the grass as well.
Indeed. Well, this is this tiny little uphill section here, but they're carrying a lot of speed through. They're drifting out to the right-hand side. Another rider just plummeting down there. I think that was Dan Clark. But meanwhile, in front, over the flyover for the very first time. Very, very quickly indeed. It's only a couple of pedal revolutions, and you're over the top. But it's just nice to have as well, isn't it? But again, after relaxing a little bit, you're back on the pedals, and that'll be a nasty spike of pain just over there, won't it?
Yeah, the last thing that you want on a mud course like this with so much running and riding and power riding, the last thing you want is another hill that's man-made and isn't actually there in the first place. But if this course was super fast, that would be a feature, and so it's also important to have a way for spectators to get into the venue without having to cross the course.
Well, there we go. Jensen Young is still in the lead through that very watery section. The riders choosing the left-hand side. It's worth explaining that again if you've just joined us, Helen. You're beautifully deconstructing this course for us. It's such a technical one. Mud playing an enormous part, as you can see. The riders having to run on numerous sections, but just describe for us why they would choose to ride through the water rather than the mud.
So the water only forms on a hard surface underneath. So you know that if you ride through the middle of the water, then you're going to hit hard ground, and water doesn't really slow you down that much. So it's better to do that because you require less power to get through than to go for the mud sections. And we actually saw Thomas Main there just ride a couple more pedal revs than the other riders, and he jumped off for the descent. So at this point in the race, he seems to be actually very strong. He's a really good tactical rider. He's great in fast races, and he's also brilliant in hill races. He's won Koppenberg as a junior. he's a strong rider. So, and tactically, he's one of those riders that really watches the others and sees where they're strong, sees where they're not, and then applies it to his race in order to try and win.
And we saw that in the closing stages last year in Crawley, in similar conditions, a very muddy race where eventually he just broke Cameron Mason in the last half a lap to go clear, and it had been a real tussle between those two. And really tight at the front here, not too much between the first three riders. Jensen Young, Thomas Main, the defending champion there for Hope, just dropping his bike on the ground. But Jensen Young still leading, and then Joseph Blackmore still in that third place. But not too much between these riders, and also a rider just getting onto the back there.
Daniel Barnes just used that descent that Annie last we saw her use in the women's race, and he just used that to come back onto the race, whereas the other riders run down rather than rode down.
Yeah, that's what brought him a little bit of pace here. I can actually just see for the first time in sixth place Cameron Mason in the blue of Trinity picking his way through. Maybe didn't like that super explosive start, but again, still got time to pick his way through, and that's what Cameron Mason can do particularly well, is bide his time, pick his pace. But four riders in front, and it is indeed Daniel Barnes of the Spectra Wiggle powered by Vitus team, another under 23. So we've got a couple of under 23s in the first group here. As Thomas Mine looks like he's just taking the lead now.
Oh, that's our first bunny hop of the day.
Indeed, that
over
was
the barriers.
that was superb, wasn't it, by Joseph Blackmore there. I mean, there's the first rider we've seen to do that, but you need to be able to carry a certain amount of pace in order to do that. Otherwise, you're just not going to have the momentum to jump over.
You need to carry pace. You also need to be able to lift your bike enough. You need the energy and power to be able to do that, and the skills. The skill needs to be incredibly natural for you to do it in conditions that don't suit everybody to do. I mean, a lot of the men are capable of it, but they don't always do it because the barriers might be slightly too high to what they're used to, or the conditions around it aren't great. But yeah, I mean, that brought him back onto Thomas's wheels straight away, and they're now got a small gap over the next group.
You do wonder, I mean, that was a great start by Jensen Young, but in a very small part of the course, Jensen Young has just lost 4 spaces. He's dropping right back. Clearly a very gifted rider, but is already, I think, paying for that super explosive opening lap, whereas Cameron Mason has now got himself into the bronze medal position. And just looking at the distance that he's covered, you'd imagine, well, the last lap looks like he might have actually done it the quickest, given the amount of ground that he has already made up. So looks good so far for Cameron Mason, who I think has ridden quite a patient race so far.
Yeah, I feel he had a problem at the start. He wouldn't have wanted to be in that position to have to make up that time. But yeah, and that does show he's also really strong. And we saw that in Lunaut. We saw that they were 4th and 5th. Cameron Mason in 4th and Thomas Main in 5th. And that it's in the elite race with the men. They were the best top 5 riders in the world at that race. And so, you know, they're super strong at elite level, and they're used to racing each other with other people around them. And if Cameron didn't put too much effort in to have to come back to that point, and he continues to do it in a controlled manner, then he shouldn't have wasted too much energy.
No. Just the rider just having to dismount. Daniel Barnes there into 4th place, just behind the rider in the bronze medal position, but it is the defending champion at the moment, who's making relatively light work of this very tough section. But fair play to Joseph Blackmore, he's not letting Mine get too far in front, and after closing the gap, it looks like Cameron Mason is just dropping back a little bit now.
Yeah, they've taken a tiny little section of the course back in, so there's a tiny bit of grass there, but getting to that section of grass is quite slippy, so you can see they're actually, the bike's moving around a lot more than it was in the other riders in the other races.
This is a good performance here so far by the defending champion. Didn't panic earlier on, but these two now appear to be moving clear pretty quickly. A fresh bike, won't stay fresh for very long given how filthy these conditions are. Straight through this pool, keeping that power on.
You see that Joseph Blackmore in 2nd has backed off a tiny bit in that section, and that's not because he's not capable of staying there. That's actually because they're not wearing glasses, they get muddy really quickly, and you don't want to be right on the wheel. There's not really an aerodynamic advantage, but also your glasses get covered in stuff and you can't see anything anymore, and then your eyes get covered in stuff and you're picking out dirt and sand for the next week. So you want to try and leave a tiny gap in those really wet sections, but you want to be back on for the downhill for sure.
Exactly. And again, how close would you get behind a rider here? Because as we know, especially on a course as treacherous as this, we've seen numerous riders come to grief. Some of the best riders, the more skillful riders, getting it wrong. would you want to give yourself that little bit of space for adjustment rather than staying too close to the rider in front? Or how would you like to ride a course like this if you were trying to stick to another rider?
I would just ride the front.
Right, okay, there we go. So the best way to ride is in front. Yeah,
well,
no, simple as that.
It isn't, and it is. On a course like today, the best place is actually the front of the race, because you control the lines that you're taking. You choose the lines. The other rider can only take either the same line as you or the one that you're not using. So you want to control this. Equally, there are a lot of races where holding the wheel is just as important. Any fast race, lots of road, things like that. You would want to be closer, so I think actually Thomas is just a stronger rider in this event right now, and he's just pressing on to try and get that gap. But you can look at the back wheel and you can see the pressure of his tyres is so low that you can see how flat it's looking on the
It's almost on the rim, isn't
section.
it? So if you went down, if you hit a hard rut, you'd actually feel the rim against the tyre if you were riding. But straight back on to a fresh bike, and he's opened up quite a nice gap now on Joseph Blackmore. Stolen a few more meters back through that section that looks muddy, but it's clearly easier to ride than the mud on the right hand side, as we see Cam Mason as well. Again, he dropped back a little bit, but he's now holding the gap in front. It seems to be maintaining the distance between him and our race leader and the defending champion as Mason. Do you see the way he just attacks that little section there just to get that added momentum? So sprinted on the approach to the climb rather than the climb itself, to have the added bit of pace as he hit it.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do in cyclocross, because if you get out of the saddle to accelerate on a muddy climb, your back wheel's going to slide, your front wheel's going to slide, you're going to have to stop. So you actually need to get the speed before the obstacle so that it carries you in, and then you can just... Sometimes you can like hop yourself over the top of the thing if your front wheel's already at the top of the hill, but you really want all of the speed before. Everything's about before the obstacle getting you over it.
So Thomas Main looking good, dismount, real nice slick dismount there. I've seen a couple of riders slip on that section. It's steep and also off camber as well, and nobody able to ride that one, unsurprisingly. We did see deep into the women's elite race, so Baxter slip over. But we've got a distinct formation now. Thomas Main, the defending champion, leads for Hope Fracture Racing.
And he's now taking this line that we said about the riders before. So obviously on the first lap, he wanted to be out of trouble, get himself into a gap, and then he would ride this line. It seems like it's probably slightly easier to ride it. We saw it was definitely quicker because Joseph Blackmore rode it and came back to him. But Joseph didn't ride it that time.
No.
So as you get more tired, you can't always think straight. You can't always think. I mean, the speed that he just took up there, he was able to freewheel over the top and jump off at the same time. So this is showing the speed that these riders are taking up the banks, and that amount of energy really takes it out of you over time. And some riders have better endurance than others. Thomas Main looks so strong right now.
Just by his facial expression as well, and the way that obviously he's having to use the rest of his body. And that's one thing about mountain biking and cross. You do recruit more muscle groups than you would on the road. You're recruiting your shoulders, your back a lot more. There's far more strength. Bunny hopping as well. So cleanly over the two hurdles.
So he may have had a race strategy. First lap, do everything as safe as you can, run the little descent, run the barriers, and then once you've got a gap, then do what you know you're capable of. Because sometimes the adrenaline and everything's really extreme, and then you don't want to put yourself on the back foot to start, like we saw Cameron had that problem.
Here's that moment again. Here's the deft bunny hops. 1, 2, beautiful, clean over. I think the back wheel didn't even touch that one. So Thomas Main, this is lap 2. So into lap 3 now. So 2 laps done, and this little chasing group behind has formed, containing the rider who's been in second place since the start. Really, it's Joseph Blackmore, but good riding there by Cameron Mason, who seems to be riding and pacing himself well. Can't quite match the pace of our leader at the moment, but we're into lap 3 now. So could that be a tactic from Mason as well, to decide not to go off as quick? Because this race is slightly longer. We're talking about an hour here, an hour at or near threshold, and certain riders will have strategies that have looked at the course. Obviously there's certain things they have to react to, but Cam Mason could be riding to a bit of a plan here to maybe back off early and go harder later. And what do you think? You can't read his mind, but what are your thoughts on that?
No, you can't read a rider's mind, but if you're in that situation, you really want to be as close as possible to the front rider. You don't want to have to be making an effort to close that gap, because even in mud conditions, that's a gap, a sizable gap to close. So I think Cameron might have, whatever we didn't see on the first lap that happened to him, he's still trying to come back, but if he felt super, super strong, he would have gone straight to the front and closed that gap, got on Thomas Main's wheel, and then made him make mistakes. And that's what you do when you're riding really close to another rider in cross. You're almost irritating them, and you're trying to get them stressed, and you're trying to get them to make silly mistakes that you can profit from. You can see here, Thomas Main's back wheel is just sliding everywhere in that little section. It's got super slick where everyone's been running the same line.
Yeah, different line taken by Blackmore, going through the centre, straight back out of the mud. You can see how slippery and slimy that mud is as well. To see the face of Cameron Mason there, the Scot for Trinity Racing. Just like he struggled a little bit there coming into the pits. All of these riders opting for a bike change, unsurprisingly. We were talking about that before. It's not just the fact that it interferes with your drivetrain, your ability to brake, it's the added weight as well. And when these riders are going to be doing 9 laps, and what you don't want to be doing is carrying half a kilo of extra weight every lap. So that's another reason for the bike change too, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. You're running with your bike. You know, if you ever go out for a run, you don't take a 7 kilo object on your shoulder and then add another one on the other arm. You know, it's not something that is natural to do. So you're already trying to keep the running to a minimum, but your bike weighs on your shoulder. It starts to bruise your shoulder over time, and if you can keep getting a new bike each lap, then you're going to get a slight advantage for sure.
Yeah, it looks like there was Helen, there's a little bit of an attack on the right hand side there, off camera now, and that was Cameron Mason just trying to move himself into second place. I don't know whether he's managed to achieve it, but he took a different line, went higher than Joseph Blackmore. Meanwhile, unaware of the tussle for second place, indeed it is the man in blue from Trinity Racing, Cameron Mason, who has now picked off Joseph Blackmore, who's now into third. So the pursuit begins. We're into lap 3 of 9, so 9 laps of this 2.65 kilometre circuit here in the Westmoreland County Showgrounds. It is the culmination of a wonderful weekend of cyclo-cross. We've already had 3 jerseys awarded today. Can the defending champion in the elite men's take home another jersey? A lot of racing still to go. And to tell you what, it looks as if Mason is slowly but surely winching him back.
It does look like he's closed a lot of the gap there on that downhill. And maybe that was a plan. Yeah, and he's going to come back onto Thomas's wheel at this point. I think Cameron's probably better at that section of the course. Thomas is possibly better on the uphill sections of the course, so yeah, we'll have to see if they come together. Will he go
another change there? Joseph Blackmore moves back into the silver medal position. This is a great tussle between these 3 riders. Thomas Main has gone out very early, still maintaining that lead, but it's only around 3 or 4 seconds out, which is next to nothing. Blackmore opting not to change a bike, and because of that has gained a few meters as they head through this very tricky section. Although they're keeping the pace high here, we have a very interesting battle. Solid bit of riding there by the man in 3rd position, Cameron Mason in the blue. All of them opting for the right hand side there. There's just a little bit of grass left, but with every lap it's being eroded away, isn't it?
Yeah, it's less and less, and they are trying to ride as much as possible because they want to save their running legs. But I mean, this is danger zone for Thomas Main now, because Blackmore's there and Mason's there, and either you have to make a choice. Either you press on still and hope you can drop them again like you did the first time, or you sit up, let them do something, and then save a bit of energy ready to attack them. You can't just ride. At this point, if you just ride, you're just going to give them the opportunity to recover and to get a little bit of an advantage psychologically over you. So you either have to go really hard or sit up and then attack later.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating stuff. And we talked about this, the previous 3 races we've had today haven't been overly tactical affairs, it's fair to say, just due to the attritional nature. It's just pure power and fitness levels here, but we're clearly seeing something here. This, I wouldn't say tactical tactics are definitely at play here, but with 3 riders so closely packed, it will start to come into play, won't it? Look at that, different choices, and who's the quickest? Main marginally clear. Actually, the fastest route was by Blackmore there, so opting to shoulder his bike and run through the muddy section has given him a slim advantage. Very interesting, and that just shows that's clearly what he's decided to do, and clearly by that, that was the best thing to do and the most effective. Let's have a look at that again, Helen.
Yeah, so at this point, Blackmore is really good running, heels down in the ground, running super fast, carrying his momentum around that corner, and downhill running, you get momentum. But Thomas Main has decided to stay on the bike, has taken that outside line, required a little more power, but maybe one effort for one and one effort for the other is actually slightly easier. So Main's effort to get around there was maybe tougher, maybe easier, and now Mason's come around. So those two just doing a little fight with each other has meant that Cameron Mason's come to the front of the race.
Yeah, there's a moment there, it looked as if Thomas Main just started to tire a little bit. It looked a little bit laboured on that last section. So for the very first time in the race, we have a new leader. Cameron Mason, the silver medalist last year for Trinity Racing, takes the lead, opens up a little bit of a gap. Look at the power that he's putting through the bike there. Relatively higher cadence, and the other two behind are distinctly labouring, aren't they, in comparison to the man in blue.
Well, Cameron Mason was actually riding up this next hill a lot further than these other two riders were, so he may be thinking that he wants to get on the front so that he can put a gap in. He's already got a little gap on these two, and of these 3, Joseph Blackmore is leaving more gaps out of the 3 of them than Thomas is to him or Thomas is to Cameron Mason. So Thomas Main needs to move around Blackmore. Oh, he has.
Yeah, he has. He's just gone around in there. But look at this. This is a very measured display by Cameron Mason. He's picked his opportunities. Does look, just from the body language there, it's difficult to read into these riders, just especially given the physical effort required. No wonder these riders are moving around, aren't super smooth. But it does appear, for the first time I've seen, a little bit of fatigue in around Thomas Main, whereas there's a little bit more crispness to the pace of Cameron Mason as the crowd the kids chase these riders up the hill there, trying to get a constant view. And Cameron Mason now starting to work and chip away and opening a nice little bit of a lead. Goes to the left-hand side, dabs the foot. Nice smooth dismount on the grass there.
Yeah, that's really nice, and that's actually really, really fast. And in cyclocross, as we said in the other races, that your minimum speed is your running speed. If you can run it faster, you should be running it, not riding it. And so to jump off there, he actually thought it's a lot faster, so that's what I'm going to do. And yeah, he's got himself a little bit of a gap off of that again. Looking super strong now.
Yep, he's definitely picked up the pace here. You do wonder if it was an early strategy just not to follow the pace. Maybe he knew that mine would go out quite quickly and decided just to bed himself into the race. But he certainly looks to be the quickest, and he's opening up a gap. Nice smooth bike change. Thomas Mine there in the silver medal position. Joseph Blackmore there still in 3rd place, riding for Team Inspired, holding on to the coattails of the defending champion. As we look at Cameron Mason again, taking that wider line around this particular section, and wondering if the mud on the inside as well is a lot stickier. So everybody opting to take the wider line here, straight through this this pond.
You can see on the, as we look at it on the left-hand side of the screen, there was a flatter section, and that's obviously a section where everybody's been riding, and over time it's hardened off a little bit during the day. The sun has been out, it hasn't rained since last night, so those sections are a tiny, tiny bit firmer as the wind takes the moisture away from the mud. And he's riding this section so strong. We haven't seen any of the other races the riders able to ride other than the elite men.
No, definitely not. No, visibly looks to be going quicker. Stolen a few more meters as well. He's over the top of that little climb, or that little drag, and now rocketing down the other side on the hoods, arms at right angles, trying to get a bit of a tuck. He looks around to look at the damage, look at the make a little bit of an assessment, and then continues to power on. It's looking smooth here, it's looking strong. but importantly, Helen, he looks very composed, and that little tricky switchback section, he looked to have executed that almost perfectly. There was a visible briskness about the way he did it, wasn't there?
And that's how he obviously closed the gap on the last lap that we weren't able to see, because at this point he'd come back together with Main and Blackmore, so he'd obviously ridden that smoothly on that lap too. And yeah, maybe his strategy is a bit different, but I really do think he had a problem on the first lap that we didn't see, and that put him on the back burner to start with, and now he's been able to come back round and out the other side.
Yeah, he was couldn't see him in the top 10 or 15 riders, and it's clearly visible as well in that very distinctive Trinity Racing kit of his. So back through the pits yet again. Let's have a look at the style, how smooth that is. Dismount, off, on, straight back on again. Textbook stuff, so smooth. I must admit, these riders make it look so easy. Back through a very challenging section. Back on the power again. This is that acceleration I was talking about. Can really sense the acceleration, picks his line, and carries a nice bit of momentum up. He's using quite a high cadence as well. There's a real deftness to his pedal stroke, isn't there?
Yeah, and he's quite a small rider, whereas Thomas is an incredibly tall rider. So you quite often find that cadence also relates to leg length, I guess. And the smaller riders seem to have a much higher cadence than the much taller ones. And also your style as a rider, as a racer, your styles can be very different. You can be much more, you can have better acceleration, so more punchy, or you can be more of a diesel type engine, and you just have to adjust to the people around you. If you're a diesel, this is a great course for you. If you're punchy without the endurance part, then this isn't a great course, but if you have the ability to keep creating the power and the punchiness together, then yeah, you could easily win. And Blackmore's come back round Main again. Yep,
looks like Blackmore is feeling good, technically very good as well. This is that little drop off. So we haven't seen Cameron Mason. There we go, off to the right. The rider on the left hand side, who is now lapped, it moves past very quickly indeed, but Mason more than happy to take that line, stay on the bike, which means he obviously doesn't have to re-shoulder the bike at all. And meanwhile, he's opened up a lead of around 30 seconds or so, Helen, which is significant at this stage of the race.
That's a really impressive lead to take in a lap and a half, to go from a lap behind in a lap and a half to 30 seconds at the front. There is an 80% rule in this race, and so that lapped rider will be taken out just before the finish line. Yeah, that lapped rider, given a name check, that's Paul Morris of the Ferrum Wheelers Cycling Club. So next time through the finish, you'll be asked to move over to one side. There's another rider there with a little bit of a mechanical by the looks of things. So Cameron Mason looking very smooth, and he's had such a good season as well. He's had some exceptional performances, and when you look at their performances head-to-head, Thomas Main and Cameron Mason on the international stage, coming into this race, you'd think that it would be Mason with the advantage on paper anyway. And with the way things are going so far, although there's a lot of mud yet to be passed through, form would suggest that this man is in the best position. Definitely, the way he's riding right now, he's riding really strong. And it looks like Thomas Main is probably a little bit demotivated at this point. He was leading, he had a clear gap, and then it all came back together. So on paper, they've been pretty much neck and neck. You know, they've been 10th or 11th, 4th and 5th, and the time gaps in some races is bigger than others, but sometimes it's only been 3 or 4 seconds. So they're very closely matched in European racing, but when you come to Britain, it's much more, the onus is on you to make the race rather than to follow wheels. And so it's completely different racing. It's a completely different style of racing when you race in Europe, when you're holding on to try and get a result, than when in England you have to create the race to win.
Yeah, it does look as if the defending champion is in third place, is starting to tire a little bit. He's around 35 seconds behind. 32 seconds approximately is the gap from our race leader Cameron Mason to Joseph Blackmore. So he is now moving away. It does look as if this man cannot maintain the pace. Well, it's quite clear, he cannot maintain the pace of a Blackmore. Dismounts. It doesn't look like you should dismount. It's not that steep, it's just so hard, isn't it? It's just more efficient to shoulder your bike, although if this was hard packed, you'd be riding straight up that one.
Yes, absolutely. You can easily ride up something that has traction, but it's just this clay mud. It gets in your tyres, it just makes your tyres almost smooth, which means they no longer have any ability to get you up the hill. So it's the conditions of the mud, and you can see how slidey it is on the left of your picture. There's some bits that look like someone's landed on their bum and slid along. So there are some sections which have got greasy, there are some sections that are still very wet like this, and it changes from bit to bit, and that's also part of being a cross rider, is remembering what the conditions are like in each section and how you have to ride them, if you have to attack them or you can just slog through them.
Well, Thomas Wine about to collect a lot of back markers. There's a lot of riders in this field who will be like that. There was an illustration there. He was just pointing it out. See the way his bike just skidded. That's the real slippery mud. Trying to find as much of the grass as he can, but then taking a straight line from there rather than going around the edge. That's about distance. That was it, taking the straight line through that watery section and back out. So really strong performance here by Joseph Blackmore. And meanwhile, this man is dancing away, just over 30 seconds lead to the silver medal position. So still a lot could happen. It's a nice lead, but it's not at the moment. It's a lead that could be brought back if he capitulates, or if Joseph Blackmore starts to get a little bit stronger. So he cannot rest on his laurels just yet.
No, he has to keep all the pressure on. He has to just keep riding how he's riding, attacking the places that he knows he's good at. Like this section, for example, he's really good at keeping the high line. Yeah, just keep the pressure and try not to overexert, so to go over your limit too many times, because then it's much harder to do that if somebody comes back to you. But you've got to increase your gap. If you get a minute on this course, that's a really safe gap, and then you can relax and just focus on what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his rear mech. There's something hanging off the rear mech. Well, that's a twig. It's just flown off, actually. It might have just been a sod of grass. Just an illustration of how much material and matter the bikes can actually carry, hence the importance of the bike changes and getting a fresh bike a couple of times per lap. Look at the amount of earth that are being thrown up there. But Cameron Mason is absolutely flying around this course. I'll set the clock for the next lap through. Second man on the circuit is Joseph Blackmore, riding very, very strongly over that flyover again. They really do sting, don't they? Absolutely horrible, but he's over it pretty quickly. We do get abroad some quite long ones where you're doing about 10 pedal revolutions and they really, really hurt, but that's only a brief one.
I've had stepped ones and ones with 3 sections, and Zolder one year at the World Championships had like 14 bridges. It was just crazy.
A lovely bike change there again, straight back on, clipped in straight away, urged on by the crowd. Here's the sun that starts to set. Cameron Mason is moving ever nearer to that elite title. Again, out of the saddle again. It's like how early he attacks this one. Is taking the same line every time now as well. So he's really dialed in his choice of line now, hasn't he?
He's attacking it on the hard-packed ground. So that's the first time anyone's ridden down that one. We haven't seen they've been running down that one. He attacks it on the hard-packed ground because that's where you get all your speed up, and then he just tries to maintain what he has to get over the top of that section. Again, these riders are constantly assessing the ground conditions. If I went to a cyclocross race now, I could tell you where is a good place to put an effort in, where is a place where you just have to sit down and grind, because you just look at the ground, you feel it, and you get over time you get an understanding of that. And there used to be a television program in Belgium, and they put Sven Nys on there with Niels Albert, and they gave him some mud and sand from different races, and he could tell you which race it was from.
Wow, that's deep knowledge, isn't it? No wonder he has his own cyclo-cross school.
But that's your job. Your job is to know how I have to ride, what pressures I should be trying it in, what I have to do in that race, in that mud, because it's so different. Yeah.
It's also, these different surfaces require a different way of riding, a different way to distribute the weight over your bike, so your bike gets traction there. So you can never stop learning, and each new course iteration offers up something different too, doesn't it? And we were talking about it a couple of races ago, where this course on a dry day would suit a completely different sort of rider, or the attributes of a different rider. But this man here seems to be at home on any sort of circuit. He's making this course look very easy, despite its very, very technical nature. Another rider being lapped there. Just look how quickly after that corner, once the bike was straightened up, as soon as there was the opportunity to put the power down, he was. There's no wasted moments.
None whatsoever, and he's again riding another section that we haven't seen them ride so far today. So he's confident now at this point. He's confident in his strength, and he's a skillful rider, we know that. And he's just trying to use everything to get even more advantage. All these riders should be taken out at the end of this lap.
Yep. And again, there's quite a spread of ability in the National Cyclo-cross Championships, but all of these riders that get to this level, whether they're good locally, are solid riders. But just look at the difference in pace. Look at the class difference. He is moving at double the speed of a lot of these riders, and everybody who does the national championships, you have to be a pretty decent rider, don't you, whatever level you ride at. And again, because of the performances on the global stage, it's no real surprise. But to see it starkly illustrated like that, when you see them moving past other riders, it's so impressive.
Yeah, it really is. And for these riders racing, it's really exciting for them, because they're riding against the people that are winning this race. Cam Mason, he has been 4th in Lunau behind Wout van Aert, Mathieu van der Poel and Tom Pidcock. So they're the best 3 riders in the world right now, and he was the next one. So they can actually see the level of the Belgian races, of the epitome of our sport is Belgium cyclocross, and so they can see what it's like to race against a rider at that level, and while trying to get the best result they can at their national championships.
Indeed, well, that class is really showing. Those sorts of performances are translating across to this sort of field here, and it's a dominant display. It really is a classy performance, as Joseph Blackmore decides to dispense with the gloves, whether his hands are getting a little bit warm or whether they're not providing the grip that you need, but choosing the centre line right down through. Blackmore has a tasty lead now on the defending champion Thomas Mine, who, it's fair to say, has faded dramatically, as we're going to look back at a crash. There we go. That just shows, if you don't get it, well, it just shows how slippery it is, but the bike was canting over quite a lot there, wasn't it? That was number 59 who came to grief, and that was Joseph Smith of the Tofoti Everyone Active team.
He did lucky to not take out the guy behind him there as well. Quite often you see that.
No such mistakes by this man. Just look at the way that the mud is throwing him around, all the different ruts. There was it wasn't just moving the bike from side to side, it was throwing it up and down there as well, wasn't it? It's particularly undulating, or a very difficult bit of surface there.
Yeah, as the course starts to dry a little bit, you'll find that the ruts get tackier, stickier, and they grab you more, whereas when it's wet, they move more. So as you're riding through them, they disperse a bit, and it doesn't really seem that bad. It's just power that you require. Where as they get tackier, if you even move slightly out of that rut, it grabs you back in, and if you're not aware that that's happening, it can flick you out off the bike.
So Cameron Mason ploughs his way through the pond before he winches his way back up this climb again. It's beautiful late afternoon winter light, just adds that sense of drama too, doesn't it? Climbing well, just changing up a sprocket there, clearly still looking very strong, but there's a real fluidity to his pedalling style here as well. Looks completely and utterly in control, as illustrated by the way that he's piloting his bike around these very difficult sections, but then he looks to be really into his place, flowing around this circuit. He is making it look quite graceful.
He's doing really nice things on the course. He's using the sections that are really good for him. He's got a nice cadence. He is getting out of the saddle still, which is something that, you know, shows that he's still feeling really good, and the gap is just growing and growing right now.
Yeah, we'll set the clock next time through, just out of interest. But it was 32 seconds last time through. I think he might have taken at least another 10 or 15 seconds.
He's getting a really nice line here as well. There's tiny sections of grass, and he's cutting the corner early so that he can, just turning early basically, braking a little bit more, turning early, and then taking all that speed out of the corner. And in cyclocross, it's so important to carry your speed out of each corner.
Well, actually, looking at the position that Joseph Blackmore is on the circuit, it's not even at the top of the climb yet. We could be heading towards nearly a minute lead, I think, 45 seconds. So it is a dominant performance now by Cameron Mason. He's just got to be sure not to make any mistakes. Gets tangled up. We've seen a couple of riders get tangled up in the tape, but he's picking some very interesting yet effective line choices. But great riding here by Blackmore. Arms down, trying to get as aero as he can on this particular section. Anything you can do to make it a little bit easier on these fast sections, you need to employ. On the brakes a little bit. He's already pre-selected his gear for this section, and he's opting for the left-hand side here, and then on the right. So a different line choice than Cameron Mason.
Yeah, and this was also the same line that we saw Thomas Main take, but if you're not with a rider, you can't see what they're doing, so you can't adapt to take that line from them. And so you just end up doing what you practiced to do, or what you saw on the first couple of laps, which was what Cameron Mason did. So he changed his line. He took a really nice line, and the other two seem to still be on that just sweeping corner right now. Joseph Blackmore is actually only 19 years old, so he's very young in this race. And the others are, I mean, Cam Mason's only 22 and Thomas Main's 24, but it's still, he's very young. He's first year under 23.
No, that is an impressive ride straight out of the juniors, holding on for the silver medal. And he's put a fair bit of time in between him and the defending champion. It's certainly not going to be Thomas Main's day today, unless something extraordinary happens to the two riders out in front. But what he'll like to do, no doubt, is try and soldier on, battle. It'd be good for him to preserve that bronze medal position, because the field is so spread out, and we are seeing a different pattern, a similar pattern emerging. And let's just watch Mason descend in this very technical section, carefully around that top bit, uses that rut, stays wide. Oh, nearly caught the tape there. That mud is really gripping onto those tyres and slowing the riders down, isn't it?
That's getting really tough to ride now, and the depth of the rut at the bottom of that little descent means that that's a wheel grabber for sure. You just got to be really careful how you ride it. And he's been running it every other lap, but he's probably getting a little flamboyance into the race at this point.
Yeah, he'll be starting to believe now that he can pull on the jersey. I said I'll set the timer next time through. Dismounts. Shoulders the bike around, well, not shoulders, just carries the bike around that very technical little combat. Just look at the ruts there. He was running on the lower rut and holding the bike on the upper one. I think that's what everybody's doing there. Back onto it there, but the bike threw him. But the way he adapted, see the way he had to sort of just manoeuvre his body weight to keep the bike upright there. It just shows what you need to do. That was the way that riders have to react to keep the bike aligned is incredible, but he was fighting the bike there to keep upright, wasn't he? Yeah,
you do well, no, I wouldn't say fighting. You just let it do its thing and have to roll with it, basically. But
I would be fighting it.
Yeah.
So I would fight it.
That's when you crash.
The others are rolling with it, yeah.
You have to. The bike will do its thing no matter what. So you have to just accept that, and you have to always look to where you're going. You should always look further than you think you need to look, and look to your exit point, and then the bike will come with you.
So 3 laps to go there. So he's a 2/3 of the way through. So into lap 7 of 9 now. It's a lonely mission. Just to finish off my point earlier on, Helen, it's I thought this may have been more of a battle, more of a two-headed race, but clearly that this course, there's no room for. If you're not strong on this course, you're just not going to be able to ride as effectively. It sounds like an oversimplification, but we've seen a solo winner so far in the junior men, the junior women, and the elite women as well. So clearly the strongest rider on the day rises to the top. It obviously is the case a lot in cyclo-cross, but no tactics at all. This is basically trying to move as quickly and as effectively as you can over this course, and this field is split over many minutes now.
It is, and it's just, anything can happen, and that's why cyclo-cross is so good. And watching Toby Barnes here in 4th place, and where we didn't really mention him in the first lap, so anything can happen. And on a course with this much power and endurance required, time can be your best friend, or it can be your worst enemy.
So Cameron Mason now into his final 3 laps. Just look at the way he's picking up the bike now, running it round at these corners, steering the bike through.
You see how he's actually picking the bike up, as you said, to go round the corners? That's also a really good technique to learn if you race cross. Is instead of dragging your bike around the corner, if you pick it up, it pivots with you. So you're not having to carry it so far and drag it through the mud. So picking it up for little pivot corners is the right thing to do.
Mud, glorious mud. I think it's worth at this point, Helen, just maybe throwing it out there. Anybody who's watching this, first and foremost, thank you very much wherever you are in the world watching the British Cyclo-cross Championships. It's been a great weekend's racing, culminating in the men's elite race. But Helen, if somebody's watching this, well, whatever their age, and thinks, do you know what, I fancy doing a bit of cyclocross, where would they start? Where would they need to go to give this a bit of a go?
You can look up your local league. There's plenty of leagues around the UK. There's lots and lots of races. There's Go Ride races, which you can do without a license, and mountain bikes and anything else like that, even in a cross race, and go from there. So you can look at the British Cycling website and they'll have details about all the different league races, and go along, have a go, see if you like it, and I'm pretty much guaranteed you will love it instantly, and then your family will get addicted to it, and then you'll find yourself all winter riding around muddy fields every weekend.
It is a lot of fun, and we were saying before, as we're seeing a battling performance here by Joseph Blackmore, still holding that silver medal position. He's got a pretty decent buffer, still third place for the defending champion, and Toby Barnes is the fourth place rider on the route. It's exhilarating, it's a lot of fun, and I don't think on a bike you can, in terms of actually building up your skill set and obviously your fitness, I don't think you can have any more fun on a bike than riding cyclocross, because you don't know that you're learning, but your body just adapts quickly. There's tips you can pick up by speaking to people like you've been talking today about. This is what you need to think about doing, but ultimately it's just the feeling you have with the bike, and then what you ultimately have to do to negotiate the obstacles that you're faced with. And there's a real beauty to that. It's just about understanding what the bike does, and that's, however good you get at this sport, you never master it, do you? You can be the best at it, but you haven't mastered it because of the different variations of courses that you get, and the way that the land and the earth reacts to the weather conditions too. It's a constantly evolving process.
It really is, and there's so much you can learn in cyclocross that you can take into other disciplines, but it just feels really naughty just going on a road bike off-road. So it just makes you smile every time. Even I did road racing too, and every time you go on your cross bike in the summer, you just giggled because you're like, yeah, I shouldn't really be doing this, but you know you should because your bike's made for that. However, when you're riding it, it feels like a road bike. So yeah, it's just brilliant, and you can always do something, try something that you didn't think you could, and you get this incredible sense of achievement, and you really don't hurt yourself when you crash in cross. You crash all the time, you don't even notice, and on Monday you be like, where did I get that bruise from? So it really is a very, very safe way to learn to ride a bike really well and have a great weekend. Everyone should do it.
Yeah, even the crashing is fun. Ultimately, I mean, when you do crash, you end up quite often laughing, especially if you're riding with mates. You do end up just bursting into a fit of giggles.
They definitely laugh at you.
They definitely laughed at me. That's happened quite a lot, unfortunately, in my very, very brief cyclo-cross career. But this young man here, just plodding here through the mud, the long shadows of this late afternoon sunshine. Golden hour, and it looks as if it's going to be a golden day for this man. Every lap he's building his lead. Had a very difficult start. I'd imagine we'll get to the bottom of that if this man ultimately wins and we get to speak to him, but almost invisible for the first lap, but was patient, showed maturity, picked his way through, and ultimately showed that so far he's the strongest. Next time through the finishing line there will be 2 laps to go, and then the final lap looks as if it may be a lap of honour, but he's got to keep a level head here, isn't he? We're well into the last quarter of an hour of this race, and all it takes is a moment of error and just to relax a little. He cannot relax at all here, can he?
No, and you can see he's back to running, because last time it was more showboating than anything else, and he did great, he did it, but it obviously took more energy. So this last lap he's just run it, he wants to be safe. He's got a huge gap, but this is where you really have to focus, because the minute you lose concentration is the minute you make a really silly mistake, and you go from winning to sometimes not even be able to finish the race. So you really got to focus on, this is the next corner, this is the next time I get off, this is the next time I stay on, this is what I'm going to do, these are the gears I need for the next time.
Oh, super stuff here from the Trinity racing rider. Back on it, still looks calm, This is the bit where look at the way the bike is being thrown around, and your body just has to react to what the bike does. As you say, he's not riding stiffly on the bike. He was relaxed and able to adapt to what the terrain, so that the interaction between the wheels and the bike, he was having to adapt with. And his body was just a split second later, that's where his body was the other side. It's just amazing to watch this again. Just explain the forces at play here when riding through this mud, which is slowly drying.
So as he's going through the ruts, as soon as you fall out of a rut, it flicks you into another one. And either your front wheel falls out and your back wheel drags and brings your bike to the side, or your back wheel falls out and your front wheel then skips around to try and join it. So you've got to just try to ride the rut, but you have to look ahead. You can't look in the rut, because if you're looking in it, then it's already happened and it's too late to change it, and that's when you make mistakes. But stuff like that, riding out of one rut into the other, really makes your bike just go all over the place, and you just have to keep focused and power through it. If you put power down at that point, you will get out of it safe. If you freewheel and brake, that's when you crash.
Wonderful explanation there. As you say, every day is a school day. It certainly has been a school day for me. Commentating alongside you, Helen. It's into the final 2 laps today. Or two laps. I forgot to put my stopwatch on, but it's well over a minute now, it's fair to say, to our second place rider, Joseph Blackmore. Again, Cameron Mason, the sunlight, that's a lovely, that's an image there, isn't it? The sunlight glinting off his frame and his helmet. That lovely deep caramel coloured light now. Super atmospheric here at the Westmoreland County Showground. And Cameron Mason is putting on a real display. And because of his age as well, I mean, looking at what he's achieved as a junior, and then his first couple of years in the under-23 and into the senior ranks, there's clear development. You can see it, can't you, in his performances internationally and his strength today. He clearly has upped it significantly a level from 2022 to 2023. It's visible to see.
Yeah, definitely, and he was a real contender last year as well. Against Thomas Main, they had battles right until the final lap. So, but again, every rider at the end of a season, they focus on what they can improve on and how they can make that improvements and what they have to do in order to do that. And everybody wants to be better. You can be the best in the world, you still want to be better. And for Cam, he's really focused on the training side. He's always had the skills. He's a very skillful rider. He was on the team, Tom Pidcock was on his team, and they used to go out together and train, and we know Pidcock's an incredible rider with skills and strength. And now he's really upped his strength and endurance as well, that you're able to see those skills at the top level, which is really exciting to see. And you don't have to break through to be the very best junior, to be the very best elite. You can also be take your time to get through that process, and he's shown this year that he deserves to be at the front of bike races.
Yeah, I think regardless of how riders train, some riders in these formative years of their career can actually flourish and bloom at different times. Even if you do everything right, quite often there's a natural physiology at play as well, where there might be a real steep progression curve, or a more natural one, or a more gradual one, should I say, as he pedals his way up this climb.
He's actually got 2 different tyres on there at this point. One's got red sidewall and one hasn't. So potentially that incident on the first lap might have been a rear wheel puncture or a front wheel puncture.
Ah, right.
And so he would have had a matching set of the tyres, unless they're just covered in mud. Then he would have had a matching set, and that one of them would have been replaced. So
Well,
potentially he punctured.
Well spotted. That's what you're here for, Heather. It's that minutiae, it's that real forensic detail, but very interesting. We will find out ultimately when the race is finished and the jersey's given out what happened on that opening lap. But that's a long way away. That's all in the past now, because he's putting on a virtuoso performance today. A dominant display, really putting the power down, taking any chances at all, sticking to the inside line, out of the saddle, maintaining that pace. Being absolutely covered in at this mud. Great shot there. Couple of pedal revs over the top, back down again, And very soon Helen is going to be getting the belt, and that will be well received, because everybody here, I mean, we've seen through all of the races that this course, this sapping course, has taken so much out of the person to cross the line first and the person to roll in last. It's just a tough course for everybody.
It's really, really tough, and it's proper cross, but it's really, really tough. You can see how few bikes are left in the pits right now. That shows how high up. We've seen a lot of riders been lapped, but that just shows how far up the field he's lapping and how fast he's going. But he's one of the best riders in the world. He showed over Christmas that he's capable of that, and you can't, until you've been to a European cross race, to see the speed at which the elite men and women race, you can't appreciate it. And then you see this now and you think, yeah, well, he's just really good. No, it's actually a red tyre. They are both red. It was
Maybe
just
it's
covered
just,
in mud.
it's covered in mud. There we go. That's it. But still a good spot, though. It's just that, it's still a very, very good spot. So no, just taking his time up the steps. Only a few steps. Look to be just about 8 or 9 there.
I know he's changed bikes. That's why he's changed back to his original bike.
There we go. So back onto the bike, keeping that power down. He was starting to think about that jersey now, I would imagine. Next time through will be at the final lap. He's around that corner. This has been a magnificent display. Just watch this section. We've seen a few riders come to grief here. Navigates it quite well.
I think sometimes when you've been so close to winning, it actually gives you almost more motivation than when you win yourself. So last season, Cam was hugely disappointed about not winning the national championships. And that in itself is the biggest motivation to make you get yourself in gear to actually go do something about it, because he had the talent and everyone would have been telling him you have the talent to do it, and so he did, and this will hopefully be the result.
Certainly will. This is Thomas Main, the defending champion. He's in position at number 3 at the moment. Still a rider in between, of course, Joseph Blackmore. It's a good couple of minutes at 2 Main. And again, it still looks very fresh. The thing, it doesn't seem at any point in this course, Helen, to be laboured at all. He seems to be riding. He's obviously at or near his limit, but what we're presented with, the way that it presents, and clearly because of the fitness level that he's achieved at the moment, almost like he could afford to go harder. He just looks exceptionally composed. He's clearly peaked at the right time. Let's hope he can carry this form through to the World Championships as well. Fingers crossed for him. But he just seems to be in a state of calm despite the atrocious, difficult technical nature of the circuit.
Yeah, he really does. It's really impressive to see, and he obviously has been in a state of calm, because to not panic when he had that incident on the first lap and to come back slowly, not quite make it, but then come back again, that shows maturity for sure, and that's really cool to see.
It certainly is. Off the mud, back on to the hard packed gravel for the penultimate time. Next time through, he will get the bell, and here he is, one more lap. And out of interest, I'm going to start the clock on the gap that he has. Picks the left-hand side again. Tries to stay near the grass, and just look at the pace that he's maintaining through there. Mightily impressive, and he'll be aware roughly of the time he's got, although might not be given, his pit crew will be giving him time checks, but you can see across the course, can't you? Know how long it's taken. That's the beauty of cross, is you can occasionally glance across or actually see the other rider coming in the opposite direction. It's so tight.
You can, but you also focus entirely on your pit crew. So I know when I was racing, I only heard Steph, my husband. I didn't hear anyone else shouting at me in the pits, and you learn to focus on that one person that's important. You recognise their voice from miles away, and you hear the information they're giving you, and they're giving you the right information that you have asked for in advance.
That's very interesting indeed. Well, this is Blackmore. It's just on a minute that has passed now, and Blackmore still has to go over the hurdles and then round into the finishing straight. So we're looking at around 1.5 minute gap, which at this level is impressive, but we've seen some big time gaps over the last few races. Zoe Baxted in her victory won by nearly 3 minutes. And this man he's going to be around a 2-minute win. It's not so much the gap. That just underlines and underscores the performance The most important thing for this man is taking the form into the World Championships and for the next year riding as the elite champion in the red, white and blue bands. And what a display here. And coming into, I mean, you've been in this situation before. You've won this 10 times, but just try and describe the feeling of coming into the final lap of the National Cyclo-cross Championships with a nice buffer, knowing you're still going to stay focused, can't take anything for granted, but knowing 99% you're going to wear that jersey. What's that feeling of anticipation like?
Honestly, 100%. I never let myself think about it until I got to within sight of the finish line. Because there was one year where I was leading and I hit a hedge and it was a stupid mistake, and then Nikki came past me with 400 meters to go and I had 30 seconds. So it wasn't, I mean, if you allow yourself to be in that moment, then you're not focused. So you absolutely have to focus 100% on what you're doing in that moment. And then when you can see the finish line, then yeah, you can, it feels great. It feels amazing. And you hear the people cheering for you in the last laps. You hear them saying well done and things like that, but you're still only really aware of your thinking, particularly on a course like this where you need to use your power in certain sections, where you need to get out of the saddle and accelerate, where you need to slow down, where you need to jump off, where there's slightly slick sections, because there's not that much actual slick sections on the course. So it's not like you're constantly doing that. You have to think, oh, it's in this bit next, it follows this is where I need to get off, this is where I need to go on, this is the gear I need to be in for when I get back on. And so there's so much going on in your head that you can't really allow yourself to focus on what happens next, really, until you've crossed the finish line.
Well, when you look over this 2.65 kilometre circuit, when you look at how many potential opportunities there are, if you take your eye off the ball, start to relax, almost every couple of meters there's somewhere you could just lay it down and get it wrong. So you have to be hyper focused all of the time. You have to be professional, but it's such a fascinating sport. You're on a knife edge, aren't you, for the vast majority of this course. That backstroke was the only time you could, if you can call it relax, carry that little bit of speed, but not have to worry about the technical element. But the rest of the course is riddled with problems, isn't it? It really, really is.
And different things as well. It's not like it's a repetitive process of what you're doing. It's actually lots and lots of different things. So you're constantly testing your brain as you're going through. So, I mean, this is the last pit change now, and you are aware. You're definitely aware, but it's not until you're stood on the podium. Once you finish that line, cross the line, then you're stood on the podium and people are cheering for you, that you're like, yeah, this is really cool.
Well, he's not afforded himself a smile just yet. Still several obstacles to get over, but bike slipped a little bit there and carrying it over this a little drag, but has around about a 2-minute lead on Joseph Blackmore and another minute or more on the defending champion Thomas Mine. So this has been essentially a lap of honour for Cameron Mason, the young rider from the Trinity racing team. And further down the course, that is the rider in second position, Joseph Blackmore, as you were saying, Helen, an under-23 rider. He'll come out as the under-23 champion at the moment as well, so he'll be riding into a national championship status, but the win on the day will be this man. And this has been, well, a consummate display of cross, of balance, of power and skill. It really, really has. He's picked his way through this course. I'm trying to think of a time when he's actually looked to be under pressure in terms of getting it wrong. He seems to have just got it absolutely dialed. I haven't really spotted one big mistake that he's made.
Not since he's been to the front, he hasn't made any mistakes, no. And just to explain the under-23 thing, he's 22 years old. However, it's based on the end of the year of your 22nd birthday, and because cross crosses 2 seasons, they actually take the second. So you're...
Well, there was 22. He's not technically under 23. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Thank you for explaining that. Because I did look, I thought, well, he's 22, but he's not an under 23. So thank you for clearing that one up.
His UCI racing age is 23.
Great stuff. Well, there's no doubt about who's going to pull on the jersey here. These last few hundred metres are going to be, well, shall we say, joyous. Look at the way. Did you see the way he just drifted the back wheel out? That was flair, wasn't it? That was. You could just see that real skill. He's having fun now. He's getting applause from everybody. Nobody has ridden around that bit, no surprise. Carries the bike through. Is that a smile, a glimmer of a smile I can see on his face? Let's have a look at this again. Just look at that. Just forces. You can see him putting his weight out just to drift that back wheel around and then straight back on the power again. Absolutely superb to watch. Will he treat us to a couple of bunny hops? Yes, he will. 1, 2, clean, and they'll be riding all the way into the line. So you are looking at the new elite men's national cyclo-cross champion. Just another section of sticky mud to come. And the man from Trinity Racing, oh, that's the first little mistake he's made. Dabbed it immediately back in the pedals again. He'll forget about that pretty quickly, because in a few moments' time he's going to be crowned the national champion. Absolute delight for this man, Cameron Mason. A masterclass in cyclo-cross. Cameron Mason from Trinity Racing is your national champion for 2023. And there it is, delight all round. What a superb ride by this young man.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant, and it's really cool to see when somebody has a huge disappointment and can come back, turn it around a whole year later, which is a massive time frame to focus on, and to take that win. You can see how much it means to him, because yeah, it means when you're in that bubble that is elite racing, winning is so important, but winning a jersey means so much.
And of course, at elite level, you'll get that tipping on your sleeve for the rest of your career as well, which is another wonderful thing. Well, there's still some medals to be fought for, and Joseph Blackmore has ridden an excellent race today. He really has, for Team Inspired. He'll be the first under 23 home, and he will get a silver medal in the elite race as well. Has ridden an exceptional race, but just could not quite match the raw power and skill set in the possession of Cameron Mason. But still a very strong performance indeed, and given his relatively tender age, 19 years of age, I think we'll see a lot from this man in the coming years.
Yeah, and hopefully we can see something from him from the under 23 World Championships this year, because yeah, he was 14th at last year's Worlds as a junior. So
very solid rides. Back onto the bike. See how he copes with this real difficult rutted section. That mud has got a lot, had to dab his foot down. You can tell the mud has got a lot thicker there, hasn't it? It has dried out to a degree. This makes it a lot more cloying. Is he going to give us a few bunny hops? No, he's going to play it safe, which is fair enough. Wants to ensure he doesn't make any mistakes and secure that silver medal.
the minimum height for a barrier in the UCI plank in a UCI race is 40 centimetres maximum height, sorry. So a lot of the races in Europe put 30 centimetre ones up to encourage the men and the women to bunny hop. And in Britain we tend to go more for 39.
Right, okay.
So sometimes it's actually a lot harder, even though the mud between it is tough, but they're actually quite a lot higher sometimes than what they do in Europe, even though it's still within the limits.
Well, Joseph Blackmore from Team Inspired, and it's fair to say that was an inspired performance. The first under-23 home and silver medalist on the day, Joseph Blackmore. An exceptional performance, which will mean we'll see him on the podium in a few moments' time. So real solid performance here, and also a battling performance. You can see that the fatigue writ large on the face and the body of Thomas Main here. Still in third place. He has secured that bronze medal, but just couldn't quite, after a blistering start, a very quick start, and opened up quite a nice lead on Cameron Mason and indeed Joseph Blackmore. Don't know whether he faded. I think it was a combination of fading to a degree and just the irrepressible nature and the way that Cameron Mason ridden this course after that difficult start. But still a solid performance, but he will be disappointed, but just didn't on the day have it anywhere near to match the power of Mason.
He will be really disappointed, but hopefully when he reflects on his performance and later on, he can be so proud of the national champion that he was. He genuinely did the jersey proud. He's a really nice young man, and he really represented what national champs is for a whole year, and he can be really proud of that.
Yeah, he took several wins in that jersey as well, which is important. To win in the jersey is important as well, and he might be back soon as well. So third on the day, the bronze medal dismounts for the final couple of hurdles. And it won't be too long before he crosses the line. Just double checks the gap, because Toby Barnes is not that too far behind. He cannot afford a mistake here. I wouldn't have thought he'll make one, but we did see this particular section here. The first mistake for the winner, Cameron Mason. He gets through that cleanly. He's only got about a 10-second advantage, so he needs to keep things rolling. Visibly putting the power through the bike. Another furtive glance behind just to make sure that bronze medal is secured. The defending champion, Thomas Mine, not the winner today, but does secure the bronze medal for the Hope Factory Racing team. And not too far behind, in 4th place, that is Toby Barnes of the Garden Shed UK Ribble Verge Sport team. It's a good ride there, just off the podium there for Barnes, who must have seen the defending champion for the vast majority of the race, the way he closed down on him there.
Yeah, we didn't really see him. We saw him not in sight before, but I don't know if Thomas maybe hurt himself at some point running or something in the race, or he just genuinely just didn't have it today. You know, you can do everything right in your power and you come to the race and it just doesn't. There are people that are either stronger than you, which is nothing you can control, or there's something in your performance just doesn't work out that day. And we all have bad days, the same as we all have good days. So, you know, it's right now is probably not a time to reflect on your race. You just have to smile and, you know, stand on the podium and be happy for the other riders. But then afterwards you can then reflect on what did I do right, what did I do wrong, how can I improve for next year, and maybe he'll come back in the same way that Cameron Mason did and put out the same performance next year.
Indeed, he was the man that did everything right. He might get to the bottom of that difficult start he had, but he finished off the race in real style. An emotional finish as well, unsurprisingly. After being disappointed last year, he will now be wearing the white jersey of national champion for the next 12 months with the red, white and blue stripes. And no doubt, I would imagine Specialized and Trinity Racing will give him a funky new bike to ride as well in the national champs colours. But no, wonderful scenes. And as we can see, similar to all of the races that we've seen today, everybody utterly spent and exhausted by this very challenging and traditional cyclo-cross course we've had. Let's have a look back at the highlights of today's race. Try and have a look in the centre there, what exactly happened. I don't know whether he missed his pedal. He just didn't. Difficult to see what happened. But there he is, right in the pretty much 20th position there or something. But the early leader was indeed Thomas Mine. Looked very, very strong indeed. And always not too far behind, of course, was Joseph Blackmore. But the eventual winner, Cameron Mason, had to come from a long way back, for whatever reason that was. And eventually did peg them back. And once he'd passed and left the two that he'd rejoined, and there was no stopping him. And with almost every single lap, he was taking around 20 to 30 seconds a lap to win by well over 2 minutes in the end. There was a couple of crashes, a particularly spectacular one by Joseph Smith. Let's hope he's okay. Nearly took off the dial of his shoe there, but that was a good illustration of how to get it wrong. There are a few sketchy little moments for Cam Mason out on the course, and a few spectacular ones. Just look at that for flair. A lovely Westmoreland drift on that final corner, and there was the moment that Cameron Mason became the national champion. So look, Helen, I've enjoyed today. It's been great, isn't it?
It's been brilliant racing, and it's so cool to see all these pros come back from Europe to race, and the homegrown talent as well. And yeah, it's such great racing. It's definitely very, very exciting to see.
It certainly is. And to wrap up the day, we've got one more podium ceremony, or should I say 2 more, because of course we have the under-23s. So give an opportunity for a few more riders to finish. Such are the time gaps. It'll take a couple of minutes, and then it will be the final podium presentation.
The riders that have raced now will be very excited about the world selection, because
of course, yeah. When does that come out? This week, I take it, or next couple of days?
Normally it's within the next week, because then they have 2 World Cups, one in France and one in Benidorm in Spain, and then it's Hoogerheide. And yeah, this is the point. If you're winning these races, if you're on the podium in these races, then you're very excited to see what the selection is going to be. And you quite often know the selection criteria if you're already in the program, if you're already getting good results in Europe and things like that. But for the junior riders, it's a lot more particularly the 5th and 6th spots, it's a lot more of a bit of a mystery. And so it's a very exciting week for some people.
Yeah.
I remember my first national team kit. It was brilliant. Got a photo.
Oh yeah, I mean, the first time on the road I was selected for GB, it was an enormous achievement. But and to pull on that GB kit is something very special. I'll never forget it. Absolutely never forget. It's a special, special moment, isn't it? Especially when you're young. But no, a great weekend's racing here at the British National Cyclo-cross Championships. 2 more jerseys to be awarded before we close things down, but a real celebration, and I really do hope that you've enjoyed the coverage that we've given you here today, and many of you have no doubt will partake are partaking in cyclo-cross, but if you haven't, I hope this has sincerely piqued your interest and you'll get out there, get yourself a cross bike and join this ever-growing community, because it is absolutely fantastic.
It's very friendly, very welcoming. Everyone should do it.
And you should also get yourself across to Belgium as well. That's where you can really soak it up. Although we've had a great crowd here today, this is another level in Belgium in terms of the fanatical support that you get. You'll get at the disco tent as well, with house music playing. You've got the beer and the frites. It really is special. There we go. Support the growth of cyclo-cross with a British Cycling membership. Join today. So head to britishcycling.co.uk or .com, one of the two, and there's all the information you need on there in relation to joining a local club and actually entering events as well. And I can only echo the sentiments of Helen. You'll find it a very rewarding community to be a part of, and ultimately you'll have a lot of fun.
So we're going to have a little bit of a TV interview first. We're going to wait for the rest of our podium riders to get here. We still need our commissaires to confirm our list of winners today. I think we've also got a team prize on this one as well. So, but we need the comms to confirm who our under 23 podium is. We know who our senior podium is.
There we go. So we just confirming the under 23 podium, and of course, as we saw in the women's race, the team prize as well. And that was won by Hope Factory Racing for the women.
They also have an overall team prize for the entire weekend.
Right.
Which
Okay.
would be really complicated to work out. I
Yep,
don't know the rules on that one.
We'll leave that to in the capable hands of our race commissaires. But no, it was a cracking course. It really, really was. Certainly the weather played its part as well, as you'd expect.
My favourite moment of the weekend has been watching the junior women, because being able to see junior women's racing, to be able to see any junior racing is very rare at the minute, but being able to see the junior women's race and how many riders look so strong in that event is really, really exciting to see. And women's cyclocross has moved on so much in the years that I was in it and since then, and yeah, it's good to see that the growth is all around the world, not just in Europe.
Tell you what, we've got an interview coming. We just see Cameron Mason just hot-footing it across our screen to the cameraman just there. And we should be hearing from the new elite cyclocross champion, and here he is.
It was a great ride. How much did you enjoy the ride today?
Yeah, it was a really good day. Now I'm just happy to execute what I did then, and stoked on that.
Congratulations, well done. It's been a great national champs here at Milnthorpe. A word for the organisers, for the Northwest Cyclocross organisation and the course they set up?
Yeah, I think a national champs in January in the UK is always going to be hard, and having a venue that can withhold the amount of racers is just, I don't think there's a real solution to that. So we end up racing on quite a wrecked course every year, and a kind of mistake I made last year was trying to attack the course a little bit too much. So this year I wanted to kind of let the race come to me, and I got a terrible start, which is what it is, and then my real pace started to show after a few laps, and all I had to do was just kind of string together corner to corner, straight to straight. So I was able to kind of ride my own level, and once I had the gap I kind of went into kind of time trial mode and just maintained as much as I could.
Great stuff. And it's a great start to the year for you. What does the rest of 2023 hold for you?
Yeah, no, it's going to be a big year, and I've showed that physically I've made a big level up, and I want to use that to kind of level up on the road and on the mountain bike as well. So still some big goals in the cross season with Worlds coming up and things like that, but then I'll reset in February and then go again when it comes to spring and summer, so I'm really excited for that.
Good man, good luck. Well done again, congratulations.
Thanks.
clearly acknowledging there, Helen, that he has stepped up a level physically. His description of the course was an interesting one. I think he was more, it's just a course that was just hard, wasn't it? A really old school traditional course, but at least he explained he didn't have a mechanical or anything at the start, just had a bad start. Didn't seem to, it almost looked like he just missed that first couple of pedal strokes, settled in, but by then had been overtaken by 10 or 15 other riders. But yeah, boy, did he retain that composure and just strung an otherwise perfect race together.
Yeah, and I think his description of the course is probably fair, because in Europe you have 4 or 5 races on one day on one course. In this, in the championships, with only probably 60 to 80 riders per event, whereas this is day 2 of the championships, and you're allowed to ride on the Friday on the course, and then Saturday you have big fields, 120 riders in the vets and the youth riders, and they cut up the course significantly. So by the time it comes to the last event of the day, there are lots of ruts, lots of lines that aren't necessarily elite lines, that they're, you know, there's lots of footprints and things like that. So courses do get cut up, but there's no other way of making a course that's fair for everybody. And the elite races are supposed to be, the elite men and the elite women are supposed to be the most technically gifted of the day, so therefore they can have the worst conditions.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting point, that one. Is I guess given the level that he's riding at internationally, that you're used to going courses that haven't been ridden quite as much. They have more of an elite feel to them, but the national championships is a unique proposition. It is the same for everybody, but it's interesting to hear it analysed in that particular way. It's a particularly choppy, cut up sort of course, which isn't quite as flowy as a course that's been ridden in a way by the same sorts of riders. It's as you say, that's quite I've never really heard it described like that, but it's very interesting.
Well, it's interesting that he changed his tactics based on last year being very similar, you know, lots of mud and lots of cut up lines. So he obviously felt, right, well, this was one of the mistakes I made when he analysed it, and this is what I need to change. In the course, you come to the day and you see the course, it's like, yeah, well, that's the same as last year, so I'm not going to make that mistake. I don't think he intended to have such a bad start, though.
Yeah, imagine if he had a good start, would have added another minute to his lead. But no, very impressive indeed, the way he reeled in the early leaders.
But I mean, it's not as bad. In America, they have 7 days of racing for their national championship. So wow. Their courses, they do sometimes run an A and B line, which is also an option that you can do. But it requires a lot more tape, a lot more volunteers. Because you have to remember that it's volunteers who make these races. They're not paid people. It's not like in Belgium where they have a company that create it.
Yeah.
It's actually just people from a local club that have come out, put their time in to make the sport good, and they need celebrating as much as the people that race around the course. And so you don't want to give them too much work, because yeah, with COVID we've already lost so many people to the sport, and so now everything's starting to get healthy again. Cyclo-cross was actually one of the disciplines that only had a 2% drop, whereas others have had 10-15% drop in participation. So Cyclo-cross has maintained itself well, probably because it's the best sport in the world. And but you know, the volunteers are such an important part of races, and even at national champs level, it's so important.
But we were just waiting to figure out the team prize, because there was just 1 point in it. Just 1 point.
1 point in the team prize. So excuse me while I just listen to the announcer. Well, they will announce them in a few moments' time. So
someone's ringing up from home saying you're on TV.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Under 23 podium first.
And in third place, riding for, right, I've got this down wrong on here, but riding for Garden Shed is Jensen Young.
Jensen Young for Garden Shed. He was actually the early leader, Jensen Young, wasn't he? He led for the first entire lap, and then so that was a bold move. Dan Barnes for Spectral Wiggle in second place. Exceptionally good ride by him.
Right, getting the gold medal and the Joan Edwards Trophy. Riding for Team Inspired, it's Joe Blackmore.
Joe Blackmore is the under 23 national cyclo-cross champion. So Barnes, Young and Blackmore, that's your podium. Of course, riding for Team Inspired, Joseph Blackmore. Of course, was second in the elite event. There's your top 3 under 23s. Daniel Barnes, Jensen Young and Joseph Blackmore. So next up, didn't even do his champers, did he? Oh well, maybe do it later. Maybe do it by the car. Oh right, okay.
She said I don't want to get wet yet or something.
Thomas Main, 3rd place this year, the defending champion. It wasn't to be today, but 3rd place on the day for the rider from Hope Factory Racing. Joe Blackmore in 2nd for Team Inspired, taking home a very well-deserved silver medal, along with the under-23 title.
Getting the jersey, the title, the trophy, the medal, and making another Scottish rider on the podium this weekend. Riding for Trinity Racing is Cameron Mason.
And your new national elite British champion is Cameron Mason of the Trinity Racing team. It is indeed a popular win, a silver medal last year, but the winner will be wearing those iconic bands for the next 12 months. There we go, a big, big moment, a smile and a real talent. And again, like we've seen earlier on, mentioned forays onto the road, he's a very good mountain biker as well. So a real virtuoso. And there we go. Cameron Mason is the national CX champion, sorry. Blackmore in 2nd place, and then Thomas Main, the defending champion, in 3rd. So Helen, your thoughts as we just look at his skill at opening a bottle of bubbly? A great day's racing to cap off what's been a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, a fantastic race to end on, and everyone on reflection should find something that they should be proud of in their performances today, because just turning up to the Nationals is a real battle sometimes.
Definitely, and thanks also not just to the riders here. I'm just echoing the sentiments that Helen made earlier on. Thank you to the organisers, thank you to all of the volunteers who have taken the time to help pull this event together. It really is a showcase event, and we now have our newly minted national champions for the next 12 months. So there is the scene, the muddy scene, but it's been muddy and spectacular. And I really do hope that if you're not already into cyclo-cross, you'll be getting muddy in the coming year. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to commentate on the National Championships. From me, Matt Stevens, and of course from Helen Wyman. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you very soon, but until then, take care.